Well, hello there. I'm Professor Will Pines, and we live in a world filled with bizarre creatures called Pokémon. But no place has stranger Pokémon than the kooky stuff we have here in the Hoh'ax region. So, stop on by the Pokémon Research Shack, where I'm always busy studying some really messed up and rare Pokémon. You won't want to miss any of these new discoveries. Tours are available at a super reasonable price. Come visit whenever you can, whenever you can. You can edit that out, right?
Oh yeah, dude, no problem.
The Pokémon Research Shack, where mystery becomes reality. You're currently riding the bus on your way to the little-known Hoh'ax region. As you putter along, you get the chance to make your character. All of the options would be available to you, male, female, non-binary, skin tone, hairstyles, all the fun, fiddly little details. But for the purposes of this series, say hello to your character, Mason. You continue driving along the winding alpine roads, but you aren't alone. Sitting in the bus seat next to you is your twin sister, Maple.
I can't wait to finally meet our great uncle. I never even knew he was a Pokémon professor. And that shack he works at, so mysterious. But he's probably gonna let us play with all his experiments. And we'll make friends with all the tourists and all the people in town. I've got a feeling that staying with Grunkle will be the best summer ever. Oh, look, we must be getting close.
Your bus pulls off the highway and passes between two towering cliff faces and beneath a bridge high above. The Hoh'ax region is quite small, but almost entirely cut off by sheer cliffs on all sides. Off to the east and west, in the distance, you can see a couple of massive waterfalls, which you can only assume is where the one town of the Hoh'ax region gets its name, Twin Falls. After a couple more turns, the bus stops and you and Maple hop out. Before you is the Pokémon Research Shack. It's definitely not like any research center you've ever seen before. Honestly, it's kind of a dump. There's a recently patched, giant hole in the roof, assorted junk and knickknacks are strewn about, and the whole operation looks more like a cheap tourist attraction than anything else. The bus drives away and you are left alone. You and Maple take a step towards the entrance when a small explosion of smoke in the doorway stops you, and out walks the professor. Kids, you made it! Oh, I can't believe I finally get to meet you two. I've always meant to visit, but I just get so busy with my, research.
What do you do here?
Pokemon-y, researchy things. With the numbers and the data and the... Well, it's too complicated to get into now. Just know that this region has some super strange Pokemon. I swear, it's like all the oddballs are just drawn to this area. Like you do. Couple oddballs, you two.
I take that as a compliment. So, when do we get to help with experiments or give tours to tourists or whatever?
Oh yeah, I suppose you two are just gonna have to be my little research assistants, eh? I have a couple other research assistants, but I've got to actually pay those too. So having some free help, family around is gonna be great.
Research assistants Maple and Mason reporting for duty, Grunkle Will.
You two have a lot of pep in your step. I like that. But hold your ponytas. I told you that the Hoh'ax region is full of strange Pokemon, and that also means that it's pretty dangerous out here. You may just need some traveling companions to help keep you safe.
What? Are you gonna give us Pokemon? No way!
Oh yeah, come on into the lab. I can guarantee that you won't have seen anything like these before. You see, even though the area around Twin Falls isn't particularly big, it is jammed-packed with Pokemon that can't be found anywhere else in the world. Again, it's like strange stuff is drawn here. Okay, these three are some recent discoveries. Let me know which one you would like to join you. Alrighty, the professor has 3 starter options for you. Let's take a look at them. Now, with these starters, I'm going to be keeping the inspiration for the final stage a secret for now. So all you get to know is that we've got a pretty stinking cute little bunny to work with. If you think you may know where the design will end up, I'd love to hear your guess below. Things that I wanted to work in here were a big bushy tail and eyes that kind of look like glasses. Personality-wise, this starter is the curious and clever one. Oh, and also, I just made it really, really adorable because if you know me, you know that I absolutely love bunnies. Like, bunnies are kind of my favorite animal. So yeah, let's go ahead and say hello to the first Pokemon of the region. This is Shrubun, the bunny Pokemon. This curious grass type prefers to hide in vegetation and observe others battling. Only when they have studied their subject will a Shrubun leap out of their hiding spot to say hello. They are very clever and often use their cuteness to avoid having to battle at all. Like most starters, its ability is Overgrow, so that powers up grass-type moves in a pinch, though its hidden ability gets to be Cute Charm, because again, it's just a little cutie. It is certainly curious about you and would love to join you on your journey, but let's take a look at the next starter. Oh yeah, we've got a tiny little goat. And before we go any further, I'll just let you know that it being a goat has absolutely nothing to do with the whole fire starters need to be based on the Chinese zodiac animal thing. It is 100% a coincidence, and there is another reason that we're doing a goat. Again, I'm not going to give away the line's final inspiration, but if you have a guess, feel free to share it below. Personality-wise, this little guy is our goofy and clumsy little buddy. I think the eyes and expression sell that pretty well, and the only other detail that was pretty important are these weird little flaps of fur hanging off of its back. Okay, but other than that, we have a nice little goofball. Let's go ahead and say hello to Flambilly, the fire goat Pokemon. When this clumsy goat gets worked up, their tail fire explodes and launches them forward. A combination of the forward momentum and their incredibly tough skulls leads to powerful headbutts. Flambilly are playful and helpful, often trying to drape their woolly shawl over others to warm them. And its ability is Blaze, like other fire starters, though its hidden ability is Unaware. It blinks up at you with a somewhat vacant expression, but you have no doubt it would be a loyal companion. Alright, next up, time for a slithering little friend. I knew that I wanted to do a snake as it works as a great starting point for the final inspiration that this line gets to, but I was a little worried that a snake might read as just a bit plain. Luckily, by working with the personality, which this little goober is incredibly shy, I was able to add this adorable and thematic hood. And with a couple back spikes to break up the silhouette a tad more, we get a really solid snake design. Also, when we get to it, this also has a really good shiny. I mean, they all have really solid shinies, but in my opinion, I just love how the eyes turned out. You'll see anyway. Okay, let's meet our final option. This is Koibra, the shy snake Pokemon. These elusive serpents are very mistrusting and rarely approach others. When startled, they produce billowing clouds of mist and retreat. Those who manage to befriend a Koibra will find a trusted companion. They love staying warm by napping draped around their trainer's shoulders. And its ability, again like water starters, is Torrent, though hidden ability is Swift Swim. The little serpent is very uncertain, but you're sure it would warm up to you in no time. Now, this is not a bad little trio to choose from, but luckily, for the purposes of this series, we are going to say that you are able to take all three with you. I mean, that way it'll be easier when they eventually evolve. But if you could only pick one, who would you choose? You'll have to let me know down in the comments below. Now, Maple goes ahead and picks her starter, which happens to be weak to your choice, but that doesn't quell her eagerness to battle.
All right, I think it's time for a twin Pokemon battle. You're going down.
Whoa. Easy there, Incineroar. I get that you're excited to challenge your sibling, but Pokemon battles
are serious things. They can be extremely dangerous and destructive, and I don't want you breaking my stuff, so go outside and fight, fight, fight!
Yeah, Pokemon battle time!
Back outside, you start your first battle. The two of your starters are at such a low level that it takes a while of them batting at one another before you are finally able to knock out Maple's Pokemon.
No fair! I was at a type disadvantage. No, I mean you got lucky.
Don't worry, Slugger. You'll get them next time. Alright, you two. Now, before I let you just run off and explore the region, I've got a special project that I'm gonna need your help with. So follow me inside, and I'll fill you in on the situation. Now, I know you two are excited to start your summer vacation here.
We're gonna catch all the weird, messed up Pokemon around Twin Falls. We'll be the best stinking research assistants you ever had, Grunkle Will.
I don't doubt it at all. In fact, here are a couple Pokedexes. I look forward to seeing you fill these bad boys up. But there's one big project that I need your help with. You see, I was working on a new experiment a few days ago, and it kind of exploded. Well, more accurately, it shot up through the roof, leaving a huge hole. Then it exploded in a massive energy blast, and the pieces got thrown across the whole region.
Whoa, explosion-y.
Yeah, pretty cool. Now, I've already got my other two research assistants out looking, but I can use all the help I can get. It looks like this. All right, it's supposed to be a big ring structure, but it broke up into different segments. There's a total of 10 of them out there somewhere, and each one will have a different symbol on it.
Grunkle Will, what does it do?
That doesn't matter, sweetie. What matters is that it is fancy and expensive, and we need to find the pieces before any of the yokels from town stumble across them. It's of the utmost importance that I get all the pieces back.
You can count on us.
I knew I could. Come back with anything you find right away. You'll probably want to catch some Pokemon as you go, so take some Pokeballs. And do either of you need a refresher on how to catch Pokemon? You appreciate that Professor Pines offered the help, but you and your sister are confident in your abilities and head out. The Hoh'ax region is primarily an open world, but during these early moments, you find that fences, signs, and debris around the shack limit you to going south.
I know we're supposed to be looking around here, but you'll be fine if I run ahead, right? I can't wait to check out the town, make some new friends, have everyone just fall in love with how awesome I am. This summer is gonna be so much fun. Good luck finding Grunkle Will's nerd stuff.
Maple bounds ahead, and you are left to explore this early area alone. Again, this region is mostly an open world, but in this somewhat tutorial-ish area, you know we are going to run into the traditional early route Pokemon. So let's see what we have. Time for our Route 1 bug. We get to start out pretty simple with a wee little mantis. The line will go in a pretty wild direction when it evolves, but I'll just let you know that accentuating the giant mantis eyes was important to eventually get there. Yep, the eyes are important, and I made sure that the ability reflects that also. Other than that, it's just about getting those baby bug Pokemon proportions. Like, I feel like most Route 1 bugs, you could just kind of poke it and it would topple over. So this design's huge noggin does that pretty well. Now, before this design evolves into anything weird and cryptidy, let's go ahead and meet Tintus, the lens Pokemon. Almost half of this insect's weight comes from its powerful eyes. It often stays completely still and observes its prey for hours on end, but will strike with lightning-fast speed when the opportunity presents itself. Though tiny, Tintus are effective hunters, and its ability is Tinted Lens, which doubles the damage done by not very effective moves, so that's great. And the hidden ability, also to do with eyes, is Compound Eyes. You see one just sitting atop a bush and silently watching its surroundings. It eyes another Pokemon that scurries past. Alrighty, it is time for our Route 1 normal type, or mammal, or rodent, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. We'll just say it's the normal type, since this is our first design based specifically on something from Gravity Falls. And you gotta love them gnomes. I mean, the gnome barfing up the rainbow from the first episode, I mean, that's just so iconic at this point. I just had to get a tiny bearded man in here somewhere. Now, the toughest thing was finding a design that read as a gnome without looking too human-like or too much like it was just wearing clothes, but simplifying the body detail and honestly just getting rid of the nose got us there. Let's meet the horribly weak little Nolo, the cone hat Pokemon. Though these minuscule normal types are extremely weak, they become a real threat when they attack in large numbers. Nolo hats are made from mushrooms that they painstakingly cultivate, leading to a brittle but apparently fashionable headpiece. And because those stats are just atrocious, it gets the ability Fluffy, and that actually reduces damage from contact moves but makes them super susceptible to fire type attacks. So a little bit of a trade-off, but it makes them slightly more viable. The little Nolo looks up at you with a mischievous grin before scurrying off into a bush. And when it does, something flutters out of the bush and lands on the ground in front of you. Okay, let's go ahead and tackle a potentially unbearably cute early route flying type. Now, even though this whole line looks fairly insect-like, it will not be a bug type. I mean, it will have access to plenty of bug type moves, but the whole line is a dark and flying dual type. Those two types are actually a bit more important to the line than being a bug. But to start off, it was important that I got a pose that gave some variation for the rest of the line, so this cute little laying down on the ground is very adorable, and really accentuating these massive antennae and the red dots on them. You know how many moths and butterflies and other animals have fake eyes to scare away predators? Well, that's what this little guy does. Let's meet Lilurk, the false eyes Pokemon. This fuzzy little flyer uses two massive antennae adorned with red spots to scare other Pokemon away. The red dots are often all that can be seen when this Pokemon is hiding in the shadows. Lilurk is covered with short, soft fur, but petting its wings may hinder its ability to fly for a short while. And this line is introducing a new ability, which I'm calling Terrorize. This is essentially a counterpart to Intimidate that lowers the opponent's special attack whenever it switches into battle. This tiny cutie quickly wiggles back into a shaded area, waving its antenna at you as menacingly as it is able. Now, along with these fairly common Pokemon, you do manage to spot one species that is considered quite rare, even in the Hoh'ax region. So let's make a little blob. Yep, just a gooey little goober. Now, this design is inspired by the Changeling. That's a bit of folklore from across Europe where a creature is left in a child's place after the child has been stolen away by fairies. So, what we have here is a shapeshifter. So not only does it get to transform like Ditto and actually evoke some of that Pokemon with its color palette, but I also pulled in some round shapes and little curly cues to bring in some baby imagery. All right, let's go ahead and meet Ittle, the Changeling Pokemon. This normal type's body is completely unstable, and it is able to transform its appearance at will. Ittle are sweet but often too desperate for attention, resorting to mimicking a trainer's Pokemon in hopes of being taken home without the trainer noticing. Wanting to impress, they also seem quite eager to evolve their shifting bodies. The stats are, basically a less good version of Ditto. The ability is gooey, though it does get a hidden ability of Imposter, just like Ditto. And there are your early route Pokemon. You see plenty of these little cuties around, but would you add any of them to your team? Let me know down in the comments below. You are having a blast meeting new Pokemon, but you also remember that you are here for a reason. Now, every so often, littered here and there, you're able to find tiny bits of metal and debris. Nothing as large as the device sections the professor needs, but there is still a lot to collect. After following a trail of glittering scraps, you find a heavy bolt that has embedded itself in the side of a tree. When you go to retrieve it, you find that the tree isn't what it seems. Twisting and pulling hard on the bolt causes a panel on this fake tree to creak open. Inside, you discover a dusty old journal with a metallic Pokeball emblazoned on the front. Cracking it open to the first page, a message pops out at you. It's already been 7 years since I started researching the bizarre Pokémon and occurrences of the Hoh'ax region. I know that I am being watched. Remember, in Twin Falls, there is no one you can trust. Flipping through the rest of the pages, most of them are filled with scientific charts and gibberish words and symbols. These are a perplexing problem that you will need to solve. In fact, this leads us into one of the most exciting things about this Pokemon series. There is a Froopy Art Discord server. All of the details for that are going to be down in the video description. And once you have joined the server, you'll have access to the puzzles found in the journal. Starting now, a new puzzle will be posted with every episode of the series. They will start out quite simple and get tougher as the series progresses. And just to make it even trickier, every once in a while, a puzzle will require you to enter a correct solution in order to continue seeing the new journal pages being added. It'll be a really fun, interactive element to the series, and I hope to see you in the Discord server for it. Again, all of the details are in the description below, so anyway, congratulations on finding the journal. You take it with you and head back up to the research shack. Its mysterious contents are rattling around in your brain, especially that part about trusting no one in Twin Falls. I mean, what could be going on in this region that made the author of the journal so paranoid? Perhaps the paranoia was justified? Instinctually, you tuck the journal into your bag, just in case. And you're all up inside your own head when you come face to face with the professor again.
Well, what did you find? Looks like a bunch of little scraps. None of this is what I actually need to complete my, very complicated scientific experiment thing. Are you sure you didn't find anything else out there?
You are as silent as ever, deciding to keep the journal a secret for now. As much as you hate to admit it, the professor is kind of a shady character. Maybe once you have deciphered some more of its pages, you'll feel better about sharing your findings. The professor lets you go on your way, and you excitedly dive into the journal pages. Leafing through its confusing pages, the strange codes and partial maps leave you excited with the possibilities. You think you have identified an area nearby that has some significance, but as you are comparing it with the map on your phone, your sister comes toppling out of a bush nearby.
Ah, I'm back! Whoa, what you got there? I thought the professor had us looking for pieces of his weird machine thingy. What are you doing reading a whole book? Spill the beans. Beans.
You're still a little wary of the professor, and though the journal mentioned not being able to trust anyone, you don't have a single doubt about your twin sister Maple, and decide to fill her in.
Whoa, super cool! You found it in a metal tree? I wonder who wrote it. I'm gonna leave it to you to figure out all the nerd stuff. Looks like a bunch of gibberish and gobbledygook if you ask me. What? You're going to be headed to this place on your map? The journal says it's a magic crystal grotto. Well, I found something on my travels already too. Potential new friends! I can't wait for you to meet the girls. Tell you what, you follow your journal map and see if there really are magic crystals there, and I'll go get Sandy and Frenda. You're gonna love them.
Maple runs off again. You're not surprised that she has managed to make new friends already. You know, she's always been the social butterfly, while you are definitely more of the socially awkward, silent protagonist type. You reference the journal notes about the Crystal Grotto again, and pull open the map on your phone. The Hoh'ax region isn't particularly large, but you'll still need to utilize your map as you explore it. And lucky for you, you are able to drop a waypoint and notes as you explore. The area of interest is a short walk, and as you approach the coordinates, the trees become quite dense and restrictive. Squeezing through a thorny thicket, you stumble into a clearing surrounded by massive iridescent crystals. You dust yourself off and begin to explore. According to the brief notes in the journal, these strange crystals attract bizarre Pokémon. Twisting through the towering crystalline outcroppings, you run into some new species. Alrighty, we're going back to the basics with this cryptid. I knew that I wanted some reference to the unicorn, but here's the thing. We've already got a unicorn Pokemon with Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash. So instead, many of you know if you've watched my Jurassic Park-inspired Pokemon Amber series that I enjoy me some prehistoric animals. So this unfortunate little creature will be based off of an Elasmotherium, or the species that did coexist with early humans, the good old Siberian unicorn. Far from the graceful beauties of other unicorns, this grumpy little buddy leans into that squat rhino-y look of the Elasmotherium. Also, we're pulling in some medieval imagery, making him look like a poor little peasant, since unicorns are all over medieval heraldry, and when this guy evolves, it will still be based on a heraldic animal. But let's go ahead and meet our first fighting type of the region. This is Uglorn, the one-horn Pokemon. Originally native to the Galar region, this little brute was outcompeted by the much more successful Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash. Nearly driven to extinction, some managed to find their way to the Hoh'ax region. Uglorn specialize in utilizing their sturdy horn in battle. Its ability is Sharpness, so that boosts slicing moves since it's got that big horn, and the hitting ability is Iron Barbs. It's a pretty serious little guy, training by bashing its horn against the tough crystals, but you'll have to let me know if you would want this ugly Pokemon on your team. Next up, you see a flickering flame waddling your way. Okay, so this one is pretty darn neat. The big inspiration is the blue cap. These are fairies often found in caves and mines. They can be helpful and lead people to valuable mineral deposits, or they can be a little mischievous. We're taking that mine navigation angle and pulling in the canary in a coal mine. If you didn't know, miners used to bring songbirds down into the mines and listen for a change or stop in their singing to alert them of higher levels of carbon monoxide or other harmful gases. And of course, I couldn't help but bring in a familiar little firebird for this design. Oh, and sure, canaries are a yellowy gold, but since blue caps often appear as little bits of blue flame, kind of will-o'-the-wisp-like, I just had to keep them blue, but I can remedy that with the shiny. Alright, let's go ahead and meet our little rocky cage. This is Capnary, the bird cage Pokemon. The rocky cage is actually the true Pokemon, and the flaming bird is merely produced by burning minerals. Miners use Capnary to detect potentially dangerous gases, as the flame will change colors. Similarities between its flame bird and those found on Skeledurge's nose are still not completely understood. Its ability is Flash Fire, so that means it doesn't take damage from Fire-type attacks, and instead, it gets its own Fire-type attacks boosted. And its hidden ability is Illuminate, which, man, that makes sense. One of these waddles up to you and causes its flame to dance a bit. It seems to like you and even leads you into a secret spot where you find a new item. What initially appears to just be a clump of earth has a strange footprint in it. This is a mud mold item. And if you caught an Ittle in the last episode, it seems very, very interested in this object. Let's take a look at what Ittle could evolve into. Time to bring in a bit of folklore from the Philippines. The Tikbalong is a pretty terrifying beastie, but we're going to have a much cuter version here. I mean, it's got the cheek holes that expose the teeth, and that makes it feel a little bit creepy, but on the whole, it's cute. It's also still pretty gloopy, both because it evolved from the shape-shifting Ittle, and also because it will be changing to the ground type thanks to that mud mold. The last little detail that I wanted to get in here are these 3 spikes on the mane. I'm tipping them with yellow as some of the folklore states that one of the only ways to avoid being eaten by it is to pull out the 3 golden hairs hidden in its mane. Not that you'll be pulling on the spikes of this goopy goober's mane, but it's a nice way to break up the silhouette. Alright, let's go ahead and meet the first evolution of the Hoh'ax region. This is Folil, the mud glue Pokemon. It'll that come into contact with a mud mold item use it to dictate their new form. Folil's equine body is still quite unstable and goopy, but they use their brand new ground typing to slow down their enemies with globs of thick mud. Its ability is gooey, so that slows down the opponent when they hit it, and the hidden ability gets to be imposter, which is very fun. But what do you think of this pony? Would you evolve your Ittle into it? Or would you hold off in case Ittle is able to evolve into something else? You've got some new, exciting Pokemon for your team. You'll have to let me know which is your favorite down in the comments. You continue winding through the narrow crystal chasm and begin to hear clanging noises and faint voices up ahead. You tiptoe closer, unable to see them, but finally able to make out what they're saying.
Oh man, these crystals are so tough. I'm having a heck of a time breaking them. You sure the boss said they need these?
Yeah, and you don't want to make the boss mad. Take it from me, you wouldn't like them when they throw one of their tantrums. So keep working at it. The boss said this is one of the new materials needed for whatever new device they're making.
Do you know what the boss is making now?
Nope, only the boss is allowed to look at the technical drawings in that journal.
But it seems like our MUWs are made with the same tech though, right?
Probably, but we're not here to figure that out. We're here to collect these crystals for the boss, so let's keep working.
Wanting to get a look at who's talking and spy a glimpse at whatever a MUW is, you clamber up onto a tall crystal and look down. There are 2 people in strange robes working on loosing some of the iridescent crystals from an outcropping. Their faces are obscured by large hoods with triangular patterns on them. And you crane your neck to try and get a better look. Unfortunately, your footing slips and you topple off, rolling all the way down to the 2 mysterious strangers' feet.
What do you think you're doing here, kid?
Yeah, how did you find this place?
I thought only the boss knew about these places because of that book they have.
You make a mental note. It seems that there may be another journal in play somehow. You'd best keep the one that you found a secret for now.
I don't know, but the boss isn't gonna like you being here.
All right, brat. You're about to learn what happens when you mess with the plans of the Cypher Squad.
Prepare to get your butt kicked.
Without much warning, a Pokemon battle begins. They throw out the first Pokemon, and you are immediately hit by an overwhelming stench. Oh boy. Okay, I'm really excited for this one. This is the start of a line based on the oh-so-wonderfully named skunk ape. Native to the southeastern United States, mainly Florida. I mean, of course it would be from Florida. This is essentially another variation of the Bigfoot or large, hairy humanoid cryptid. But here's the thing about the skunk ape that I'm sure you would never guess. It smells really, really bad. So bad, in fact, that this first stage is quite literally just a little fart. This is a fart monkey. I am not going to pretend there is much more going on here. Fart monkey. Okay, let's go ahead and meet the first Pokemon used by our baddies. This is Stinkimp, the bad gas Pokemon. This tiny mischief maker absolutely reeks. Stinkimp's body is surrounded by a thick covering of gas, which it flaps its ears to waft at opponents. Trainers are advised to invest in nose plugs. Its ability is Stench. I mean, obviously it's gotta be Stench, and that means there's a 10% chance to make the opponent flinch when they hit you. The hidden ability is Poison Touch. Again, it's a fart. It makes sense. Now, you know that you need to beat these jerks, but when you manage to knock out Stinkimp, you are mainly just relieved that the smell of the monkey farts begins to dissipate. The grunt is pretty annoyed, and they roll their next Pokemon at you. Okay, I'm going to be trying something completely new with this line. I've done regional forms before. I mean, the Palean region had a ton of primal forms, but with Gen 9, we got some convergent designs with Wiglet and Toedscool. These are Pokemon who riff off of convergent evolution by being an unrelated species while still developing a similar body plan. And we're doing that with the Togepi line. This whole line is based off of the volcanic Charufe of Chilean folklore, but to start off, we are going to have a literal deviled egg. It is a hard-boiled egg, but one that rolls around in the dirt. I know that this all seems pretty ridiculous, but roll with me here. I couldn't help but give the shiny some familiar colors. All right, let's go ahead and meet the convergent evolution for Togepi. This is Roilegi, the devil egg Pokemon. This grumpy little egg loves to roll around in the dirt. The minerals they collect while tumbling about actually help harden their shells. Roilegi often stay warm between the feet of their evolutions, though sometimes they enjoy being kicked around. Its ability is Well-Baked Body. I mean, it is a hard-boiled egg after all, so it means it is immune to fire-type moves, and the defenses will raise sharply if it's hit by one. The hidden ability, again because it's a food type of thing, is Aroma Veil. This little ground type is a bit of a pain, but you manage to knock it out.
Arg! That little punk beat me! Well, don't just stand there. You stop them then.
Fine, I got this.
The next grunt steps forward and lets out a new Pokemon. There are a good number of cryptids and myths about guardians of the forest, and that's what this whole line will be about. Starting out small, we're going to be pulling in the idea of a Kodama. These are forest spirits that come from Japanese folklore, and you've probably seen them depicted in the film Princess Mononoke. To show that our little leafy friend here is more than just a plant, I wanted the eyes to glow in a mystical, magical way that pays homage to a Kodama living inside of a tree. Beyond that, I, of course, brought in the Miyazaki expression, which is pretty adorable, and gives us some really fun negative space within the design. Oh, and I've been focusing on making much more appealing shinies, so you'll have to let me know what you think of this one. All right, let's go ahead and meet Sproutama, the new leaf Pokemon. These little sprouts are said to be guardians of the forest. They prefer to stay hidden, but Sproutama eyes glow with a mystic energy that often gives away their location. A trainer caring for nature is often enough for a Sproutama to go out of its way to be caught by them. Its ability is Chlorophyll, which doubles the Pokemon's speed in sunny weather, and I like the idea of these guys, scampering around on their little feet. And the hidden ability is Harvest. It's a pretty adorable little leaf, and you feel kind of bad about having to beat it up, but after it faints, the last Pokemon that the grunt throws out looks strangely familiar. You really feel like you've seen it before, but how could that be? Yep, Dunsparce. Now, Dunsparce is already based on a cryptid, the Tsuchinoko, and as such, I really wanted to bring it back for this region. This will be our first regional variant, and yeah, it just had to be Dunsparce. Okay, so what are we using as inspiration here? Well, from Argentinian folklore, we have, and apologies for butchering this pronunciation, the Ar-Agan-Akal-Ta'a? Oof, again, sorry for that one. Now, it's got some interesting lore about being the king of all snakes, but my favorite thing is that they have these giant spiky scales running down its sides that they use for locomotion. So we essentially got a giant centipede snake. But as intimidating as that may be, this still is Dunsparce, so it's just gotta be a weird little round boy. Alrighty, let's go ahead and meet its unexpectedly typed new form. This is Hoh'axian Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. This strange variation of Dunsparce is only found in the Hoh'ax region. The new scales on its side allow it to quickly pull its round body across the ground in the same manner as an insect. What appears to be a head crest is actually Dunsparce's tongue held out in a misguided attempt at intimidation. Its ability is Speed Boost, so yes, we will have a really fast Dunsparce, and the hidden ability is Run Away. For this early in the game, Dunsparce is actually a pretty formidable challenge. And of course, we will have Dunsparce evolve, but here's the thing. I really can't decide if it should stay wonderfully derpy like the Dunsparce, or if it should get a cool and intimidating evolution. I want to hear what you think we should do down in the comments below. Alrighty, this speedy Dunsparce is quite tough, but you do manage to take it down.
Dang it! How did this little loser manage to best us?
Well, maybe we should use that MUW. That'll definitely put an end to this.
Are you sure we should use it here? There's no doubt it'll obliterate this punk, but what would the boss say?
One of the Cypher Squad grunts pulls out a small circular device. It looks futuristic and not completely dissimilar to the schematics you saw drawn in Professor Pines' research lab. The Cypher Squad grunt presses a couple buttons on it, and the device begins to power on, humming with intense energy. But luckily, loud voices are heard nearby as your sister and two of her friends arrive on the scene. Caught off guard, the Cypher Squad grunt powers down the MUW device and stows it away.
Hey, what's the big idea? Are you two picking on my twin?
More kids? The boss isn't gonna be happy about this.
Maple, do I need to bust some skulls because I am ready to go?
Whoa, what is up with her? We were just leaving.
You kids are getting off lucky, though.
But don't try messing with the Cypher Squad again, or you'll regret it.
Who were they?
I don't know, but if they were messing with one of the Pines twins, they are no friends of ours. Speaking of which, hey look, I made new friends!
Hi, I'm Frenda. I was so ready to put those jerks in a double headlock, but I'm glad you're okay.
And I am Sandy. I also would have caused them immeasurable amounts of pain. But it is nice to meet you. Mabel's the coolest, so I guess that means that you are the coolest too?
Oh man, I want to be cool.
Oh, Frenda, you already are cool. We all are.
All right, cool kids, cool kids, cool kids.
The crystal structures are quite fascinating. How did you find this place?
My nerdy twin here deciphered its location using nerdy brain things. But we should probably get back to our Grunkle Will. He's the Pokemon professor, and tell him about these Cypher Squad goofs picking on us.
Oh, okay. We'll see you two around, and don't worry, we'll keep the location of this place quiet.
Bye, Mabel! Bye, Mabel's nerdy twin!
You trek back to the Pokemon Research Shack to fill in the professor on the situation. You've made your way back to the Pokemon Research Shack and filled in the professor on what happened.
So you got jumped by a couple goons in the woods. I told you this place was dangerous.
But you don't understand. They had a little machine thingy that looked like one of your experiments called an MUW, and they were threatening us with it.
That's ridiculous. I'm the only one doing any advanced sciencey research here. It probably wasn't anything. I'm sure it was just a toy.
Oh, and they were trying to steal crystals for their big bad boss.
Crystals, eh? Like expensive-looking crystals? Ooh, I like the sound of that. How did you kids find those crystals?
We just kind of wandered into them out in the woods. But Grunkle Will, we think there's something super serious going on here.
Listen, kids. I know I probably freaked you two out when I told you that the Hoh'ax region is weird and dangerous, but that doesn't mean that there's any conspiracies or evildoers or anything like that. You ran into some jerks in hoods. I just need you two to promise me that you'll steer clear of them in the future.
Grunkle Will, we never said that they were wearing hoods.
Promise me.
Fine. We promise to avoid them, unless they're causing trouble and they need to be stopped.
What was that?
Nothing.
Good. Your safety is of the utmost importance. Now, on a completely unrelated note, I need you two to go visit the incredibly dangerous bottomless pit that's nearby.
Bottomless pit?
Yeah, it really draws in the tourists. One of my other research assistants, Moose, is out there now. Apparently, he found one of the missing device components while he was repairing the railing around the pit. So go get the piece from him and bring it back to me. Alright, let me show you where he is. And if you are going to be traveling farther out, let me also mark where you can find Pokemon centers and marts.
Professor Pines adds a smattering of icons to your map showing all of the Pokecenters, and also adds an icon for where Moose can be found. And then he just pushes you out the door. It's a pretty quick walk, and you pass by a number of familiar Pokemon like Lilurk, Uglorn, and Royligi. But you also run into a couple new species as you head north. First up, we've got a cryptid from New York State. Lake Onondaga is recognized as one of the most polluted lakes in America. Yeah, go America. And while there have been accounts of something living in the lake for hundreds of years, all of the toxins and potentially radioactive waste in there now has fed into the claim that a giant radioactive salamander, Augie, now calls it home. And to play with the idea of a toxic spill, we're modeling the overall silhouette and appearance after an Erlenmeyer flask spilling chemicals. I also wanted to forego the classic purple found in a lot of poison types in favor of this almost radioactive looking green. It gives it a lot of levity and I think successfully gives us a poison type that looks rather benevolent. Alright, let's say hello to Ugu, the slime Pokemon. While it is poisonous, this adorable Pokemon has proven quite useful across the Hoh'ax region. Ugu seek out and consume pollution wherever they go. Scientists suspect that this Pokemon was accidentally man-made in the Unova region somewhat recently. Its ability is Liquid Ooze, and that damages anyone that tries to use a draining move on it, with the hidden ability being Gluttony, since, it likes to eat still. You see one splashing about in a puddle, and it smiles up at you. But you also feel as though you're being watched by something else nearby, something decidedly less cute. Yeah, we've had a lot of adorable first stage Pokemon, and nothing actually intimidating yet, so let's remedy that. Some of you know that I love me some Dungeons & Dragons, so we're taking one of its most iconic monsters, the Displacer Beast, and sprinkling in some hints of the various black cat cryptids to get something really strange. Now, the Displacer Beast is already a six-legged panther with tentacles that creates illusions, but we're going to push that one step further by having it completely made up of tentacles. Like, sure, it looks like a cat, but it has just figured out over time that people like cats, and it would be more accepted if it held its wiggly body in this configuration most of the time. Also, though I was tempted to go with the dark type, I think the types of illusions it makes work just as well for the psychic type. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Foline, the illusion Pokemon. What appears to be a cat is actually a mass of tentacles. Not only is Foline able to shift the shape of its body, but its impressive abilities allow it to create psychic projections. Researchers assume that these strange Pokemon are actually Ultra Beasts who have learned to mimic cats over many years to be accepted. Its ability is Illusion, so that's like Zoroark. When switching into battle, it will take on the appearance of the opponent's last Pokemon. And the hidden ability is Limber, because it is tentacles after all. Now, these Pokemon are quite difficult to spot in the wild, often using psychic illusions to appear as one of the other Pokemon found in the area. But who knows, maybe you would be lucky enough to find one of these rare beasties. Let me know if either of these two would make it onto your team. You also suspect that there is another new Pokemon in the area, as you can hear a high-pitched screech from time to time that actually makes your head hurt. But looking around, you aren't able to actually find it. Very strange. Well, eventually, you do make it all the way to the bottomless pit, where you find Moose working on the railing.
Hello.
Oh, hey dude, I'm Moose. What's up?
Gruncle Will wants us to take the machiny part thing to him.
Oh, like you two are totally the twins who are gonna be staying at the research shack this summer. Super cool. But I can't just give you the component I found.
What? Why not?
Professor Pines made me promise that if I find any components of the device, that I can't give them to anyone other than him, no matter who they are. Sorry, dude.
That stinks like a butt.
Totally. Especially since I need to fix this fence still. But, I don't know, maybe if you were to earn it from me, in like a super epic Pokemon battle or something. Is that like crazy?
No, Moose, it's genius.
Awesome. But I should warn you that I'm kind of like an expert on normal type Pokemon. Who is gonna battle me though? Any, mini, meeny, you, dude.
Moose points at you and releases his first Pokemon of the battle. But luckily, the teeny tiny little Nolo is kind of a pushover. Moose's next two Pokemon are sure to be a bit tougher though. Alrighty, time for our Pikachu clone. Every region needs one, and we're basing ours off of an awesome Canadian cryptid, the Lackwood Screecher. And the wonderful thing about it is that people have reportedly heard its cry, which often leads to headaches, nausea, and nosebleeds, but its appearance is a complete mystery. We're going to take that screechy behavior and combine it with a rodent that I love. I lived in Alaska for a while where I fell in love with the native pika and its own little call. But pika also live across Canada, so that works out nicely. And I don't normally talk about name inspirations, but for a Pika clone, it's more important. Now, I definitely do not speak Japanese, but we're going to take Urusai, loud, and Kakureta, hidden, to get Kakurasai, or Kakurasai, the loud mouth Pokemon. This small mouse utilizes bursts of electricity to produce overwhelming screams. Kakurasai prefers to remain hidden, and even in the Hoh'ax region, they are incredibly rare. While it is possible to hear its cry from incredibly far away, they still somehow manage to avoid most who seek it out. Its ability is Punk Rock, and that boosts sound-based moves and halves damage from the same moves. And its hidden ability is Soundproof. You are very confident that this is the Pokemon that you heard in the surrounding area. Its screech is quite powerful, and having boosted sound type attacks is a pain to deal with, but you eventually manage to knock it out. Moose's next Pokemon looks a bit spookier though. Yeah, I figured Moose needed a little bit of a curveball, and coming up against a ghost type in what is essentially your first gym battle felt about right. Now, this little guy is based on the Jenglot of Indonesia. These are grisly little dolls, often with long hair, sizable fangs, and sharp claws, that are imbued with dark magics. They can be offered blood to help their owner. This could be for good fortune, help with daily tasks, or revenge. But we'll spin that in a slightly more family-friendly direction, while also adding in a dash of the classic voodoo doll. Let's go ahead and meet Stitch'em, the ghost doll Pokemon. It is a common custom in the Hoh'ax region to build small dolls in hopes that a Pokemon spirit will possess it. Loving the doll and carefully assembling sometimes results in it becoming a Stitch'em. They are quite playful and love to assist their trainers with chores and odd tasks. Its ability is Insomnia, since in the lore you leave out blood for the doll, and while you sleep it goes and does its tasks, so Insomnia works, can't be put to sleep, and its hidden ability is Pickup, again because it's cleaning up. It's cute. Now the typing is a bit of a pain to deal with, but you eventually take down Moose's last Pokemon.
If Professor Pines asks, I definitely didn't go easy on you. Tell him I totally used 6 high-level Pokemon, but you still beat me, dude. Well, here's a piece of Will's machine that I found. It felt pretty fortuitous that I found it, since it also wears a big question mark. But you should take it back to the research shack now. Later, dude.
You head out, making sure to track down and catch a Kakurasai, and trek back to the research shack. And actually, let's go ahead and look at the decks and see how we're doing so far. It's not bad at all. You'll have to let me know if there are any evolutions that you are particularly excited to see. But with your first device component in hand, you stroll into the research shack.
Nice work, kids. Now, I hope Moose didn't give you too much trouble. It's so good to get a piece of the device back where it belongs. Oh, and, I guess I should do some professory things, huh? You two, give me your Pokedexes. Let me see how you're doing.
You hand over your Pokedexes, and the professor beeps and boops on them.
Not bad at all. Let's say for each milestone you pass in filling out your decks, I'll reward you. So, here, take some Pokeballs. That being said, we do have a winner. It looks like Maple has more Pokemon in her decks, and on the whole, they're much stronger.
Ooh, yeah, baby. Number 1 twin, right here. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maple does a little victory dance and moonwalks smugly straight into a supply closet.
I'm okay.
Professor Pines leads you outside. He's putting up some new signs for the research shack, but he leans in to give you some advice.
Listen, kid. If you want to catch up to your sister, I can show you where to go to catch more Pokemon. Then maybe your team won't be quite so, wimpy. You know, some of the first Pokemon I caught when I came to the region are up here.
The professor adds an icon to your map, heals your Pokemon, and pushes you on your way. You start walking north, keeping an eye out for new and more powerful Pokemon. You spot some familiar species around like Tintus, Sprutama, and the rare Ittle. But it isn't until the terrain gets much more rugged that you begin getting glimpses of new Pokemon. We've got 4 to discover, so let's jump into it. Okay, so there are a number of carnivorous plant cryptids like the man-eating tree of Nubia, the Madagascar tree, and the Yateveo of South and Central America. We're going to be combining that concept with a real-life carnivorous plant that I've always wanted to see as a Pokemon, the Sundew. There's a bunch of different species in varying shapes, but they all have these little red stalks that they tip with a super sweet and sticky secretion that traps prey, and some even curl around their prey. Very neat, very cool. And since the Nubia tree in particular lures in prey with sweet treats and fruits, it felt like a perfect match. Also, a Sundew's sap is actually clear and the stalks are red, but I just had to make the drops red to give it a more delicious candy look. I get the original inspiration represented with the shiny anyway. All right, let's go ahead and meet our deceptively nasty Canitrop, the sap Pokemon. This mostly stationary plant is able to secrete balls of incredibly sweet and sticky sap. Canitrop's aroma draws prey in where they become permanently stuck. While seemingly cute and harmless, this carnivorous plant will actually eat anything unfortunate enough to become trapped by it. Its ability is Super Sweet Syrup, and that lowers the opponent's evasiveness whenever it enters battle, and the hidden ability is Sticky Hold. It sure is cute, but you make sure to maintain a healthy distance. Wouldn't want one of these getting stuck to you after all. Continuing on, a group of massive Pokemon is shuffling your way. Now, I don't want to go overboard with Pokemon that are direct references to Gravity Falls. That being said, this episode will have 2 of them. And the first is, of course, the Manatar. We're going to expand on the Manatar a bit by making it a gym bro who has definitely skipped leg day. Furthermore, I love the idea of it either holding or looking like it's always holding weights. It took a little bit to figure out, but I landed on these metal discs kind of embedded in its hands. For the colors, I pulled in some from Greek pottery to pay homage to its mythological origins. And since it has these metal fists, horns, and nose ring, we get to slap the steel type on there. Okay, let's go ahead and meet this meathead of a Pokemon. Here is Tortesto, the manly Pokemon. This towering mass of muscles is focused on one thing, becoming the strongest Pokemon. Their large hands include heavy metal discs, which they use to work out and also pummel opponents with. Their hyper-focus on being strong and manly has left Tortesto as one of the least intelligent Pokemon in the Hoh'ax region. Its ability is Iron Fist, obviously, and that boosts punching moves, and the hidden ability is Anger Point. There is a big pack of Tortesto, so it would be a little risky to try and catch one, but you'll have to let me know if you would still try it. As you continue, you find a small pond that is completely polluted, and in the center is a new Pokemon. Time for another convergent Pokemon design. So this isn't a regional form of Magikarp, but instead an unrelated species that has evolved a similar body plan. It has different origins, but ended up being very similar to another convergent Magikarp designed by my friend Boreal Mind. I won't give away what it is, but I'll link to her episode down in the description, so be sure to check it out. She's super cool. But back to this design. Other than being similar to Magikarp, this 2-stage will be based on the Hoh'ax. I know I said that wrong. From Icelandic folklore, this is a rotting eel with sharp iron scales that infests polluted waters. I didn't think that we would find a cryptid with such a blatant type combination, but rotting and iron scales gives us the awesome steel and poison type. Let's go ahead and meet this convergent Tragikarp, the pollution Pokemon. While it appears to be a fish, researchers have determined that the true Pokemon is the poisonous slime within. Tragikarp fashion jagged armor from bits of metal, giving them the appearance of a Magikarp. Its biology has stumped scientists, and some have suggested that the ooze is an Ultra Beast, which has adapted to life in the Hoh'ax region. Its ability is Sharpness, which powers up slicing moves, with the hidden ability being Poison Touch. It's splashing about in the water and making things pretty gross. It is really weak, but you're still tempted to catch it, if for no other reason to stop it from polluting the area. Looking around, you see that it's even brought in like outside trash and debris. Looking through it, you do find something strange. This is a familiar figure item, and you definitely feel like you've seen this trainer somewhere before. Like, isn't he some hero in the Kanto region or something? Anyway, if you have an unevolved Idle, it seems very interested in the familiar figure. Oh yeah, we get another possible Idle evolution. And I just had to bring in one of my favorite characters from Gravity Falls. He wasn't long for this world, but who doesn't love Paper Jam Dipper? And we can also bring in, the idea of doppelgangers and other mimicking creatures from folklore around the world, but you know, as well as I do, that it's really just about that Paper Jam Dipper. Also, I don't really care about like Pokemon cries and figuring those out, but you can just picture that face making the like nya 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 noises. Oh, so good. Okay. Finding the typing was a little bit difficult as I didn't want it to just remain normal type, but I think I got it figured out in the end. Okay, let's say hello to Doplob, the flailing Pokemon. It'll, who have taken a liking to a familiar figure, try to emulate it and evolve. Unfortunately, mimicking a human seems to be a bit too difficult, and they end up as this misshapen mess. Doplob have taken their wild, flailing movements and developed them into an unpredictable fighting style. Its ability is Limber, so that protects it from paralysis, and the hidden ability is Gooey. But what do you think of it? Would you evolve your Idle into Doplob, even if you may end up getting smacked by one of its noodly appendages, or hold off for another potential evolution? You're feeling pretty psyched about adding these new Pokemon to your decks. You give the area one more look over, just to make sure you didn't miss any new species, And while you don't spot any Pokemon, you do find something equally interesting. Giant footprints in the mud. They don't match any species that you've seen, and they lead off towards the snowy mountains to the west. The thought of being able to brag about catching whatever Pokemon made these giant tracks motivates you to follow them. We've been following the tracks for a while now, traveling to the west and up to the base of a snowy mountain. Honestly, you haven't traveled that far, or even ascended up the mountain that much, but you are surprised by how much snow there is. Feeling nervous about what large and potentially dangerous beast you are following, you crack open the journal that you found in hopes of finding any clues about it. There are some sketches of the prints, but no definite identity for their maker. Traveling through the snow-covered forest, you're sure to keep your eyes open for any new Pokemon, and it isn't long before something round catches your eye. We're in a snowy area, so we need our first ice type of the region. Now, there are actually quite a few humanoid monsters from folklore that stalk the frozen north and focus on cannibalism or eating people in general. We're going to be smooshing a lot of those together here, but taking our primary inspiration from the Chenoo of Algonquin folklore. They are people who have been cursed by dark magic and are overcome by a burning hunger. Their lore is actually really interesting, and some of the stories do an amazing job of not vilifying the monster and often showing how to help it. But this design won't be ferocious to start. It's just a little snowball of a design. You just want some food, right? Okay, let's go ahead and meet Nomble, the hungry Pokemon. Though quite small, Nomble has a voracious appetite. They live in frigid climates and require food to generate heat to stay warm. Nomble are among the easiest Pokemon to catch in the Hoh'ax region, as offering even a crumb to one will result in it following you around and insistently requesting more food. Its ability is Gluttony, since it eats so much, and that lets it eat berries faster in combat. And the hidden ability is Immunity, so it doesn't have to worry about, eating poison food type of thing. There's quite a few shuffling up and down the snowy hills, so you'd have no problem catching one. As you pass by a steep, rocky outcropping, something rolls down from the top towards you. Ah, yes, we've got a silly little design for you here. Now, there is a cryptid inspiration for the design's eventual evolution, but I'm gonna keep that a secret for now. I mean, there's a chance that you can guess it, so let me know if you have an idea of what it might be. But to start, I'm using the golden wheel spider as inspiration for this first stage. This is a really interesting real-world animal that will curl itself into a wheel shape and roll away from danger. Apologies if spiders aren't your thing, but that cartwheeling behavior is just so wonderfully silly. Without overcomplicating the design, I think I got a good suggestion of a wheel. I mean, again, this is the first stage after all, so I had to resist the urge to give it too many legs, right? It's just a baby after all. The colors were simple enough. It's a rock type, but I made sure that the shiny has a more golden look in reference to the golden wheel spider itself. Okie doke, let's say hello to Spokeely, the cartwheel Pokemon. This peculiar insect has a unique way of descending from the steep mountain cliffs it calls home. Spokeely roll on their curved legs with ease, though they are much slower when climbing back up to their perch. They spend their days munching on mineral deposits and rolling away to avoid predators. Now, I am giving Spokeely a brand new ability that I am calling Roll Down. That means its first turn in combat, its speed stat is doubled for that turn. So it's not guaranteed, but it's really likely that it will get to move first on that first turn. Spokeely wheels down the hill to your feet and looks up at you with its big buggy eyes. Should you want a rock or bug type, this round boy seems pretty tough. It's also fairly large for a bug. I mean, especially if it ends up evolving. I mean, it's gonna get big. Alrighty, your dex is definitely coming along after that. Up ahead, you see that the footprints have disappeared into a thick set of bushes. As you approach, they rustle ominously. You slowly creep up, hoping to get a peek at whatever is inside. And while you're preparing for the sight of a monstrous Pokemon, you find your own sister leaping out of the bushes at you.
Surprise! I got you so good. I was all like, blah, and you were like, oh no, I'm so scared I might drop my big nerd book. Sorry, I couldn't resist. What are you doing out here?
You point down at the tracks that Maple is standing on.
Oh, yeah, those. Psst, yeah, I totally noticed those too. I definitely haven't just been wandering aimlessly after Grunkle Will asked me to track down his other research assistant. Her name is Cordelia. She specializes in ice types, and she was sent up here to find another missing device piece. She's supposed to be super tough. Well, you know, so are we, so it's cool. Well, so I am, at least. What, you think you're as strong as me now? Pfft. Well, maybe we should have a little battle. Grunkle Will gave me some extra revives and potions so I can heal our Pokemon after this, but what do you say? Battle me?
Maple leads with her starter. It's quite a bit stronger, but luckily your starter has the type advantage and you knock it out. But her next two Pokemon are Pokemon she has recently caught in the area and are much more difficult to deal with. So, we're going to be cheating a little bit by having two regional bird lines. Lulurk is our weird flying type line, not really being much of a bird. So I wanted another more traditional bird line as well. We're starting off pretty simple with a blue jay. Now, an interesting thing about blue jays that ties it together with the rest of this line is that they are one of a handful of birds that are drawn to shiny and colorful objects. Now, different species do this for different reasons, from thinking they're iridescent beetle shells to eat, or it's just material for them to collect and make ornate displays and nests. They got different reasons. Our unassuming little blue jay is going to start out by collecting its favorite little shinies. It was fun working with the classic blue and white and black colors. Okay, let's go ahead and say hello to Kleptokept, the collector Pokemon. This tiny bird is absolutely mesmerized by shiny objects and cannot resist the urge to collect them. Kleptokept pick up and carry bits of glass, iridescent insect wings, and most commonly, small bits of metal. They get so excited that they sometimes ingest their shiny findings, but they have adapted to spit them out with surprising speed and accuracy. Its ability is Pick Up, that lets it use one-time items that the opponent has used, so that's very fun and thematic. And the hidden ability is Frisk. This happy little bird has some tough moves, shooting various projectiles at you, but you eventually manage to knock it out. Maple's last Pokemon also appears to be a bird, but also not quite a bird. We're going pretty dark with this one. This comes from a bit of medieval Icelandic folklore. It is said that in dire times, when a mother is unable to care for their newborn baby, they would take it out into the wilderness and leave it to the elements. The child's ghost would appear as a part raven abomination that continually cries out seeking its mother. Dark, I know. So, we've got a roughly ravenish body, though it was important to me that it didn't actually have wings. I want this to be a mono ghost type after all. I wanted the feet to look like gross little baby hands, kind of, just to get some more creep in there. And for the head, it's roughly baby skull shaped, complete with the sections of bone that haven't quite fused together. And just to pull in more Raven, the collar is actually a beak. Pretty fun, pretty fun. I mean, very dark, but pretty fun. Oh, and I'll also let you know that because of the inspiration, this is actually just a single stage design. Doesn't evolve. It's just a baby. Always a baby. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Newmorn, the lost Pokemon. Legends tell that these ghoulish creatures are the spirits of children who were lost to the elements. Newborn are quick to cling onto any passerby, desperate for a trainer to look after them. Their covering of feathers now keeps them protected in most climates. When they are upset, spiritual energy seeps from the top of their open heads. Its ability is Cursed Body, and that may disable an opponent's move used on it, and the hidden ability is Infiltrator. It's a tough little baby, able to hit you surprisingly hard with that high special attack stat. You might have to pick up one of these in the area if you can handle being constantly followed around by its creepy glare, that is. But you do manage to knock out Maple's last Pokemon.
Well, shoot! Stink darn farts! I didn't expect you to be able to beat me. Oh well. Let me get everyone healed back up. Nice! Okay, I guess let's follow these tracks.
You follow Maple and plow through the rest of the bushes. On the other side, you find a clearing with a small cabin in the center. The tracks lead right up to the structure, and there seems to be a window busted in.
Whoa. Look at that cabin. You think the Pokemon just broke in? I don't see any tracks leading out, so it's probably still in there, right? Should we check it out?
As quietly as you are able, you and your sister crunch through the snow and approach the cabin. To your surprise, you see that the footprints go straight to the front door and disappear. Trying the handle, it is unlocked, and you cautiously step inside.
Whoa, look at all this nerd stuff everywhere. I don't see any giant Pokemon anywhere, but look at these though.
Maple points at a gigantic pair of boots left at the front door. Looking at the bottoms, the strange tread seem to match the weird footprints that you've been following.
Oh, those are just my dad's boots.
You hear a voice come from up in the rafters. Looking up, you see a teenager in plaid.
Borrowed them from my dad since I knew I'd be out in all this snow. Give me a sec. Let me just get this thing that got lodged in this beam.
With some effort, she wrenches something free and then flips down to the ground.
Yo, sup? I'm Cordelia, one of the Pokemon professor's research assistants. You two must be the Pines twins staying with us at the research shack.
You gotta teach me how to do flips out of the ceiling.
In due time, young Nimble.
I'm Maple, and my twin, who is staring at you like a sweaty weirdo, is Mason. So, what were you getting from up there?
The professor has me retrieving components from an experiment that he went and exploded the other day. So this bad boy flew all the way over here, smashed through the window, and got stuck up in the rafters. Luckily, my dad had me scaling trees since I was in diapers, so it was no sweat to get.
Cordelia reveals the device component, and you can see that this one has a strange ice symbol on it.
So cool. Get it? 'Cause of the ice?
Maple, that was hilarious.
We can take it back to Grunkle Will for you.
Well, no can do, Maple. You two seem pretty cool, but the professor said I get a vacation day for each one of these that I can track down.
Well, my nerdy sibling here beat Moose to get the one he had. I'm sure they could do it again.
I do love the idea of getting a good battle in, but Moose is a bit of a pushover. If you really think you can beat me, let's freaking go!
Without getting much of a say in the matter, you are thrust into a battle against the ice-type specialist, Cordelia. She leads with something really pretty. Now, this whole region is going to have its fair share of scary cryptids and monsters, so it's important for us to get some pretty designs in there too. So, we're going to be rolling together some of the various winter woman spirit stories out there, but our primary inspiration will be Frau Holly from Germany. This definitely falls more into the children's story side of things, but there's still some more serious versions of Frau Holly, looking after the spirits of those who were lost to cold weather. But in general, think of her like Mother Winter. We're going just a bit abstract with the design, but there is a section from one of her stories where she fluffs a pillow and the feathers fly out and become snow. So a general pillowcase fabric appearance works well. We've got a pretty unique silhouette, and with the ice crystals even somewhat resembling feathers, I like how this turned out. It's fun. Let's go ahead and meet Frillo, the winter Pokemon. It is hypothesized that the northern region of the Hoh'ax region is as cold as it is due to the large number of Frillo that call it home. They strive to show others the majesty of winter and create beautiful fractal ice sculptures to decorate their surroundings. If Frillo likes something, they will sprinkle fresh snow on it, so trainers are advised to dress accordingly. Its ability is Snow Warning, so it brings in snow whenever it enters battle, and the hidden ability is Snow Cloak. Now, even though this is a single-stage Pokemon, it knows its place on the team. As a surprisingly bulky and speedy ice type, Cordelia uses it to set up weather and protective barriers on her side before you're ever able to knock it out. Next up, Cordelia has a tiny little Nomble waddle out. Its defenses are boosted greatly by Frillo's preparations, and you are able to knock out this little snowball nonetheless. Cordy's last Pokemon is going to be much more of a challenge, though. Okay, we're straying from cryptids and getting into a bit more of urban legends with this one. I say urban legends, but this one has like a lot of serious truth to it. So we'll be playing with the idea of mole people. Now, of course, there are some monstrous depictions of mole people as actual like hybrid creatures, and we'll use a dash of that, right, since this is a mole, an actual mole that we're making. But we're really focused on mole people as communities that seek shelter underground, either due to homelessness or a desire for an unconventional life. These are typically reported in abandoned tunnel systems under major cities. So, with this design, I did want to play up the resourcefulness and determined nature with these layers to keep it warm in the frozen depths. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Molunder, the hunker Pokemon. This subterranean creature spends most of its time digging out expansive tunnel systems. They rarely come to the surface and have actually lost their sense of sight completely, instead picking up vibrations using their icy whiskers. Molunder are covered by layers of thick fur and snow, which both protect them from attacks and keep them warm. Its ability is Sheer Force, so that gets rid of any secondary effects on its moves, but boosts their damage. So those claws will be a problem. And its hidden ability is Icy Body. This glacially slow mole hits like an absolute truck, and you have to wait for Frillo's barriers to fade before you're able to do any substantial damage to it. Its huge claws wreck a good chunk of your team, but after a tense battle, you emerge victorious.
Aw, man. I knew I shouldn't have gone easy on you. Next time I'll actually use a full team and then your butt is toast. But like it or not, I guess you earned this. Here.
Cordelia tosses over the device component. The professor is going to be really impressed that you've managed to track down 2, though according to the drawing he did, there are 8 more pieces to be found.
Hey Cordelia, what is this cabin? And why is it filled with all this nerd stuff?
I was wondering the same thing. I've never actually been inside. I just figured it was someone's old abandoned cabin. And it definitely does seem abandoned. It's all dusty and junk. But this research and notes, they seem like stuff the professor would be working on. I wonder why he never mentioned having a cabin up here.
Unless it isn't his cabin?
I mean, maybe. But this tech feels like it is the professor's stuff. Oh yeah, look at this! I was given one of these from the professor back at the research shack when I started.
Cordelia picks up a couple futuristic-looking rectangles and tosses one to both you and Maple.
You two should take these. They're called Rotom Shifts. They use some tech that I'm not even gonna pretend I understand to transform into certain useful items. Here, watch.
Cordelia pulls out a Rotom Shift of her own, and after pressing a couple buttons on it, it transforms into a full bicycle. She returns it to its dormant state and then taps it against each of your Rotom Shifts. Yours buzzes with excitement and says, "Rotom Shift, analyzing data, beep blorp boop. New function added, bicycle."
There, I transferred the code for the bike. You should be able to use that whenever you need to. I kind of want to keep digging through this old cabin, but if Professor Pines hears that I was the one who found that component, I might still get a vacation day. Let's all bike back to the research shack. I'll race ya.
You're on, Cordy. Let's go.
You all leave the cabin and book it through the snowy terrain until you are on flat enough ground to use your new bikes. You try to beat them, but a couple new Pokemon get in your way and you can't risk missing new additions to your decks. Okay, this is going to be the start of a very fun 3-stage rock line. Thematically, we're looking at sculpture and gargoyles. But when you're carving a piece of art, you have to start off somewhere, so we get just a block of stone. Yes, a block of stone with some little stumpy legs. The silly part, of course, is the face, which I'll explain when we get to the dex entry. But before we get to that, I have 2 fun facts. One, I wanted a cube design somewhere in the dex because I have a completely unnecessary goal of having some of the Pokemon be the same shape as various dice used to play tabletop RPGs. So this is our 6-sided dice, or D6, but I have plans for at least a couple more dice-shaped designs. That'll be fun. It's not necessary. It's kind of dumb, but we're doing it. We're doing it anyway. And the other neat thing about this design that you'll see here in a second is that it has a really bulky HP stat, especially for a first stage. But as it evolves and more of its body is chipped away, while its other stats may go up, its HP stat will actually drop ever so slightly as it keeps evolving. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Cubesque, the block Pokemon. When they first hatch, these rock types are near perfect cubes of solid stone with 4 stubby legs. From there, they smash their bodies into their environments in hopes of cutting grooves. No 2 Cubesque are the same, as they choose their own features. Though not particularly pretty, they are quite proud of their appearances. Its ability kind of has to be Rock Head, and that protects it from recoil damage. It's so used to smashing into things. And the hidden ability is Sturdy. You see a bunch of these tumbling about a rocky outcropping, just having a grand old time smashing their faces into one another. But as you examine their silly behavior, you notice something dart behind a tree nearby, and you go to investigate. Okay, so this is one of my favorite cryptids ever, just because it is so dumb. The Fresno Nightcrawler is something that was just apparently caught on video one night just strolling along in California. A pair of them, actually, a big one and a little one, so that means this does need to be a 2-stage line. But yeah, they're really just legs, like ghosty fabric legs going for a walk. Now, they seem to be some type of fabric puppet, but they're so cute and fun nonetheless. And since we are starting out small, instead of being pants walking around, we get shorts or short pants or underpants or whatever you want to call it. Okay, it is ridiculous, but I do love it. Let's go ahead and meet Resnick, the short pants Pokemon. This rare ghost type is still a mystery to those in the Hoh'ax region. Some believe Resnick to be a pair of haunted underpants, while others are certain that it is actually an invisible Pokemon manipulating the shorts like a puppet to communicate. They are quite shy, but they have been seen approaching trainers they admire. Its ability is Prankster, so it gets increased priority on status moves, and the hidden ability is Mummy. Resnick is very shy, but senses that you mean no harm and bounces over to you. You'll have to let me know if you would want to add it or any of the other new Pokemon to your team. After that, you finally make it back to the research shack.
Yes, come to Papa, weird piece of technology. Nice work, you three.
Yeah, we're pretty awesome.
Heck yeah, we are.
And I just got off the phone with the twins' parents, and I guess I shouldn't be using family solely as unpaid labor. So we're gonna go have some fun.
Maple likey.
Yep, there's a fair in town, and, well, I definitely won't be using this as an excuse to put up flyers for the Research Shack tours. And you know what? Since you were the one who actually found the missing component, Cordy, why don't you tag along?
Yo, seriously, Professor Pines?
And what about the lovable moose who also found a piece of that machine and taught the twins a valuable lesson about how awesome Pokemon battles are and the power of friendship?
Sure, Moose, whatever. But you two are gonna help me put up posters while we're there. Oh, and kids, we're gonna run into some of the locals at the fair, and most of them tend to be a bunch of nutcases, so you've been warned. Okay, Pokemon Mystery Research Shack team, let's head out.
That's a really clunky name. How about Love Patrol Alpha?
Or the Fighting Zigzagoons?
I regret saying anything. Let's go.
You all make your way across the Hoh'ax region and to the town of Twin Falls, where there's a nice little fair that's been set up. It's a pretty popular spot, and you wander about with your sister Maple for a while until she lets out an excited gasp and runs to a fair booth.
Oh my goodness. We can win a Pokemon egg here.
You two want to play? I'm Terry, the mayor of... And in my off time, I run the Pokemon daycare. This little game is a way for me to give homes to some of the Pokemon eggs. All you have to do is toss a ring and have it land on an egg. Who knows what you'll get?
It's a bit of a challenge, but the two of you are both able to get your hands on a Pokemon egg.
Now, in order for these eggs to hatch, you need to carry them with you. The more steps you take, the more they can sense how much you care about them, and the faster they will hatch. But it may take a while.
Little egg, I already love you so much. Let's get some steps in together. Ah!
And with that, Maple has begun doing laps around the whole fair in order to hatch her new egg. You continue on where you see Cordelia is talking to some moody teenager.
So, Cordy, this whole fair thing is pretty lame, right?
I don't know, Valentino. It's kind of fun.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's like lame how fun it is.
What?
I caught a new Pokemon. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
I got it from that egg game. It's pretty hardcore, like me.
Valentino lets his newest catch out of its Pokeball. Okay, I'm not going to say too much about the inspiration for this design, as I'm hoping people can maybe guess where it's going to go. But to start off, we've got a baby Pokemon that is a cute little piece of candy. I love the character Candy from Gravity Falls, so I wanted to work in the swirl from her candy costume. And I figured this would also be a nice place to bring back some of that puking gnome inspiration. So it's gonna look like it's barfing, but that's actually just its tongue. But yeah, that's basically it. A wee piece of candy. Colors came together easy enough, though the shiny is a pretty subtle reference to the show. Let me know if anyone picks up on that. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Rapid, the candy Pokemon. While it does have legs, Rapid instead chooses to slide around on its multicolored tongue. It secretes a sweet syrup that allows it to slide about with ease, though this sometimes results in it spitting up sugars onto its trainer. Rapid cannot resist sweets and even eat the candies that others find disgusting. Its ability is Sweet Veil, so that prevents it and its friends from falling asleep, and the hidden ability is Sticky Hold. You don't really know Valentino very well yet, but this seems like an odd Pokemon for him to have, but who knows? As it evolves, maybe it'll match his vibe a bit better.
This little booger is pretty stinking cool, Valentino.
Oh yeah, totally. Maybe I can win you one?
Sure.
Cordelia and Valentino wander off over to the egg game, and after they do, a rich girl on her phone nearly walks right into you.
Hey, watch where you're going. Oh, I know who you are. You're one of the twins that's staying with that fraud of a professor. That's your silly sister running laps, isn't it?
got to keep running. I'm gonna hatch you, egg buddy.
Your whole family is a bunch of weirdos. Out of my way, you poor.
Oh, hey, don't worry about her, dude. That's Atlantica. Her family are the richest people in town, so she's like a total jerk to everybody. Hey, you want to go get some corn dogs? They got, like, the best corn dogs here.
It sounds enticing, but before you can get any, there is a loud crash nearby, and a woman runs in.
Watch out, everyone! There's a bizarre Pokemon on a rampage, and it's coming this way!
Sure enough, a very strange-looking Pokemon bursts into the fair, ready to cause destruction. It's so bizarre that you wonder if this is one of those Ultra Beasts that people have mentioned. Yep. Time for our first true Ultra Beast. I mean, we've had a couple Ultra Beasts that have had time to adapt to the Hoh'ax region, but this will be our first new arrival. When Ultra Beasts first showed up back in Sun and Moon, I was not really a fan, but over time I have really grown to appreciate how out there the designs get to be. So, we can have some fun with this. And if this drawing process looks a little strange, that's because I knew how I wanted it to be animated, and that just meant a few extra steps. Now, we're starting out simple with some Dungeons and Dragons inspirations. The Beholder is a classic D&D monster that I am combining with the good old 20-sided dice, or icosahedron. We get something that's mainly just a mouth, like it's all teeth, which is nice and weird. That's what I want. But it's also not too complex, as this is designed to be the first of a series of Ultra Beast bosses to deal with. The colors were easy enough, as I knew I wanted this to be our first dragon type of the region. Though, with the shiny, I nabbed some of those D&D logo colors, and it turned out pretty good. Okay, let's confront our first Ultra Beast. This is Beholdrake, the observation Pokemon. UB Watcher is a relatively weak Ultra Beast compared to others that have been spotted in the Hoh'ax region. With their multiple eyes, Beholdrake are nearly impossible to sneak up on. They usually keep their jaw-like head together, but when provoked, will pull it apart to expose a gargantuan eye inside. Beholdrake's center eye is able to fire a wide range of elemental beams. Its ability is Keen Eye. I know traditionally Ultra Beasts have Beast Boost as their ability, but I thought that would be boring to just continue. They'd all be the same, right? So it gets Beast Boost as its hidden ability instead.
Oh, dude, this is like super messed up. We gotta get these people out of here. You think you can keep that thing at bay?
Moose ushers people to safety as you challenge this strange beast to a battle. It is incredibly strong, especially for this early in the story, and it takes out a bunch of your Pokemon. When you do finally weaken it, you try to catch it, but your Pokeballs just bounce off of it right away. So it looks like catching new Ultra Beasts isn't something that you're capable of just yet. The beast flees, and people begin shuffling back in, but unfortunately, much of the fair has been destroyed.
Nice work! I can't believe you stopped that thing. Sorry I was so far away. I was still running. Whew, I am feeling it. But it'll all be worth it.
Maple takes one more step, and to her delight, her Pokemon egg hatches. And it's time for everyone's favorite little piggy, Waddles. Now, I knew I had to get a Waddles Pokemon in here, but there are two main design challenges to deal with. Firstly, Waddles really does basically look like a Pokemon already. Like, he really does. Look at him. And secondly, I needed to find a cryptid that I could still use as inspiration. Luckily, there is a pig-like beastie that I just couldn't pass on. This is the Squonk, of course, from the Hemlock Forest of Pennsylvania, another silly American cryptid. The Squonk is all wrinkly and gross looking, and it knows it. It is so aware of how ugly it is that it is horribly depressed and cries all of the time. So we get a sad Waddles. And I was able to take that wrinkly skin and folds and whatnot and use them to suggest a Mabel sweater. Helps us slide the needle towards cute while still referencing both things. I almost made this thing a water type, as it would have been totally justified with all the tiers, but I decided it wasn't best to give one of the 3 starter types to Maple's ace, so we went a different direction. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Maple's new bestie. This is Squarrow, the ugly pig Pokemon. This unfortunate creature is covered with warts and wrinkly skin. Squarrow hatch, knowing exactly how unappealing they are, and quickly become consumed by self-loathing. Though extremely rare in the Hoh'ax region, they are easy to track as they leave trails of tears wherever they go. Fortunately, a loving trainer can turn their melancholy demeanor around. Its ability is Drizzle. We gotta get those tears in there somehow. And that sets up rain whenever it enters battle. And the hidden ability is Magic Bounce. But being as lucky as Maple is, it seems that she hatched a shiny. It's pink and adorable, and Maple nearly faints from happiness.
Even your Pokemon is a freak. Your whole family is a disaster.
Hey, Atlantica. This family is a disaster, but in the best way. This sickeningly sweet angel neurotically hatched an egg in record time, and this little idiot stood their ground against a rampaging Ultra Beast.
Yeah, these dudes, totally rock.
So why don't you go back to your mansion and bleach your hair some more? Whatever.
Oh, there you are. I just wanted to thank you for saving the fair. Well, most of it. Anyway, I'm Susie, and why don't you bring everyone down to my diner? Pancakes are on me as a reward.
Free is my favorite number. All right, research team.
I think you mean Love Patrol Alpha.
Let's get pancakes.
I can't thank you enough. I hope you're nice and full.
Top-notch grub, Sugar Pants.
I meant to ask, Lazy Susie, did you get attacked by that Ultra Beast at the fair? What's up with your eye?
No, I got hit by a bus. Silly girl. But it doesn't stop me from being a cook. Well, that and I have a little help.
From behind Lazy Susie waddles a helpful-looking Pokemon. Time for another silly American cryptid. This is the tea kettler. The exact appearance is unknown, but it's often depicted as a small, short-legged dog, usually a corgi, but we've already got a corgi Pokemon with Yamper, so we're going to use something even weirder looking, the unfortunate abomination that is the pug. Now, the tea kettler, beyond looking like a little puppy, makes a whistling noise, just like a teapot, and produces jets of steam. This lets us use the very rare fire and water dual type, and use a nice jarring color palette, which is fun. I want this guy to really look kind of messed up, just like a pug. Like, pugs are adorable, but also they're kind of messed up. I also imagine that it can use blasts of steam to launch itself around, so it's actually surprisingly fast. Like, poof, it just disappears, and poof, it reappears. It actually let me build a rivalry with Foline, so I'm treating this little puppy like something from Dungeons & Dragons called a Blink Dog, and Blink Dogs hate Displacer Beasts, so that means they get to have it's whatever, we'll just go with it. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Kettytuff, the boiling Pokemon. This ugly little pooch's tummy is always extremely warm. It also stores large amounts of water in its rotund body that it is able to superheat at will. Though unassuming, Kettytuff are surprisingly good guard dogs and take pride guarding the Hoh'ax region from outsiders. They have a bit of a rivalry with Foline. Its ability is White Smoke, to, reference all the steam, and that prevents other Pokemons from lowering its stats. That's pretty nice. And its hidden ability, it gets both Drought and Drizzle. Yeah, it's got some versatility. That's fun. And you have no doubt that it would be great having one of these little guys aiding you in the kitchen. It waddles back behind the counter to help with food prep.
Well, we should probably head out. I don't like leaving the research shack unattended when it could be making money. And these goofs should be off tracking down some important tech.
Somehow he explodes his experiments and sends them rocketing all over town, and we're the ones who have to clean it up.
What? Something rocketing across the sky? Well, I think I saw that happen. From what I could tell, it landed in the woods nearby. I thought about checking it out myself, but there is supposed to be a horrifyingly ugly beast stalking that area.
Horrifyingly ugly?
Oh yeah, dude. I've heard stories about it. My cousin Richie ran into it, and it was so ugly that he was completely paralyzed. And like, his hair fell out. And I think he died. Richie and I were just talking about it the other day.
Well, let me mark it on your map, in case you want to check it out.
Well, I think that you kids want to check it out, while I go back to the research shack. Moose, Cordy, make sure you visit the Pokemon Center before you head out, and make sure the twins don't get eaten by whatever ugly monster is out there.
You got it, Professor.
All right, dorks, let's roll!
You head out and walk over to a nearby kiosk building, which appears to be a combination Pokemart and Pokemon Center. It is manned by a very hip young man.
Hey, yo, dogs! What up, and welcome! How can I be of assistance, huh? I can sell you some goodies or straight up heal your Pokemon to full health.
You look familiar. Was your face ever on a cereal box?
At some point, most probably.
Yeah, he used to be a part of a boy band, but when their bus broke down in Twin Falls, they used it as an excuse to pivot to working in Poke Centers.
Yo, we just had to get out because the music business is straight up predatory towards its own talent. You feel me, Ham?
Did you just call me Ham?
Oh, and also they run the cab company too, so you can always get picked up and returned to a Poke Center, no matter where you are. They do a lot of odd jobs around here.
Word. Plus, we get to work with some Pokemon unique to the Hoh'ax region, which is lit as heck.
A little Pokemon shuffles out. It's the same as Maple's, but not shiny. The two Pokemon oink at each other happily.
Now let me heal up your dang Pokemon already.
The helpful ex-boy band member gets your Pokemon ready to explore the woods and even gifts you a free item for your first time visiting a Pokemon Center. This is the Flame Feather. It gives off quite a bit of heat just holding it, and if you have an unevolved Idle, it pops up and seems transfixed by the feather. That's right, it's time for our third Idle evolution. This one is going to be pretty straightforward. We're looking at the Phoenix, but since Idle isn't always the best at copying things, it doesn't get to be a fully formed flying firebird. Instead, as the story goes, when a phoenix dies, it's reborn from its ashes. So we've got a pathetic little fire chick in some goopy ashes. Colors were, easy to figure out since it's a fire type and it's got the ashes. But I was able to have some fun with the shiny. You'll see, but it looks like bird poop. Okay, let's go ahead and meet the third Idle evolution. This is Fitchix, the toasty bird Pokemon. Idle that are exposed to the Flame Feather item attempt to embody its fiery aura, but end up burning up completely upon evolution. Fitchix are surrounded by a mixture of ash and goo. Though relatively large, they prefer to act helpless and have others bring them food. Its ability is Flame Body, so that means when it's hit by a contact move, there's a chance it can burn the attacker. It also makes eggs hatch faster, so that's nice. And the hidden ability is Imposter. But you'll have to let me know if you would evolve your Idle into this fiery bird, or if you want to hold off for the final Idle option. You also have the opportunity to buy any other items or moves that you may want, and then you turn to the deep forest to the south. It's pretty confusing, but luckily you are able to follow the general coordinates Lazy Susie gave you, since the forest itself is littered with seemingly random, disorienting signs. On your travels, you run into a few familiar Pokemon like Stinkimp, Stitchum, and the very rare Squirrel. But as you travel through, it seems that two of your Pokemon are actually ready to evolve. First up is Tintus. Being our regional bug, it's gotten all the experience it needs to evolve, and at a nice low level. Now, we are going to get weird here. I knew that I wanted a cocoon form that looked a little bit like the egg sacs that praying mantises have, but I also wanted to play up the idea of lenses more, so that's why it's got all these eyes looking around. And lastly, and probably least importantly, I have a number of designs that I wanted to look like dice. So we have a 6-sided dice with Cubesque and a D20 with Beholdrake, and now we've got our 10-sided dice. Again, not important, but I think it's funny, so we're doing it. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Isidron, the lens Pokemon. Now wrapped in a protective cocoon, a number of sturdy refractive lenses allow this bug type to keep a constant eye on its surroundings. Inside, Isidron actually only has 2 eyes, but the way that their lenses bend light make it appear as though they have 7. The ability is still Tinted Lens, which is fantastic and doubles damage done by not very effective moves, and the hidden ability is Compound Eyes, obviously. And it looks very happy to be observing the world from its new protective cocoon. It's sure to evolve again, but who knows what it might become. But let's go ahead and take a look at our other possible evolution, Hoh'axian Dunsparce. Now this one is a little bit of a cheat, as Hoh'axian Dunsparce evolves when it learns a certain move here, Twin Needle. Normally it wouldn't learn this move until level 32, but it happens to be available at Pokécenters for a pretty hefty price. So basically, you'll have to have gotten quite lucky and happen to have purchased it earlier. But let's see what we get. This is going to be our take on the Dunsparce. Now, I had asked for input on what evolution it should get, and the response was just completely split between something cool and something derpy. So we're going to end up doing a split evolution. And today, we're starting out derpy with the Dunsparce. It's basically getting the same multi-segment body plan of regular Dunsparce, but with the Hoh'axian bug legs. Now, while the first stage had some intentional Caterpie references, we're going to use a bit of Butterfree for the evolution and give it some cute antenna and practically worthless little wings on its back. And with all the suggestions for exciting secondary types, the Dunsparce doesn't play that way. It's actually going to stay mono bug. I think that's funny. All right, let's go ahead and check out Hoh'axian Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. While the Dunsparce elsewhere have multiple sets of wings, the Hoh'axian variant has a single pair. These wings aren't able to lift its hefty body off the ground, but somehow the addition of this slight lift lead to this Pokemon moving even faster with its multiple legs. How the Dunsparce wound up being as fast as it is has stumped researchers. Its ability is still Speed Boost, so this is definitely one of the fastest Pokemon in the Hoh'ax region, and the hidden ability is Runaway. Now, let's be real, there's an almost 0 chance that you happen to have gotten the move you needed to evolve this beast so early, but who knows? I don't know, maybe you're the luckiest trainer ever. Anyway, I just needed to slip this design in since we're doing a split Evo. And actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the decks as a whole real fast. We've got quite a few new Pokemon to start filling things out, but especially after adding an Ultra Beast in the last episode near the end of the deck, so we've got quite a lot of space open. Your starters are around level 13 at this point, so evolutions aren't far off, but you'll have to let me know if there are any other evolutions that you are hoping for. Now, it isn't long before you arrive at the coordinates that Lazy Susie gave you. You find a small crater of scorched earth and moss.
Maybe this fiery crater will lead us to some sort of clue as to where the device component may have landed.
Look, there are some tracks. Something must have picked it up and taken it this way.
Something? Like something horribly ugly?
Maybe. The tracks definitely lead into that cluster of trees over there. You guys ready for this?
Cordelia leads you towards unknown horrors.
Oh man, you guys. What if this is another weird Ultra Beast like we ran into at the fair?
maybe I should know this, but what exactly is an Ultra Beast?
It's basically like if a Pokemon was from another universe, so it's all like funky and messed up and stuff.
There were a bunch of instances of ultra wormholes opening up in the Alola region and letting Ultra Beasts through, but some people suspect that part of what makes the Hoh'ax region so bizarre is some connection to ultra wormholes and Ultra Beasts.
That's what the professor is researching.
When he actually does research and isn't just giving tours of fake experiments.
But this ugly creature thing could be an Ultra Beast?
Who knows, dude?
But whatever it is, the tracks end up there. Ready?
You follow Cordelia's lead and jump into the wooded thicket. Inside, you do not find an Ultra Beast, but instead there is just an unfortunate-looking man.
Wow! What are you doing here?
Oh no! Dudes! It's so ugly! Avert your gaze!
What kind of hideous creature is that?
Oh, barf. It's just so...
Wait! I'm not a creature. I'm a person.
What? Oh, you're just a very unattractive man.
Whew, I was this close to attacking him.
Tobert, is that you? What are you doing out in the woods? Weren't you a reporter in town?
They wouldn't put me on TV and I got fired. My face was deemed a public health risk.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Makes complete sense to me.
And now I'm foraging for berries in the woods. This is what my life has become. But I finally had some luck come my way. I found something out here that has to be worth a lot of cashola.
He pulls out the device component that had crashed nearby, and you can see that it has a tree symbol on it.
Sorry, Tobert, but we're gonna have to take that from you.
No, I need this. You're just going to take this back to that fraud, Professor Pines. We all know he's up to no good.
Nobody talks about my Grunkle Will like that. All right, Tobert, we're just gonna have to kick your butt.
That's what you think will happen. But after spending all this time in the woods, I've become quite the grass-type specialist.
All right, dude. You want to see if you can go 3 for 3 on taking these pieces from people?
Moose pushes you forward, and Tobert leads with his first Pokemon. Okay, this isn't a super well-known cryptid, but we're taking a look at the Cactus Cat of America. This is a bobcat-looking little guy that has a branching cactus-like tail and is covered with spiky barbs. So, obviously, a little grass type makes sense. To get more of a personality, we're combining that with the smushed-faced grumpy cats out there. We get a wonderfully round design, which definitely feels different enough from all of the other existing cat Pokemon out there. Oh, and another thing about the Cactus Cat cryptid, it uses its claws to slash open cactuses and then comes back later to drink the fermented juice, but we'll really run with that concept when we get to the evolution. Okay, let's meet Tobert's first Pokemon. This is Kitty Cact, the Blep Pokemon. This grumpy feline can't help but make a sour face at everyone it comes across. In order to get people to leave it alone, it causes its tail to dance around like a distraction. On rare occasion, once it has bonded with a trainer, Kitty Cact have been observed smiling and showing affection. The ability is Sap Sipper, to reference it drinking the fermented sap, so that boosts its attack stat whenever it's hit by a grass-type attack, and the hidden ability is Chlorophyll. It definitely looks pretty grumpy, but you're not sure if that's just how its face is, or if it's bummed that it has Tobert as its trainer. Anyway, Kitty Cact is a slow mixed attacker, but it isn't too tough to feint. Tobert sends out his next Pokemon. Alright, I'm gonna have some fun with this one, sure. This is a monopod, that one-legged beastie that would hold its foot up to create shade. Very silly. But we're also gonna go in a Bigfooty direction when it evolves. But this is mainly just an homage to Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls. Alex Hirsch is a super awesome guy, and you'll find a handful of cartoon versions of him in the background of the show itself, and I felt like we needed something like that. So, our little monopod gets Alex's cartoony goatee, wild poofy hair, and the eye bags of a perpetually working creator. That's coming from one artist who works too much to another. And the red plaid shirt that he wore nonstop during the creation of Gravity Falls is referenced by the bark pattern. It's pretty fun. I hope that Alex would approve. If anyone out there knows Alex Hirsch, please send this his way. We'll see what he says. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Tobert's second Pokemon. This is Hoh'ax, the foot Pokemon. Sightings of this elusive fighting type are quite rare, but it has been spotted all across the Hoh'ax region. Locals suspect that there are only a handful of this Pokemon and that they wander the land trying to find one another. Always on the move, Hoh'ax has a strong drive but occasionally pushes itself too far. Any trainer fortunate enough to catch one will find a surprisingly funny companion. The ability is something new, I'm calling Tough Toe, so that boosts all of the kicking moves. I mean, it is just a giant foot after all, and the hidden ability is Technician. It is a pretty neat little Pokemon, so hopefully you are lucky enough to run into one of these on your travels across the Hoh'ax region. Hoh'ax has some pretty devastating kicks to contend with, but you do eventually manage to knock it out. 2 Pokemon down, 2 more to go. When I was thinking about grass-type cryptids, the Mandrake root was the first one to pop into my head. These are actual plants with medicinal, hallucinogenic, and anesthetic properties, but they often grow branching roots that kind of look very human sometimes. But they're present throughout folklore, magic and witchcraft, and even into modern portrayals of the plant. Like it puts you to sleep when it screams, or it straight up petrifies you. Fun stuff like that. So we're taking that and combining it with another singing inspiration. Not able to resist more Dungeons and Dragons, this is one of my favorite classes to play, the Bard. You gotta love being a bard. All the charm and schmarm and boosting up your buddies that anyone could ever want. These 2 concepts merged pretty darn well. So let's go ahead and meet Ludrulu, the Bard root Pokemon. With only its head poking out of the ground, many people assume this to be a much smaller grass-type Pokemon. Ludrulu loves to sing and dance, plucking the roots on its chest to accompany itself with music. They prefer not to fight themselves and instead do all they can to help out their friends. Its ability is Friend Guard, so that reduces damage done to its allies, with the hidden abilities being Soundproof and Serene Grace. Ludrulu is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Hoh'ax region, so it takes a while to chip away at it. But Ludrulu really shines in double battles. So luckily here, it's at a bit of a disadvantage and you weather its weaker attacks and take it down. Tobert looks very worried as he sends out his last Pokemon, the evolution to Little Canitrop. Oh yeah, we're gonna be going very big with this design. So as a reminder, Canitrop was based on the various carnivorous plant cryptids. So this evolution is mainly the man-eating tree of Madagascar. But we're pulling in some imagery from an episode of Gravity Falls 2. The stuffed animal tree, present in Mabel's dream world, which momentarily transforms into a horrifying nightmare version, is one of those deliciously dark moments from Gravity Falls that will always have a spot in the back of my brain. I just love the dark stuff that the Gravity Falls team managed to slip into the show. It's just wonderful. So, smushing those 2 together into a tree that will trap you in sap and consume you if you get too close worked out well. Gives us a pretty formidable mono grass type, as I do want to make sure there are plenty of powerful monotypes in the region. Okay, let's go ahead and say hello to Candivore, the sap Pokemon. What initially appears to be leaves on this tree Pokemon are actually countless globs of super sweet and sticky sap. The delicious smell lures prey in where they are certain to be trapped and consumed. While Candivore appears to have multiple eyes, those amongst its branches are actually decoys, as its true face is hidden below. The ability remains Super Sweet Syrup, that totally fits. That lowers the opponent's evasiveness whenever they enter battle, and the hidden ability is still Sticky Hold. 2 bulky Pokemon in a row really takes it out of your team, but you manage to pull through and take down Tobert's last Pokemon. Cordelia walks over and takes the device component out of his hands.
Oh, I have nothing again.
You're on a roll. Color me impressed.
Let's get this back to Grunkle Will.
You two go ahead and take it. Me and our champion are gonna celebrate another victory at the arcade. That cool with you, dude?
You nod to Moose, and everyone heads out. As you're leaving, you can hear Tobert mumbling to himself as he kicks at some moss.
Okay, we're almost there, so you had best prepare yourself for the splendor and majesty of the Twin Pines Arcade. Just another block, and you get to enjoy all of the coolest... Wait, what's that? Oh, no way, dude. That egg you won at the fair is finally hatching. Mystery Pokemon egg! Oh man, I'm getting flashbacks to my Gachapon days.
Okay. What hatches is based on something that you could probably argue against being an actual cryptid. Air rods, flying rods, or skyfish are these strange wiggly creatures that sometimes show up in photos. Some people believe that they are alien life forms, adapted for flight and so fast that they can only be captured on camera. This is, of course, ridiculous. They are, in fact, just insects captured on film with a long exposure, so the motion blur stretches out their bodies and the wing pattern gets swooped into these ridges. But that's not going to stop us from doing something weird and otherworldly with it. There are plenty of Pokemon in the Hoh'ax region that are basically Ultra Beasts anyway, and it is fun to do designs that are just a bit more out there, like these 3 eyes. It's pretty fun. A little unsettling, maybe, but still cute. Okay, let's go ahead and meet the creature that has hatched from your egg. This is Atmosleek, the high-flying Pokemon. This perplexing specimen is normally found at extremely high altitudes. Atmosleek will come down to the ground, but this is a very rare sight. Their bodies are as light as air and move as if swimming. Researchers are uncertain about this Pokemon's origin. While it may have originated from space, others think that it may be an Ultra Beast that has adapted to life in our universe. The ability is Unburden, so that raises the speed stat if a held item is used, so it's already as light as air, it drops something, is going to get faster. Makes sense. And the hidden ability is Hydration. Atmosleek flutters about and nuzzles you a bit for pats on its weird little head.
Great pull! Super weird and super rare. And oh, before we go to the arcade, we can stop at the daycare center next door. Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Moose, I told you. You can call me Terry, especially when I'm at my side job.
No can do, dude. You're Mr. Mayor, even when you are mad fluxing at your side hustle. Anyway, my main compadre here just hatched a new Pokemon. You mind if we leave it with you while we hit up the arcade?
Of course. You two are always welcome to leave Pokemon with me. All the playtime may make them stronger, and the weirdest thing happens sometimes. Every once in a while, a Pokemon egg will show up here. I'm still trying to figure out where they come from.
One of life's great mysteries.
You and Moose pop next door into the loud and flashing arcade. He pulls you this way and that to show you all of his favorite games. He is in his element and pumped to share it with a buddy. But as you wind your way around to the back of the arcade, you stumble upon some familiar-looking baddies disassembling a machine.
You sure the piece the boss wants can be harvested from one of these machines?
That's what they said.
Well, I'm still not finding it. And oh no, look who it is.
You again? What are you doing bugging us again? You'll scram if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, I think you are definitely playing that game wrong. You don't need to try and get inside the game. I've been there. It doesn't end well.
And you brought the clueless research assistant? He'll be no help. He's as dumb and ugly as he is useless.
Ouch, dude. I'm like standing right here.
Alright, that's it. Leave or we'll make you.
Hey, Hambone. You want to totally wipe the floor with these noobs?
With Moose at your side, you jump into your first double battle. The two grunts send out a Cubesque and Resnick to start, but you're able to make quick work of them. After that, they each send out a new Pokemon. Continuing the trend of Pokemon that are definitely more Ultra Beast, we're going to do something a little odd. I knew that I wanted something that referenced Giffany and Brumble McSkirmish, and we'll get there, but this is going to be our digital-looking pre-evolution. Specifically, I wanted this to feel like it was a small piece of Missing No that chipped off. This is definitely a line that I kind of want some people to look at and say, well, that's just not a Pokemon, which sounds like a strange goal to have, but I just want a bit more variety and to get a little experimental with some of these designs. The drawing process took a little bit longer than normal because doing all that pixel art in my normal style is just a bit demanding, but I eventually got there. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Missinbit, the glitch Pokemon. This electric type appears to be made entirely of code. Researchers suspect that it is another Ultra Beast that has adapted to our world by spending much of its time hiding within electronics. Outlandish theories claim that Missinbit is related to a theorized Ultra Beast called Missing No. More research is needed to confirm these rumors. Its ability is Trace, so that lets it copy the foe's ability, and its hidden ability is Download. Missinbit pops out and doesn't look too formidable, but the other Grunts Pokemon is much larger. I just had to get a haunted animatronic in here. Some people think that the Gravity Falls episode is a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's, but the Gravity Falls episode, Seuss and the Real Girl, was actually first, but that's not going to stop me from getting Freddy in here anyway. I knew that this was going to be a single stage design, so I could afford to have it be a bit more complex, and of course it's always great to get to do an asymmetrical design. The arm position in particular is a nod to those dumb little claw games in arcades. And I gotta say, I love that I was able to get a top hat made out of a bolt, nuts, and washer instead of just a literal hat. Okay, let's go ahead and learn all about Phasbogor, the animatronic Pokemon. Urban legends tell that enraged spirits latch onto old discarded animatronics to create a Phasbogor. They are an unpredictable Pokemon to work with. Sometimes Phasbogor love children and sing and dance for them, but more often than not, they enjoy absolutely terrifying kids. They wander the city at night, but few trainers choose to catch them. The ability is a new one that I made again, Terrorize, that lowers the special attack stat of all opponents whenever it switches into battle, and the hidden ability is Intimidate. These two Pokemon don't have much double battle synergy. This is your first double battle after all, but Missinbit and Phasbogor are still pretty tough, but you do manage to take them out.
Ugh, not again! I say we use the MUW and trash this place, just to teach you not to mess with the Cypher Squad again.
I couldn't agree more. You asked for this.
One of the Cypher Squad grunts reveals a small circular device and powers it on. It whirls with intense energy before tearing a tiny dimensional rift in the air above it. The two grunts laugh maniacally as something pulls the rift wider from the other side and squeezes out. The Cypher Squad grunts flee now that they have successfully summoned a new unstable Ultra Beast. Ah yeah, your second Ultra Beast boss is going to fit right in at the arcade. Going more towards urban legends here, we'll be working with the Polybius game cabinet. This was an arcade machine that people claimed showed up in a handful of arcades in Portland, Oregon in the early 80s. Men in Black would drop off the machine and pick it up a few days later. In that time, kids who played it would experience headaches, nightmares, seizures, memory loss. It was supposed to be like a top secret experiment by the government. So, fun inspiration. And also, though subtle, I liked how the front panel of the arcade machine kind of reads like an old VHS tape. So we're sprinkling in a bit of that cursed VHS tape lore as well, because why not? Getting the colors figured out took me a bit, since I wanted the weird, unnatural Ultra Beast feeling colors, but it was also important to get something close to the shade of green used in the Polybius logo. But yeah, I got there. Okay, let's meet your newest boss beast. This is Vigilta, the Distortion Pokemon. UB Screen is able to negatively affect others who merely gaze at its strange, distorted expression. People have reported severe headaches, nausea, and even memory loss around this otherworldly electric type. While it emotes on its screen, Vigilta's power seems to emanate from the cartridge suspended below. The ability is Electric Surge, so that will set up electric terrain whenever it enters, and the hidden ability is, of course, Beast Boost. The tiny portal it entered through shrinks and blips out of existence. It sets up electric terrain right away, boosting electric moves, and begins tearing through Moose and your teams. It is a tough battle, but you are somehow able to pull through and feint the otherworldly menace.
We've got a knack for stopping those jerks, but oh man, look at all this destruction.
As you survey the busted up arcade machines around you, the Rotom Shift in your pocket whirs to life. Rotom Shift, analyzing data, bleep blorp blue. New destructive function added, hammer time. Pulling the device out, you find that it is now able to turn into an oversized, arcade-looking hammer.
Whoa, sweet. I bet you could break through barriers that have previously been blocking your path, Metroidvania style. But seriously though, we should tell Professor Pines that these Cypher Squad guys are causing some major trouble.
With that, you and Moose leave the partially destroyed arcade, pick up your Pokemon from the daycare, who is a little bit stronger now, and hop on your bike. Sure enough, there are small areas and secrets that you can now access by breaking through boulders, fallen trees, and other roadblocks. You eventually make it all the way back to the research shack.
So then those jerks were like, oh no, these two are too powerful for us. We must use our secret weapon. And then they pulled out this thing, I think it was called MUW or something. And then it totally ripped open a little Ultra wormhole, like, and then Ultra Beast came out and we were like, oh no! And then the Ultra Beast was like, I have you now. And then we beat it.
Whoa, Moose. Did this actually happen, or did you just accidentally destroy half of the arcade again?
Again?
No, Professor Pines. That's 100% what happened. You can ask my compadre here.
All right. So, something got into the arcade, and you two were very heroic and very lucky to stop it, but there's no way it was an Ultra Beast from an itty-bitty pocket wormhole. That's not a thing. Trust me, I would know, as the Pokemon professor and all.
But, Professor...
And secondly, I thought I told you to steer clear of the Cypher Squad. I'm supposed to keep you kids safe, remember? Can't have you running around picking fights with street gangs. But, as mad as I am about this is slightly offset by the fact that these two yahoos brought back another piece of my broken device.
Heck yeah, 3 down, kaboosh!
So, we're gonna go celebrate by hitting the Twin Falls pool. But since I am not 100% convinced that Moose didn't destroy the arcade again...
I didn't think the machines could domino like that.
You've gotta stay here and keep an eye on the research shack. The rest of you goofs, let's go have some fun in the sun.
You all make the trek over to the Twin Falls pool, which is pretty popular on this hot summer day. Right off the bat, before you can even get in the water, you stumble across something glittering by the edge of the pool. This is the Slick Scale item. If you happen to still have an unevolved Ittle, it pops up and is transfixed by the scale. Okay, we're finally ready for our final Ittle evolution. This is going to be based on something a little odd, but it fits in with the cryptid world. There are times when bizarre carcasses wash up on beaches or are dredged up by boats. Partially decomposed, these are misidentified as fantastical creatures and cryptids. Of course, they are normally whales and whatnot, but it's a fun jumping off point. So we're taking that general idea and mixing it with another less appealing specimen, the blobfish. Gotta love the blobfish. They aren't nearly as pathetic looking when they're actually in the water, but still, it's just so much fun. And with this being Gravity Falls and all, even though they aren't related, this gives me major, like, Toby Determined vibes, just the face. Okay, let's meet the last Idle evolution. This is Menino, the ugly fish Pokemon. Idle that have been exposed to the slick scale item fail to mimic its slick appearance. Bulbous and awkward, Menino look more like a washed-up carcass. These unfortunate fish swim about and constantly sigh about how they turned out. They have few predators, as their looks are enough to keep most Pokemon away. A caring trainer can lift their spirits, but few give Menino the chance. Its ability is Cursed Body, just with its appearance, and that may disable a move that is used on it, with the hidden ability being Water Absorb. Would you evolve your Idle into this beauty? Or are one of the other 3 options more your style? And don't worry, even though Idle only has 4 possible evolutions, that doesn't mean that we're done with this line. But you'll have to get your Idle evolution up to level 24 before we get there. It's gonna be pretty fun. I don't want to give anything away, but it's fun. Playing around the pool, you and Maple even get a nice little battle in, letting you test your strength against her tiny little Squirrel. In fact, this nice little battle turns out to be the last thing your starters need to evolve. Okay, first up, a lot of you correctly guessed that little Shrubun would be turning into a Jackalope. Now, all of our starters will be gaining a secondary type here, and our bunny gets to be electric. This seems a little silly at first, but it is said that jackalopes can only breed during lightning storms, so we're gonna run with that. I also loved the idea of the static electricity causing its fur to stand up, so this is actually based on a bunny that I had for a very long time. He was the best good little buddy, and his fuzzy butt is totally this Pokemon's fuzzy butt. We're maintaining the nerdy glasses and the inquisitive look, so that can continue through the line, but it's a little shocked by its new electric development. Okay, let's meet the best little bunny. This is Zabbit, the bunny Pokemon. Hopping about causes this grass type to generate static electricity, causing Zabbit's fur to always stand on end. They are very inquisitive and love to experiment with their new electric capabilities. Zabbit's new horns seem to draw electromagnetism from the atmosphere, so during a thunderstorm, their bodies poof up into a sphere of charged fur. Its ability remains Overgrow, so that boosts grass-type moves when its HP drops below a third, and the hidden ability is still Cute Charm. With fuzzy, soft fur, this speedy little friend is always ready to nuzzle up to ya. But let's see what fiery option is up next. Another great guess by many of you, Little Flambilly is turning into the Jersey Devil. Hats off to you who picked up on the little tufts of fur on its back being rudimentary wings. I wanted this line to continue being the silly goofball, so I wouldn't have it just fly around normally. Instead, its main propulsion comes from its tail. The wings just are supplemental to that. And of course, our little goat is getting the flying type because of all of this flying. Now, I'm not really concerned with creating a perfect type triangle between the starters' secondary types, though we'll do something fun related to that down the road. I won't get into it now. The last little detail for this design are the hooves that I wanted to look like they were super heated and glowing. Fun effect to do. Okay, let's meet the flying daredevil. This is Blaheat, the fire goat Pokemon. With a tail generating sporadic bursts of thrust, this unassuming goat manages to flail through the sky. Blaheat's wings are mainly used to orient itself while flying, but unfortunately it prefers to fly in a haphazard and often destructive manner. Its superheated hooves often leave scorch marks as Blaheat bounces off of its surroundings. The ability is still Blaze, boosting fire-type moves, and the hidden ability is Unaware. You're always at risk of having this happy goat fly into you, but its jolly demeanor is just so infectious that you'd have to forgive its erratic flying. Next up, time to jump into the pool. I think we are all on the same page that Koibra would be headed in the general sea monster cryptid direction. I even had some people correctly guess its secondary typing. Being so shy and standoffish, this was a fun personality to develop into the ghost type. So, the big visual that I'm going for here are the sea serpent humps rising out of the water. So, by giving our ghost type a plane of spectral energy that kind of acts like waves of water, we get a covering that hides our snake and feels thematic. It's a pretty fun addition and will be imperative when we get to our final stage. But let's go ahead and meet our mysterious second stage. This is Hismisty, the shy snake Pokemon. This timid serpent's reticent nature has manifested into an undulating shawl of spiritual energy. When Hismisty is feeling particularly nervous, it produces an eerie fog that can blanket an entire lake. While it prefers to keep its head under the ghostly waves, Hismisty come out to aid its friends, using its shawl both offensively and defensively. Its ability is still Torrent, so boosting water-type moves sometimes, and the hidden ability is Swift Swim. If you picked Koibra, are you still happy having a moody snake on your team? And what do you think of all three? I am liking their distinct personalities, as these will really be informing the final stages. I think you're going to really enjoy how they fit into cryptid culture as a whole. Maple's little Squirrow sniffs at the new evolutions and does an excited lap around the pool. Unfortunately, during this display of excitement, Atlantica saunters over.
Well, Maple, is this your real twin? Because you two look identical.
If you mean adorable as heck, then thank you so much.
Well, if you piggies and the rest of your penniless family are going to contaminate the pool, then I am out of here. I don't know why I bothered coming. Our mansion's pool is 3 times this size.
Okay, well, enjoy swimming in your big expensive pool all by yourself.
Whatever. At least my pool is a part of a giant mansion. You losers are staying with a fake Pokemon professor in a rundown gift shop. So you have fun spending the rest of the summer with a criminal. Bye!
Atlantica goes to storm out, but is nearly knocked off her feet when a panicked Mayor Terry barges in.
Excuse me, has anyone seen Lazy Susie? She was supposed to pick up her Pokemon from my daycare a couple of hours ago, but she never showed. I've checked all over town and I don't know where she is.
Lazy Susie? That unfortunate who walks in circles?
That's the one!
Yeah, right before I got here, I'm pretty sure I saw her walking into that psychic kid's tent with some horribly dressed people.
Horribly dressed how?
I mean, nothing as bad as the sweater that you normally wear. They're just in hoods, which are so out right now.
Professor Pines?
All right. If these are the same punks, I suppose we should check it out. I was hoping I wouldn't have to get involved with this, but don't worry, Terry. We'll go check out what's going on and find Lazy Susie. Twins, you two are coming with me. Cordy, I need you to go and get those things. You know, those things from the lab that I was gonna give the twins. Go get those just in case things go south.
You got it.
What things?
Just something I hope we don't have to use. You kids ready to face pure evil?
You both nod.
Come on, you two, let's ready ourselves.
Professor Pines stops into a Poke Center next door to the Psychic's tent and has you all heal up your Pokemon.
Oh, are you guys checking out Glee's show? Isn't Glee just the best?
The professor grumbles to himself and grumpily leads you towards the tent next door.
I know it may be hard to believe that anyone could dislike me in any way, but you're about to meet my nemesis.
Whoa, that's intense. Who is it? A rival professor?
Nope.
An ex-professor? Oh, an ex-cellmate? Oh, an ex-wife? Drama!
I'll take any of those over this. This is competition.
You follow the professor through the flaps of a massive tent. Inside, seats are filled, and beyond them is a stage. You wiggle into some seats and watch as a short child waddles out and is hit by a spotlight.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Glee, and it just makes my day to see so many beautiful faces.
Oh, this kid makes me sick.
Well, if this is your first time here, let me tell you a little about myself.
Oh no, they're gonna sing.
When I was just a teeny tiny little me, I found that I have innate psychic abilities. Now I'm the only one who's able to see into the metaphysical realities. I have a gift, I hear it, and I use it to lift your spirits. Yeah, yeah,
Boo!
yeah.
Boo! You stink! Boo!
Well, if it isn't Professor Pines from that sad and rundown research shack down the road.
At least we do real research there. This is all a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, Glee.
I think someone's just a little bit jealous that all your lovely people are here instead of taking the sad little tours over at his tourist trap of a lab.
Hey, I run a legitimate research shack, but that won't stop us from kicking your butt.
Yeah!
Ooh, well, I'm just as terrified as can be. But even my understanding audience doesn't want to watch me destroy a sad old man. But hey, what about one of your little assistants there? One of them want to come up and prove their might in a Pokemon battle?
They're still new here, Glee. That wouldn't be fair.
How about I sweeten the pot? I may have found something that you lost.
Glee pulls a device component from behind their back.
I meant to say that they're new here, but they are ready to kick your butt so hard you'll fly out of those tiny, stupid boots. Get up there, kid, and make me proud.
The professor lifts you out of your chair and practically throws you down the aisle towards the stage. You hop up on stage and start to introduce yourself, but Glee stops you.
Oh, don't you worry your little head. I already know exactly who you and your cute sister are. And I wish it didn't have to go this way, but just to set an example, my psychic-type Pokemon are going to have to crush you into a fine dust.
Glee doesn't give you much warning and tosses out their first Pokemon. Certainly more monster than cryptid, but we just have to get a zombie in here, and we're going to tie it to Gravity Falls just a bit more by pulling in some inspiration from the Percepshroom, that mushroom that gave Waddles like super intelligence. And also fun, but there is a real-life mushroom that looks like a little brain. Very cute. I mean, cute really isn't the goal here. We're going for a design that lives in the Pokemon world, but is really about as gross as you can go. I mean, its brains are kind of just like falling out of its head. I don't like to reuse designs, but I did definitely pull some elements from a Last of Us zombie design that I had done in the past. It just works so well here. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Mushy Mind, the brain fungus Pokemon. The strange fungal growth on this poison type's head has granted it psychic abilities. Mushimind's mastery of psychic attacks is surprising as it otherwise appears to be just a mindless husk. Their fungus requires a great deal of energy, and so they are always looking for food. Mushimind will eat anything, and trainers have even received a few nibbles. Its ability is Poison Touch, and that may poison the target whenever it makes contact. And a hidden ability, because it's a dumb zombie, is Unaware. It's a pretty nasty little zombie, but not particularly strong as you knock it out. After that, Glee throws out another Mushy Mind. Interesting, multiple of them. Maybe that's a little clue as to how these Pokemon evolve. Anyway, you take it out and Glee sends out their next Pokemon. Now, we ran into Sprutama a while back, but now we get to meet its evolution. Again, we're looking at the various forest spirits, but taking some Australian inspiration for this stage. The Mimi are aboriginal spirits with long, thin limbs, kind of like stick people. And then also we're bringing in the idea of a walkabout, going on a long journey to showcase your resilience and maturity. So put those together and you get a literal walking stick person on a walkabout. It's a walking stick. Okay. I know that's pretty rough. I apologize. It's very dumb, but I do love how this line is turning out. Okay. Let's go ahead and meet the only non-psychic Pokemon on Glee's team. This is Stuckabout, the walking stick Pokemon. This well-traveled grass type can be seen wandering all across the Hoh'ax region. They watch over the wilds wherever they go and will attack anyone disrespecting nature. It is rumored that following a Stuckabout on their long journey will leave one with newfound peace and enlightenment. Its ability is Chlorophyll, so that'll double its speed in sunny weather, and the hidden ability is Harvest. With some decent stats and access to plenty of strong psychic, grass, and fighting moves, it's pretty tough, but you do pull through. Glee tosses out their final Pokemon, the bizarre Foline. Glee seems pretty worried, but after wiping the sweat from their brow, they smirk and pull out an odd-looking necklace.
Is that what I think it is?
What is it? What do they have?
Glee, what do you think you're doing? The kid is new to the region. You can't use that.
Ooh-wee, people, you are in for a real treat. Who would like to see the real potential of my psychic bond with my Pokemon?
Glee grips the necklace tightly, which begins to glow brightly through their clenched fist. A glitching aura emanates from the necklace and engulfs both Pokemon and trainer. This is the new battle gimmick for the Hoh'ax region. Once per battle, trainers can utilize a special crystal to perform the Beast Merge phenomenon and combine with their Pokemon. Now, we've actually seen this happen once in Pokemon Sun and Moon when Lusamine combined with Nihilego, and then Pokemon just never touched that idea again. But we are going to be continuing it here, with all, the Ultra Beasts and the wormholes going on and whatnot. In this form, the base stat total shoots up to at least 600, they gain a new ability, and their typing changes. But we're also afflicting it with Ultra Wormhole Decay, which causes the Pokemon to lose an eighth of its HP every turn. Now, this is not really a fusion, but instead the Pokemon is being distorted by Ultra Wormhole energy and bonding to their trainer. It could be a covering or armor, kind of like this design, or it could also be a weapon, or a vehicle, or really anything. The Beast Merge phenomenon is supposed to get, really weird. For Glee and Foline, we're combining them into another Dungeons and Dragons baddie, the Mind Flayer. We'll go over the prompts at the end of the video, but I am going to need some help coming up with new forms, so stick around for that. I can't wait to hear your ideas. It's gonna be fun. Okay, let's meet Beast Merge Foline, the Mind Flayer, which is now a pure dark type. Trainers who have bonded with the otherworldly Foline are overwhelmed by its writhing tentacles during the Beast Merge phenomenon. Dark thoughts overtake the trainer, and they can't help but lash out at their surroundings. Even days after unfusing, Both Foline and their trainer are plagued by vivid nightmares of unknowable interdimensional horrors. Its ability is something new, Corrupted Mind, that takes all of these psychic-type attacks and turns them into dark-type attacks and boosts their power by 20%. The battle is tough. The stats and the ability are pretty overwhelming, but when you are able to knock out this strange fusion, it separates into a fainted Pokemon and an exhausted Glee. The device component that they had wagered slides across the floor to your feet. You pick it up and see that it has a star symbol on it.
You got so lucky. Somebody come up and help me. Now!
Looking over, you see a couple people in hoods rush on stage and scoop up the tiny Glee. Maple stands up in the audience and points.
It's those people again, the ones that took Lazy Susie.
After them!
The hooded figures bail on helping Glee and book it for an exit. Being so close, you are able to keep up. You can hear Professor Pines and Maple shouting as they try to get through the crowd, but you decide that you need to go alone if you don't want to lose sight of the culprits. You get outside and see them running off into a nearby swamp, and you sprint after them. You hop on your Rodom Shift bike and head in the direction that you saw the Cypher Squad grunts flee. But after a few minutes, you have to admit that you have lost them. You check your map, and you are in the dead center of the swamp. You stand still and try to listen for movement, but all you see are some familiar Pokemon. Mushy Mind, Kettytuff, and even the rare Phasbagor are seen here, along with a couple of new species. You know what this region really needs? A cute little bat. This line will actually be based on the Manananggal from the Philippines. That's just a very hard name to say. But we're starting out with something that has more general vampire vibes. So we get wings that feel like a fun cape, droopy ears that look like emo hair, and some big old lashes, since this line will lean a bit more feminine. What with the Manananggal's inspiration. I want this little bugger to start out pretty friendly. In fact, it will be just a mono flying type. It could easily be a dark type too, and we will get there, but the lore for this line has it resisting that for now. Okay, let's say hello to Bitty Bat, the happy bat Pokemon. While some find this flying type's appearance to be a bit scary, little Bitty Bats strive to be happy and helpful and not give into how they are perceived. They find it especially easy to maintain their chipper demeanor with a supportive trainer cheering them on. They love eating fruits and berries, but in moments of weakness have been documented biting other Pokemon and even people. The ability is Strong Jaw, and that increases the power of biting moves, with the hidden ability being Infiltrator. A number of them sit up in the swamp trees and wave happily at you as you pass. Being so friendly, they would certainly be a willing catch if you wanted one. Something larger squirms under the tree though. Okay, we're gonna start out pretty vague with the start of this 2-stage bug line. We'll be dealing with a fly with the second stage, which I can't believe we don't have just like a normal fly Pokemon yet. But before we get there, we have a larva pupa design. The front half is the worm-like larva, complete with the goofy little face, and the back half is the protective pupa casing, complete with some spines, that some pupa can have. Honestly, there is not a whole lot to write home about with this design. It needs to be a big bug, but I really do love the dumb expression. Yeah, I don't know, it makes me happy. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Pupa Dupa, the big bug Pokemon. This larva only ever has one thing on its mind: eating. A Pupa Dupa is somehow able to eat 2 times its body weight in vegetation in a single day. Residents of the Hoh'ax region have to protect their gardens from these enormous pests, but a well-trained Pupa-Dupa can be trained as an effective lawnmower. The more they eat, the harder their back shell becomes, and the closer they get to evolving. The ability is Thick Fat, so that reduces damage from fire and ice type moves, with the hidden ability being Gluttony. It inches across the swampy ground, practically inhaling the tall grasses growing everywhere. It seems completely oblivious to your presence as it mindlessly eats and eats. As you document the new Pokemon, you hear footsteps behind you. Did those Cypher Squad grunts circle around to take you by surprise? You turn to see two people emerging from the swamp haze.
Woo-wee! I found him all right. There's the culprit.
Nice work, Deputy. Now you have the right to remain guilty of kidnapping Lazy Susie.
Oh, we got you. We got you.
Oh, no. Wait. My mistake. This is just one of the Pines twins. And to think, we almost locked you away.
Ah, shucks.
I'm Sheriff Dubs, and this is my wonderful deputy, Blurlin.
That's me! I'm Blurlin.
Yes, you are. And don't ever change. Anyway, some of the townspeople are in a fuss, saying that a couple hooded figures kidnapped Lazy Susie and fled into these swamps. You haven't seen anything, have you?
You explain that you were hot on their trail, but you've lost them now.
Well, shoot. What are we gonna do?
I don't know. I was hoping we would solve this case before that fancy officer from Interpol does.
This is our turf. We should be solving this case. But we're probably gonna fail again.
Any case that I'm on with you is a success.
Yeah, where do we look for clues next?
Maybe we check back at Susie's Diner?
Ooh-wee! That's where they have donuts and pie! We may have to confiscate that as evidence.
We might just. Alright, kid, you stay safe out here. We have important police business to attend to.
The two officers skip back the way they came. Something tells you that these two won't be solving the case anytime soon. Alone again, you continue west. You eventually can't ride your bike as the muddy terrain is slowing you down too much. You hear more Pokemon around you and spot another couple new species. Alright, this design turned into a wonderful Froopy coincidence. So this is based on the Groot slang of South Africa. The exact descriptions are a little tough to nail down, but we are essentially dealing with a cave-dwelling beastie that is the origin to both snakes and elephants, so we need a funky combination of the two. It was during the sketching process that I landed on a very familiar body plan and realized that this thing could be related to one of my favorite designs from the prehistoric Palean region, Mimiton. False eyes, so it feels like an elephant. The real face is at the end of the trunk. Yeah, it's just perfect. And I love getting to nod to a previous region of mine. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Snooton, the snake trunk Pokemon. This single-stage ground type seems to be related somehow to the extinct Mimiton that was recently revived in the Palean region. Snooton appear to be similar to Donphan and Caparaja, but their head is actually located at the end of their trunk-like neck. Though large, they enjoy living underground and digging with their tusks. The ability is Sand Force, so that raises the power of ground, rock, and steel-type moves during a sandstorm, and the hidden ability is Sand Rush. It stomps about and eyes you with suspicion as you pass, but your attention is drawn to something trying to swim in a puddle nearby. Time to travel down under for our take on the Bunyip. Present in Aboriginal stories across Australia, the Bunyip is a terrifying creature with varying descriptions. It always lives in or near the water, and is an ambush predator, but sometimes it's like a seal, sometimes it's like the Loch Ness Monster, or it's more crocodilian, or just completely beyond description. In fact, the first stage's main inspiration is a 1935 drawing of the Bunyip poking fun at all of the various descriptions. I saw that sketch and I was like, yep, that's our first stage for sure. We'll let it get nice and intimidating when it evolves, but for now it starts out as a certified goober. buck tooth, flappy arms, awkward stance. I mean, what's not to love? Let's go ahead and meet Dweebip, the awkward Pokemon. This strange water type is always out of place. It is incredibly clumsy on land, with its noodle arms knocking things over or it just managing to trip over itself. Dweebip is not much better in the water, where it doesn't so much swim as flail about in the water until it gets where it's going. It longs to be helpful, but even the simplest task usually leads to more trouble. Its ability is Klutz, so that keeps it from using held items, with the hidden ability being Unaware. Oh, poor Dweebip. It flops up onto the shore and waddles over to greet you. It waves its long floppy arms at you and manages to smack itself in the face. It's ready to catch if you wanted a Dweebip. In fact, with Dweebip, let's take a look at how our Pokedex is coming along. It is not too shabby at all. And we can see that we now have a section at the bottom for our Beast Merge forms that we'll be running into along our adventure. You walk even further into the swamp and are almost ready to give up on the search when you hear footsteps coming from the haze in front of you. It's difficult to make out who it is, but it appears to be just one person. They walk confidently towards you.
Ah, the intrepid twin who ran out into danger in hopes of rescuing a missing person. Very admirable. Very dangerous, but very admirable. There are quite a few bizarre things going on in this region, and I intend to figure them out. I'm an officer with the International Police. You can call me Looker. So what's the situation?
This Looker person seems pretty trustworthy, and certainly more competent than the officers Blurland and Dubs, so you fill him in on your efforts.
Don't worry, I lost them too. I was on the heels of a hooded pair for a good while, but then they pulled out a device, and I swear they summoned a strange Pokemon out of thin air. I dodged its attacks, but they fled, and that Pokemon is still loose in this swamp with us. I think it best that you and I stick together until we get out of this.
You agree and begin searching the area together. To stay on guard, Looker releases 3 Pokemon to stand at your sides and stay on alert. Okay, we're going to start out with something kind of silly for Looker to have as a lookout, but it's a Pokemon that I have wanted us to have for forever, and that is a Naked Mole Rat. Ah, the humble naked mole rat, one of nature's most unfortunate little creatures. And though it may seem like an odd starting point, this will be the first stage of a line based on the Remidriju. This is a legend from northern Spain, which is essentially like a weird weasel thing. So we'll be starting out our burrowing weasel as a burrowing naked mole rat. And I hate to say that this thing is just a cartoon version of an actual animal, but I mean, the real naked mole rat is already so bizarre that it is kind of a Pokemon already. Okay, some blind eyes, big teeth, and a little worm of a tail, and we get this little cutie. Let's say hello to Tiphus, the blind Pokemon. These minuscule little moles rarely come to the surface, instead chewing tunnels with their specialized teeth. Though they appear to eat soil, their mouths actually stay closed behind their exterior teeth. Completely blind, they feel for vibrations with their little feet. Their numerous tunnels aerate soil and help vegetation grow across the Hoh'ax region. The ability is Sand Spit, that creates a sandstorm when it is hit by an attack, with the hidden ability being Regenerator. Yeah, I mean, you feel like Tiphus isn't exactly the best lookout to have, so you suspect that it is just Looker's little buddy as it sits on his shoulder. And then there is something else cute floating above his head, surveying the area. Alrighty, we will have 2 pseudo-legendary lines for this region, one which is native to the Hoh'ax region, and one that is a recent Ultra Beast arrival. This is the start of the Ultra Beast line. And it also gets to represent our 4D dice among all of our D&D dice designs. Now, It won't really reach its full potential until the final stage, but we are loosely basing this off of the Abao Aku. It's a fantastical creature from George Louis Borges' Book of Imaginary Beings. It's got some really fun lore that we'll dive into and flesh out as the line gets further on, but just know that it starts out translucent and formless and slowly gains physicality. So, perhaps hailing from the same plane as Necrozma, this little prism is really just an angular head and a little starburst of a body. Okay, let's meet our first pseudo-legendary. This is Trismoid, the Prism Pokemon. While its angular head appears to be made of glass or crystal, Trismoid's entire body is comprised of concentrated light, taking physical form. Researchers are certain that this Pokemon is an Ultra Beast that is relatively new to the Hoh'ax region. Playful and helpful, this cheery Prism puts on light shows to lift the mood of anyone feeling low. Its ability is Prism Armor, which is usually Necrozma's ability, that reduces damage taken from super effective attacks by 25%, so that's pretty good. And the hidden ability, again, it's a Prism, is Clear Body. Trismoid is definitely a great lookout, spinning its head around to keep an eye on everything about. Looker's last Pokemon certainly appears tough, the evolution to the grass-type Kitty-Cact, but it also doesn't seem like the best lookout to you. Oh yeah, we're jumping back to the Cactus Cat, and the evolution you get when you let it hold a hard stone item. So, with it originating from the American Southwest, we're pulling in some gun-slinging cowboy elements, complete with spurs, poncho, and even a tiny little cowboy hat flower thing on its head. The other reason this works, and where we are getting this wonderful expression and the personality is, and I don't know if you remember, but the Cactus Cat scratches cactuses and then comes back later to drink the fermented juice. So we've got kind of a inebriated little cowboy here. I really do love this. It's just the right level of silly for me while still matching the inspiration. Okay, let's meet Kitty Cact's evolution. This is Borbcact, the Blep Pokemon. Rocky spikes now cover this feline's body, which it is able to throw at opponents when provoked. Borbcact loves to drink nectar, but is often so full that it has trouble focusing on the task at hand. While friendly, they can be tough to train as they are easily distracted and often get lost. The ability is Quick Draw, so that allows this Pokemon to move first occasionally, with its other abilities being Sap Sipper and Chlorophyll. Oh yeah, yep, this thing is definitely not really watching your surroundings very well, but it is ready to defend you if needed. Looker notices you examining his Pokemon.
Pretty amazing, right? When I ran into these Pokemon here in the Hoh'ax region, I just had to catch them. I've traveled all over the world, but I haven't seen anything like the anomalies present here. Exceedingly strange Pokemon. People fusing with their Pokemon, other people going missing, and now, what I can only describe as an Ultra Beast being summoned by a couple thugs.
Curious, you ask Looker to describe what he saw, and you covertly leaf through your journal to see if you can find any clues. A passage sounds similar to the Ultra Beast in question, and a note suggests that it is attracted to bright lights. Without revealing your source, you suggest this information as a way to draw the beast out.
I don't know if you're correct, but if there's a chance that we can stop this new Ultra Beast from making it to a populated area, I think we should give it a try.
You pull out your Kukurasai while Looker gets Trismoid's attention. The two Pokemon use the move Flash, emitting bright lights and illuminating the swamp haze all around you. And right on cue, you hear a galloping sound in the distance, and it isn't long before something bursts out and attacks you. Oh yeah, it's time for another Ultra Beast boss. And this will be our odd take on the Headless Horseman. Not really a cryptid, but again, I'm letting our Ultra Beasts in particular diverge into urban legends and spooky stories and stuff like that. The hardest thing with this design was landing on something that suggested the Headless Horseman without looking too much like a horse or a person. So by focusing just as much on the historical garb, now I know that the Headless Horseman has roots in European folklore, but we're going to specifically be referencing the American legend of Sleepy Hollow, the pumpkin, and the look of this coat. And I think it works. And even as a ghost type, I did want this Ultra Beast to come off as slightly less mean than the others. Alright, let's go ahead and meet Narrytail, the ghost story Pokemon. UB Headless has a gourd-like mass floating above it, but this doesn't appear to be its actual head. Narrytail will send the gourd flying around an area, spewing out thick fog. This Ultra Beast prefers to stay hidden, letting its prey's minds play tricks on them. While not overly malicious, it loves to playfully scare others, but being new to our dimension, it sometimes goes too far. Its ability is Magic Bounce, which, reflects status-changing moves, and the hidden ability for, again, all of these Ultra Beasts is Beast Boost. This Ultra Beast is a bit more powerful than the ones that you've faced so far. Looker calls for your help, and the two of you battle to take it down. There is no doubt that alone you would have been no match for this beast, but together you are eventually able to knock it out.
Oh my, nice work! I didn't expect you to be able to hold your own in a battle like that. I'm afraid we aren't any closer to rescuing this missing Lazy Susie person, but at least the region is a little bit safer without the beast stalking the swamp. With the trail having gone cold, I'll be heading east. Which way are you headed?
You're excited about the prospect of continuing to travel together when your phone rings. You accept the video call, and your sister greets you.
Hey, we've got a lead. Looks like stupid, dumb Atlantica found one of the device components. She won't stop bragging about it online.
Hashtag Professor Pine's lost garbage. Hashtag finders keepers. Hashtag losers are losers.
I'm headed over to their mansion. Meet me there. I'll mark it on your map. Oh, and after what happened with Glee, Grunkle Will is giving us both some special stone things. I have yours with me.
Maple holds up a necklace, similar to the one you saw Glee use to merge with their Pokemon. Checking your map, it looks like Atlantica's mansion isn't too far from your current position. Looker wishes you well, and you trek through the last bit of swamp to your destination. You pass by a Poke Center on your way and heal up your Pokemon.
Thanks for stopping by, little dude. Be sure to come again.
And after crossing a bridge, you make it to the mansion's sprawling grounds.
There you are! Are you ready to teach Atlantica a lesson and get another piece of Grunkle Will's machine thingy? Oh, but first things first. He gave us each one of these. Here's yours.
Maple hands you a necklace. In the center is a small iridescent shard. Something about it feels absolutely otherworldly.
Grunkle Will explained it to me. Apparently, there are tiny bits from a whole other dimension. I guess they fell through an ultra wormhole or something. But if a trainer and a Pokemon are bonded and best buddies and everything, then this necklace does some weird magic-y, science-y stuff that Grunkle Will says nobody really understands, and you can merge with your Pokemon. Apparently, it takes a lot of practice to use, but Grunkle Will said he'll start training us when we get back.
Holding the necklace, you are certain you can feel some strange, extra-dimensional energy flowing through it. You put it on and look forward to getting a full explanation from the professor.
But right now, let's go say hello to Atlantica.
You walk up an ornate path and stand between massive marble columns as you ring the doorbell. A stuffy butler opens the door and gestures for you to come inside. Apparently, you were expected.
Well, if it isn't the sad little Pines twins, I knew if I posted about this dumb device that you two would come running. You see, I am the great-great-granddaughter of this town's founder, and my family is very important. Your family, on the other hand, is a disgrace and needs to be put in its place.
Hey, our family is great. We're the coolest twins you'll ever meet, and our Grunkle Will is an accomplished Pokemon researcher.
Are you kidding me? That professor of yours doesn't actually do anything. He uses the front of a research building to draw in tourists, show them fake Pokemon, and take their money.
Don't talk about our Grunkle that way. He's the best.
And the sad thing is, he's still so poor he can barely keep that shack open. All he cares about is money, and he still can't get enough of it.
He cares about us.
You two? You two are even sadder. But enough is enough. Time to remove the riffraff. My rock-type Pokemon are as tough as diamonds and ready to crush you.
Atlantica throws out her first Pokemon. All right, she's going to start out with a big, burly Pokemon based on the Emela Ntuka, or Killer of Elephants from the jungles of the Congo. So, this big beastie is known for its huge horn on its head, and while some may think that it's like a misidentified rhino, people will assure you that it isn't as simple as that. Instead, the Emela Ntuka is reptilian in appearance and more likely a dinosaur that didn't die out. So we're playing with the idea of a living fossil here. It's all fun and skeletal looking while just being a solid rock type. This is a tough single stage design, so the biggest thing here was landing on the right level of detail. It can be helpful to look at other similar Pokemon. In this instance, I was thinking about the design of like Kangaskhan, to get a right feel for the complexity you're going for. I think we ended up with a slightly more dynamic rock type than most, which is fun. All right, let's meet Saratuka, the living fossil Pokemon. This tough rock type was long thought to be extinct, and modern sightings complicated the issue as it was first assumed to be a reanimated skeleton. In fact, Saratuka's body is covered with sturdy plates that appear like bones. This Pokemon also loves to play in swamps and rivers, which is unusual for rock types. Its ability is Rock Head, so that prevents recoil damage. I mean, it's all bony and whatnot. But the hidden ability is Water Absorb, which is pretty fun and silly for a rock type. It lands with a shockwave in the center of the foyer. You are nearly knocked off your feet, but Maple flies all the way into a wall. Worried about your sister's safety, you let loose your first Pokemon. Saratuka has some serious stats to contend with, but you take it down, and Atlantica sends out a Cubesque, another mono rock type, and you know how to deal with this one. You're familiar with it. After that, Atlantica has another new Pokemon ready. Okay, let's go to the other side of the spectrum for rock types and do something a little cute and squishy. So this will be a two-stage line based on the Samaritan sea snail with a bit of the French carcole sprinkled into. These giant cryptid snails were a fun find while I was doing research, and I specifically love that the Samaritan sea snail is actually gentle and sweet. I also drew in inspiration from the beautiful iridescent nature of abalone shells, a real-life massive mollusk. That's where I ended up getting these kind of out-of-the-blue colors for this little snail's partially covered shell. The shell's a little strange, but I'll explain it with the dex entry. Okay, let's say hello to Perlipod, the fancy shell Pokemon. These snails gather up different sands to help build their multicolored shells. While they enjoy being colorful, they also fear predators, and then choose to cover up their beautiful shells with tough stone for camouflage. They love to travel and yearn for a trainer that will help them collect different sands from across the Hoh'ax region to help build their shell. The ability is Innards Out, which I think before this was a unique ability. So whenever they faint, they damage the opponent, and the hidden ability is Dazzling. It's certainly a strange little Pokemon, and you feel a little bad beating it up since it isn't particularly strong, though it does deal a little bit of damage when you faint it because of its ability. Atlantica is getting pretty annoyed that you are taking her team out, but she does seem quite confident with her ace. Ah, yes. This Pokemon and Atlantica are just made for one another. Hailing from New Guinea, the Roe is another one of those dinosaur-esque cryptids. This one, however, has a pretty bizarre appearance with Stegosaurus-like plates on its back and a weirdly long neck. Like someone just smashed a couple dino species together and said, yeah, that's an imposing beastie. Now, this long neck actually works really well for the design, as just like Atlantica, this Roe looks down on everything. And by making the plates into gems, it gets all the Atlantica glitz and glam that you could want. I'm actually really happy with how her partner Pokemon turned out. Let's meet Diagem, the Jewel Dragon Pokemon. This arrogant rock type sports razor-sharp diamonds running down its long neck and back. Diagem figuratively and literally look down on most other Pokemon, flaunting its gleaming gems as a symbol of status. They are able to bond closely with trainers who care for their own appearance and don't mind polishing Diagem's diamond plates. The ability is Icy Body. I know that's a little bit weird since it's not an ice type, but that means that it does regain HP in a snowstorm. And the hidden ability is Clear Body. Right off the bat, Diagem lets out a Sacred Gem attack that knocks out your second to last Pokemon. Atlantica begins to laugh and holds up a tennis bracelet with a familiar shard embedded in it. She clasps it tightly and Ultra Wormhole energy surrounds her and her Pokemon. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, Atlantica is going to get all fancy about it. Partially inspired by the dresses that Pacifica gets to wear in the show, we just had to do an over-the-top ball gown, complete with a fashionable but deadly war fan. Now, as far as an unexpected typing, we're going to bring in the ice type because of all that bling. I mean, I know that sounds a little cheesy, but we're going to run with it. Plus, it's Atlantica. You know, she's as cold as ice already. Okay, let's check out Beast Merge Diagem, Diamond Bell. The diamonds growing along the dragon's back multiply and encapsulate the trainer, forming a protective dress. By twirling, this form is able to attack with multiple rows of diamond blades. Between the trainer's icy glare and hand fan, frosty attacks can be sent at their opponent. The dress is unfortunately heavy, and few trainers can maintain this form for long. The ability is something new we're calling Toughest Stuff, so that reduces damage taken from fighting and steel-type attacks by 50%. And that basically gets rid of the double weaknesses that an ice and rock type would have. Atlantica Shanae turns towards you while fluttering her fan over a devilish grin. You're in a tough spot. With no choice, you send out your last Pokemon. Kukurasai is tiny in comparison to the Beast Merge form. You are about to give up hope and retreat when you begin to feel the necklace that the professor gave you vibrate ever so slightly against your chest. Without even having to think, you grab the necklace and feel the Ultra Wormhole energy envelop you and your Pokemon. Time for Kukurasai to shine. And we're gonna go full Mega Man or Metroid arm cannon with this one. Your electric buddy lets you be a baddie-busting hero. I still want the cannon to look pretty goofy since it is Kukurasai after all, but with some added levels of cool coming from these electric lines plugging directly into your back. The headphone/ear protection is also neat and important as you'll be shooting sound waves out, and Kukurasai wants to protect your hearing after all. Always important. Kids wear hearing protection. Okay, let's learn all about Beast Merge Kukurasai. Burst Blaster. Kukurasai warps into a cannon that latches onto their trainer's arm and bursts concentrated sonic blasts. Cables draw power directly from the trainer's back, meaning that this form leaves them completely exhausted afterwards. The sound waves produced can smash solid stone and steel. The ability, again, is new. This is Concussive Blasts. That takes sound-based moves, so any sound-based moves, Bug Bust, Boom Burst, anything, and they now become fighting-type attacks that deal 15% more damage. In this new form, you are stronger and faster than you have ever been, though you can feel your energy being drained from you. You battle fiercely, and with your fighting type advantage, emerge victorious. You and your Pokemon revert back to your normal states, and a restored Atlantica falls to the ground.
No! That was impossible! How did you fuse? You just got here!
Maple skips over and wrenches the device component away from Atlantica.
What can we say? The Pines family is full of surprises. Now, if you'll excuse me, my twin and I must away and return this to its rightful place.
You leave Atlantica muttering on the floor and start making your way back to the research shack.
Nice work, kids. And I don't know what makes me prouder. You returning this device piece so quickly, or you rubbing that Richie Rich Atlantica's nose in the dirt. I'm sure you knocked her down a couple pegs. And to celebrate, the whole research crew is headed to the Twin Falls Lake.
Love Patrol Alpha is headed there.
I never agreed to that. Oh, and before we go, give me your Rotom shifts. I want to add something so you can enjoy the lake a bit more.
He takes your device, turns away, and pulls out a book from his coat. You try to get a look over his shoulder as he tinkers and get a look at the book he has. It seems familiar. You hear the Rotom shift announce. Rotom shift analyzing data. Beep blorp bloop. New function added. Aquatic traversal vessel. Pines hands it back to you and presses a button. It expands into a lightweight kayak that nearly knocks you over. He laughs, but as he scoops up the book he was using, you get a quick glimpse at it. It definitely looks familiar. You catch Maple's gaze. It seems that she noticed as well.
Hey, Grunkle Will, what was that book?
Nothing, sweetie. Just some boring nerd tech stuff. All right, who's ready to hit up the lake?
Oh, heck yeah!
Totally!
Oh, sorry, Moose. Someone's got to stay here and keep an eye on the shack, especially with those Cypher Squad nutjobs running around.
Can do, Professor.
And don't do anything weird while we're gone.
Like wear your hat and strut around pretending I'm the professor?
What?
I got this. You dudes have fun.
All right. He's just a really weird guy, isn't he?
The rest of you make your way to the Twin Falls Lake. There are a handful of people enjoying the beach and fishing out in the water. A familiar face walks up to you.
Well, it's good to see you again. And with the whole Pines family.
Who's the suit?
Oh, sorry. I'm Looker, an officer with Interpol.
A cop? Kid, what are you doing being all buddy-buddy with a cop?
Apologies. I'm just in town investigating some of the strange happenings in Twin Falls. I just happened to run into—
There's nothing strange going on in Twin Falls. You're wasting your time. Now, if you'll excuse me, me and my family are trying to avoid getting trying to enjoy our summer like normal law-abiding citizens.
Looker smiles and shrugs and continues exploring the lake looking for clues.
You don't want to be hanging out with guys like that. Official types and us don't mix well.
What do you mean?
He's saying that he doesn't want anyone finding out about his taxes.
Yeah. So they're not the types I usually consort with.
A particularly rustic-looking fellow ham-bones his way over to your group.
Well, buckle my brisket. It's that there Pines professor.
Oh no, this guy again. I've told you 100 times, McHadron. You don't actually know me.
But your face is so familiar. I see it in my dreams when I'm asleepin'.
Yikes, go crush on someone else.
Who's this colorful character?
The name's William Piddleforth McHadron, and you'd never guess, but I live in a junkyard.
No one is surprised by that.
You want to hear something that is surprising then? A few days ago, I saw a metal meteor fly through the sky and land on that big rocky island out there.
Metal meteor? I wonder if that could be another device component.
But whatever you do, stay away from the rocky islands out yonder. All you'll find is doom and ruin.
Ugh, go be rustically ominous somewhere else. Kids, you get your butts out to that island and poke around.
You got it, Professor Pines.
You run down to the dock where you see Mayor Terry kicking his feet in the water with some little Pokemon. One of them is new to you. This is going to be the start of a 3-stage line based on the Lusca. This is a Caribbean cryptid monster legend thing that is basically a giant octopus with shark features, or it's a shark with octopus features. Either way, it's weird and cool. I wanted to challenge myself and do a very simple, baby Pokemon design with this one. When designing Fakemon, it can be difficult to not just add all of the extraneous details, so this will be a lesson for me, just good practice. We're looking at a super simplified cephalopod here, with its 4 little tentacles held in a round shape at the front. The fins, those will make sense when we get to the dex entry. And since this line will get more shark-like as we go, I wanted to use Garchomp's colors for the shiny, which is kind of fun. All right, let's say hello to Lisquid, the false fin Pokemon. The appearance of circling dorsal fins in Hoh'axian lakes isn't always cause for alarm. Lisquid pretend to be larger water types to scare away surface predators. Their unique bodies let them swim forward or backwards with ease. Lisquid are closely related to Inkay and will spray clouds of ink to escape if they feel threatened. Its ability is Run Away, it's a squid and the ink and everything, with the hidden ability being Suction Cups. It's splashing about and flicking water playfully at a Canitrop. Mayor Terry cheers the 2 Pokemon on.
That's right, little one. Get him! Get him!
You hop into your Rotom Shift kayaks and start paddling around the lake. You spot some familiar Pokemon like Purlipod and Dweebip. You then run into another new aquatic species. Alright, so even though this can be found in the water, it isn't a water type. We're going to do an ice type based off of the Ningen. This is a fairly recent cryptid coming from strange images captured by Japanese Antarctic research vessels. Picture a kind of humanoid beluga whale hybrid thing, but also sometimes they have legs and can walk around. They're very silly and they have this blank expression, which I like. And I thought about going the whale route, but we'll have another line in the Hoh'ax region that fills that niche. So instead, we're going to make this a very strange jellyfish. This will also work out when this Ningen creature evolves into another aquatic cryptid. But anyway, as far as the design goes, it's pretty darn simple. I was just happy that I was able to catch that vacant expression. All right, let's go ahead and meet Blippicle, the cold face Pokemon. This friendly ice type doesn't realize how super chilled its appendages are and often accidentally frees those it wishes to hug. Though related to Tentacool and Frillish, Blippicle is quite capable of walking on land with its crystallized tendrils. They love to take naps together in large frozen clumps, which are often mistaken for icebergs in the Hoh'axian lakes. Its ability is Slush Rush, which boosts speed in snow, with the hidden ability being Snow Cloak. It floats on over to you and smiles up. There's probably not much going on in its head, but it seems friendly. In fact, it pulls something out of the water and hands it to you. It's another slick scale item. How sweet. And if you happen to have a Doplob that is level 24 or higher, it seems very interested in the slick scale item. Yep, we've got some strange evolution shenanigans going on here. In fact, any of the idle evolutions that are level 24, which is where your Pokemon are at now, seem very interested in using another one of their evolutionary items. But for now, we are going to look at what happens if you give Doplob a slick scale, or if you give Menino a familiar figurine. Alright, so this is a combination of the fighting human elements from one item and the fishy appearance of the other. And what do you get when you combine fish and human? Well, a mermaid! This is a love letter to Mermando, one of the best Gravity Falls characters. But of course, we can't do just a boring normal mermaid. Instead, this is going to be based on the Fiji mermaid, one of the most famous sideshow hoaxes that is basically a monkey and a fish sewn together. It's not a particularly pretty combination, but I love subverting the beautiful mermaid trope anyway. Okay, let's meet the first of Idle's many final evolutions. This is Maramigi, the mermaid Pokemon. Exposure to the slick scale and familiar figurine items let Idle evolve into this ferocious fish. Far from the beauty of Pokemon like Melodic or Primarina, Maramigi is quite aggressive and attacks anyone who makes fun of its appearance. For some unknown reason, it gets along well with simian Pokemon like Ambipom and Chimchar. The ability is Liquid Voice. We're going to pull in some of that Siren stuff, so that makes all sound-based moves become water type. Very cool. And the hidden ability, since it is kind of ugly, is Unnerve. Yes, Ugly Merman. Good job. If you have a Doplob or Minino, would you evolve them into this feisty mermaid? Or are you going to hold off for other evolutions? With any Idle, level 24 or higher, being able to utilize 2 evolution items, that will give us a total of 6 possibilities. We'll run into more evolutions on our journey, so just keep your eyes peeled for those. Alright, now after wandering this way and that, you eventually make it all the way out to a particularly large and rocky island. McHadron's warnings echo in your head.
Stay away from the rocky islands out yonder. All you'll find is doom and ruin.
Well, I'm not seeing much so far. After what McHadron said, I was expecting more danger and dread.
Yeah, so far this island is pretty boring. Oh wait, what's that?
Cordelia bounds ahead and points to a small crater in the ground. It's empty now, but it must have been where the device component landed. Cordelia, always the capable tracker, points to the area around the crater.
But look, someone was here very recently. Someone with nice shoes. And they must have picked up the device. They went that way. Come on.
You follow the winding footprints across the sizable island. To your delight, you spot some new Pokemon on the way, the first of which is floating in the water nearby. Okay, first up, we've got something based on the Dobharchu, I know I'm mispronouncing that, from Irish folklore. This is basically like a giant half-dog, half-otter creature. Now, I know we already have 2 otter-ish Pokemon with Oshawott and Weasel, but what can I say? I mean, I really like otters. And we're gonna skew this a little bit more doggish anyway. And what type of dog is long like an otter? Well, Dachshund. And yeah, I mean, again, I know we've got Fido, which is kind of that, but hey, I mean, I don't know. I thought that line was pretty underwhelming. Plus here, it's just chilling in the sun, which makes our wiener dog a hot dog. It's a hot dog Pokemon. And as for the pose, I couldn't resist having it use its butt as a pillow, which gets the whole thing into this inner tube silhouette. Slap some water sunglasses on this pup, and we've got a real chill customer. All right, let's say hello to Tubulat, the float Pokemon. This incredibly relaxed water type loves to lazily float about. Tubulat's body is very buoyant, and they use their own rears as a pillow. These resourceful Pokemon always carry a rock, which they use to smash open tough nuts, seeds, and berries to snack on. Though often calm, they will speed into action to assist those struggling in the water. Its ability is Water Veil, so that prevents it from getting burned. I mean, it is a hot dog after all, it can't get burned. Yeah, whatever. And the hidden ability is Oblivious, because he's just so chill. They're pretty relaxed out in the water and wouldn't be too difficult to catch if you need another water type for your team. Continuing on, you see a group of Cubesque, and among them is its evolution. So we're continuing from just a cube of stone into something where parts of it are being carved away. Again, this is a gargoyle, so we're gonna get some nice mean features poking through. And I will say it again and again, but whenever you have the opportunity to do an asymmetrical design, go for it. It's very freeing. I mean, it's also difficult, because you gotta visually balance things still, but I don't know, I think we got here with this. It's got one arm and it's got part of the face. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun stuff. And to work with the basics of sculpture and the fundamental of artsy things, I wanted to work in some basic shapes like this pyramid, the boxy body, and the cylinder hand thing. I don't know. I'm pretty darn happy with how this turned out. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Gargurge, the craft Pokemon. With bits of stone constantly falling away, the creature that Gargurge wishes to be becomes more and more clear. While much of its body is still unrefined stone, it still stomps about as if it were the toughest Pokemon in the world. Gargurge's aggressive facade crumbles away whenever anyone compliments its form, and it somehow manages to have its stone face blush. You could catch one of these partially carved beasties, or if you have a Cubasque and it's about level 27, that means it's ready to evolve anyway. Nice. As you continue on, you run into a Hoh'ax. You remember these super rare Bigfoot monsters partially inspired by the creator of Gravity Falls? Well, here's another one, and you better catch it, because if you have two in your party and one levels up, they will combine into a new Pokemon. Now, this evolution method is something that I wish we already had, and we're gonna say that if you bring Pokemon like Magnemite, Diglett, or Binacle to the Hoh'ax region, they evolve when you have multiple of them in your party. We'll call this something like commune evolution or something, like communal organisms. Anyway, we have our first evolution like that here. This is playing off of a few things. Firstly, Hoh'ax had the whole solitary Bigfoot thing going on, so it's always looking for its match. And when you have two solitary legs, you get a big pair of legs. Secondly, these are 100% the iconic Gravity Falls trees. That's fun. And thirdly, this is taking Alex Hirsch from the young unknown in the animation industry to this overseeing presence that is happy to assist others with their projects. It's silly, but it's fun. All right, let's go ahead and meet Hoh'ax, the leggy Pokemon. If two of the exceedingly rare Hoh'ax meet and train together, they can sometimes merge into this towering new Pokemon. They were rumored to exist in the wild for decades, but there was no definitive evidence. It was later discovered that Hoh'ax hide in plain sight amongst tall trees, where others walk right past it. Happy and playful, they watch over the forest and aid those in need. Its ability remains Tough Toe, so that powers up kick moves, and the hidden ability is Technician. It's quite tough to track down those Hoh'ax, but you'll have to let me know if you would be determined enough to land yourself a towering Hoh'ax. Continuing on, there is a weird barking sound coming from ahead. You spot a round Pokemon leaping into the water. Another extremely rare find, this is our other pseudo-legendary line. This round little blubber ball is based off of the Ocloot. This is a shape-shifting creature from Inuit folklore that is able to change between an orca and a wolf. So to start off, we got something that's basically like an orca puppy. This was definitely inspired by husky and Malamute puppies and how ridiculously cute and round they can be. I'm very excited for this line. I lived in Alaska for a while and really respect the native Alaskan culture and folklore, so being able to spotlight some of it with this pseudo-legendary line is gonna be fun. But let's check out this happy little pup. This is Borka, the sea pup Pokemon. This round ice type loves playing in the water. Their squishy bodies let them leap from great heights before belly flopping into the sea. While incredibly playful, Borca are a rare find in the Hoh'ax region, as their evolved forms are quite protective and rarely let them wander far. While adorable and playful, they are incredibly loyal to their trainers. The ability is Thick Fat, again he's a little blubber ball, and that reduces damage from fire and ice type moves, and the hidden ability is Ice Body. They are very rare, but you find a Borca playing on its own. Perhaps it got separated from the rest of its pack. Would you add this little goober to your team? You keep going until Cordelia stops at the face of a cliff. There's a little control panel on the rock face.
The footprints stop here at this panel for a while, and then keep going off that way.
Well, let's keep following the prints. They've got to be close.
But I wonder if they might just be coming back here. Look at how long they were working on this panel.
Fine, you stay here, but Maple's off to catch our thief.
Maple bounds off after the prince, and you think about following, but you remember a diagram in the journal that looks similar to this panel on the rock face. You open up the book and start to examine the page.
What's that? Did you get that from the professor?
The diagram in question gives you a sequence of buttons to press, and when you do, a section of the rock face slides away, revealing stairs going down into a bunker.
Whoa, that's wild! How did you do that? I'm gonna send Maple a text to come on back, but we gotta check this out.
Without wasting any time, Cordelia barrels down the dark staircase. You make sure to leave the entrance open so Maple can get in and head down too.
Yo, this place is awesome! Look at all the cobwebs and dust. I don't think anyone has been down here in years and years. But whoever was down here was doing some serious research. Look at all this stuff. Oh, come on, this way. The tunnel keeps going.
You eye some of the papers and notes strewn about, and have to admit they feel quite similar to what is written in the journal you found. Perhaps this bunker belongs to its author? Cordelia is gone, and you run after her. The passageways twist and turn and split and wind every which direction. You also run into a few Pokemon down here, all of which are Ultra Beasts that have adapted to the Hoh'ax region. So you see Tragikarp, Foline, and even the super rare Prismoid. Yep, if you are super duper lucky or very, very determined, this island and its bunker could get you both of these pseudo-legendary lines. But even beyond these Pokemon, you have the distinct feeling that you are being watched.
Man, I really thought that Maple would have caught up with us by now. Let me try and... Of course, I can't get any kind of a signal down here. I might have made a mistake running headfirst into an abandoned tunnel. Maybe we should get back and...
Cordelia is cut off by some muffled commotion echoing down the tunnels. For a second, you think you hear Maple calling for help. You and Cordelia are frozen in place until you hear the sharp sound of someone walking through the dark towards you.
Yep, I definitely made a mistake. Professor Pines is gonna kill me if I get you twins killed.
Hello? Who's there?
Looker? Oh my goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack.
Oh, my apologies. What are you doing down here?
Smarty Pants here managed to get the door to this bunker open. We thought it would be interesting to explore.
Well, this is a very dangerous place to be. We need to get you two out of here now.
Looker begins to walk with purpose, and you follow behind.
Looker, you said this bunker was dangerous? What's so dangerous down here?
Many years ago, there were a couple researchers working down here, studying ultra wormholes. Now, they were absolute geniuses, but they accidentally managed to pull in a very dangerous ultra beast.
Dangerous how?
It's a shapeshifter, able to take the form of anything or anyone it comes across. So dangerous, in fact, that they ended up abandoning the lab completely in order to trap the ultra beast.
Oh no! We left the bunker door open. It could have gotten out already.
You left the door open? Well, that's no good at all.
Maple was also with us up on the surface. You didn't see her down here, did you?
Oh, I'm sure the girl is fine. Don't worry about her at all.
You continue to follow Looker through the winding tunnels. He moves with purpose, even faster now, and seems to know the tunnel layout intimately.
So, young one, how did you manage to get the bunker open?
Oh, they used this old book. Looked like it was full of weird notes.
A book with a Pokeball on it, was it?
Yeah. Why?
May I see it?
Why? What is it?
You see, that book belongs to the owner of this bunker, and I would just really love to have it, so why don't you hand it over?
You give Cordelia a wary look, and she understands, stepping between you and Looker.
No, actually, I don't think we'll be handing that over. Sorry.
If you know what's good for you, you'll give it to me.
Yeah, but my little homie here isn't actually done reading it yet. So sorry, but nah, brah.
Looker places his hand on Cordelia's shoulder and then forcefully throws her out of the way and into a wall. She is knocked out and slumps to the ground. He advances on you, and you turn and run. You can hear him stomping behind you, and unfortunately, the first tunnel you take leads to a dead end. You're in a small lab. Looker's voice echoes from all around.
Your mistake was telling me about that book. I was going to walk up to the entrance, leave, and let you go on your way. But that book has some sentimental value for me, and I want to make sure I leave with it.
You examine the lab for anything that may help you. You see notes on a shape-shifting beast and broken equipment, and stuck to a wall, 2 very human-shaped cocoons. Looker emerges from the dark and immediately throws out a Pokemon. Yeah, Looker isn't wasting any time, but luckily he has something pretty small as his lead. This 2-stage line is based on the Bukavak. It's a monster from Slavic mythology with lots of nasty horns and 6 legs. We'll get to those 6 legs with the evolution, but they are part of the reason why we'll be getting a nice little dragon and bug type out of this. We're going for an adorable ant silhouette here, so by bringing in a plump gecko tail and, the pokey bits kind of are like a little bit of a thorny toad, we get a nice blend of reptile and bug. Let's go ahead and say hello to Bukuvant, the skitter Pokemon. Though incredibly small for a dragon type, this confident creature struts around without fear. This is mainly due to its spiky horns, which quickly teach others to step carefully. Being so small, it has mastered bug-type attacks and specializes in hitting opponents quickly and scampering off to safety. The ability is Battle Armor, and that means it's protected against critical hits, and the hidden ability is Swarm. Other than being small and not having a ton of HP, the rest of its stats are pretty decent. But that doesn't stop you from knocking it out. Looker is ready with his next Pokemon, a Pupa-Dupa, big and bulky, and you have to, spend some time chipping away at it. It is strange, though, you didn't take Looker for being a bug-type specialist at all. When Pupa-Dupa falls, Looker sends out an even bigger bug, and this one happens to be the other potential evolution for Hoh'axian Dunsparce. Ah yeah, time for our cool evolution. As much as I love how Hoh'axian Dunsparce turned out, I know about half of you were hoping for a cool looking evolution too. So we're running with the original inspiration. Again, I apologize for the pronunciation. This is based on the Arakan Akal from Argentina, the oddly scaled king of snakes. Those weird side scales let us roll with the centipede-like look even more. We also get this really awesome tail claw, and since it's supposed to have some kind of radical head ornamentation as the king of snakes, we get to work in these long antennae. And lastly, though it's not part of the original inspiration, and is definitely a different kind of snake, I was able to turn in the first few spikes to create the rough silhouette of a cobra hood. Nice. Okay, let's go ahead and meet our other Dunsparce evolution. This is Venospar, the land snake Pokemon. Dunsparce and the Hoh'ax region, who master their toxic bite, are able to evolve into this gargantuan insect-like snake. they rarely open their eyes and instead use long feelers to make sense of their surroundings in the dark. Most active at night, Venospar are expert hunters who strike fast and let their prey succumb to powerful toxins. The ability is Poison Touch, so that means it may poison a target when they make contact, and the hidden ability is still Run Away. It's pretty fast and hits very hard. Venospar really chews up your team by the time it finally faints. Looker is getting pretty annoyed with all of this.
Just give me the book! You don't understand. I had to watch those two buffoons riding in that thing for so long while I was locked away.
Looker throws out his last Pokemon. Alright, who's ready for the final stage of our Route 1 bug type? Yep, little Tintus evolved into a ball of lenses with Isidron, and we're going to take the way it plays with light in a fun new direction. So, the cryptid that this is based off of is the Mantis Man. We're changing up the appearance a bit, but here's the general idea of the cryptid. Essentially an alien, but with a more mantis-looking head and long bent arms. But the thing that is fun about it is the fact that it is able to become invisible. So, we're going to take the light-bending lenses of the previous stages and cover this Pokemon with them, allowing it to bend light around itself and become invisible. Now, you're probably picking up on the other bit of inspiration by now. Not wanting this design to be a skinny alien, since we'll have another line for that classic alien look, I pulled in the Predator from the Predator films. Not only is it an alien that can turn invisible, but it gives us an unexpected secondary type. Alright, let's meet Mantaris, the Refraction Pokemon. Though difficult to identify at first glance, this powerful bug type's body is completely covered with armored lenses. Mantaris is able to refract incoming light around its body to become invisible. It stalks its prey unseen and attacks when they least expect it. When holding their long fingers together, they form a long claw that can strike through solid steel. The ability is Disguise, so that's actually Mimikyu's signature ability. So it basically gets kind of a free hit. You can get rid of its disguise and then you can beat it up. And the hidden abilities, the optional abilities, are Tinted Lens and Compound Eye. That ability certainly is annoying, and it is very strong, but you are eventually able to knock it out. To your surprise, Looker is showing no sign of backing down.
You can't stop me. You can't keep me locked away any longer.
To your horror, Looker's body twists and distorts as he reveals himself to be the shape-shifting Ultra Beast. Yeah, all the Gravity Falls fans knew this was coming, but we gotta get a shapeshifter in here. I have two main goals with this design. First off, we're using what undoubtedly was the inspiration for the original shapeshifter, the alien monster from The Thing and, other Cronenbergian abominations. These can be pretty darn gruesome, so we're trying to find that sweet spot where it could feasibly be a Pokemon while still reading as distorted and disturbing. I think the ring of teeth around the hip and the fact that it has multiple heads kind of erupting out of one another does a pretty good job at that. And the second thing that I wanted to do, well, I'll just say that I chose the eye shapes very carefully as I wanted to sprinkle in a little Hoh'axian lore. You be sure to let me know if you understand what's going on here. Okay, let's go ahead and confront Gortesk, the shape-shifting Pokemon. Ultra Beast Copycat has an unstable biological structure that allows it to shift into the appearance of its opponent at will. This Ultra Beast was brought into the Hoh'ax region many years ago, but trapped to protect the region. Gortesk was studied and experimented on, leading to the creation of imperfect clones found elsewhere in the Hoh'ax region. The ability is something new, something kind of fun, called Mirror. So with that, it changes to match the appearance and typing of the opponent whenever they make contact. And of course, the hidden ability is Beast Boost. It keeps shifting into your different Pokemon, which is quite tough to strategize against all of a sudden. You battle hard, and the Ultra Beast staggers backwards, completely exhausted. You watch as it shifts between forms.
You have no idea what's going on here. You think you do, but you're clueless.
Your little family won't be able to stop what's coming. I serve an Ultra Beast you can't even fathom.
And nothing in your little book will stop it, so you better get ready for the end, kid.
Get ready.
The Ultra Beast transforms back into its original form and scurries back down the dark tunnels. Once it is gone, you are finally able to hear muffled voices coming from the two cocoons. You tear them open to reveal Maple and the real Looker.
You did it! You saved us from that thing! I found Looker outside and we came down here, but we got jumped by that thing in the dark. And then it wrapped us up, but you kicked its butt.
Yes, you did. Very impressive. Oh, and I found this outside. Consider it a thank you for saving us.
The real Looker pulls a device component from his coat and hands it to you. This one has a strange hand-like bug symbol on it. As you appreciate it, Cordelia stumbles into the room.
Watch out! Looker's a maniac! You best watch out. I will cut you, sucker!
Cordy, it's okay. There was just a little bit of shapeshiftery shenanigans going on.
But I assure you, I am me. Just Looker. But I think we should all get back to the shore.
Agreed. I'm just kinda low-key worried that we probably won't be able to trust one another fully after this.
Probably not. I've definitely been traumatized.
You all head out of the bunker and cross the lake back to the shore. But real quick, let's check in on the decks and see how we're doing. Yeah, it is certainly filling out. Still a lot of gaps, and we will start getting a lot more evolutions moving forward. But yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Professor Pines! You'll never guess what happened.
There was a shapeshifter and it tried to look like all of us.
Yo, what's going on here?
Back on the beach, you can see that everyone here looks quite worried. The officers, Blurlin and Dubs, walk up to you. They have a new Pokemon at their side that isn't exactly intimidating. Yeah, we're gonna give our officers a very strange Pokemon. It'll be a bit more fitting when it evolves, but it also needs to show that they are suckers for cute things. Anyway, we're combining two things. First off, there is the Lammy dance from Gravity Falls. You know that part where Dipper had to dress up as a lamb and do a little song and dance? Yeah, that. And we're combining it with the Shore Laddie. Hailing from Iceland, it's a monster that looks a lot like a sheep, covered in long matted wool, and the wool is covered with mussels and stones from the sea, as you know, they live on the coast. And yes, I know that between Iceland and Greenland is the one that's actually covered in ice, but this sheep is still going to be part ice type. I also just gotta say how nice it is to find a cryptid monster that isn't a bloodthirsty killer. Well, I say that, but I found one source that said that shore laddies eat pregnant women, which, I mean, like, Iceland? I mean, you guys okay over there? But we're gonna treat this as a friendly herbivore. Okay, let's meet Jangalam, the messy wool Pokemon. This adorable ice type loves playing on the beach and splashing in frigid waters. This leads to Jangalam's fur becoming tangled with bits of ice, stones, and seashells. You can often hear this Pokemon coming as the debris loudly bangs together when they walk. They prefer to distract predators with their cuteness, but are always ready to chuck a rock and flee. The ability is Cute Charm, because it is just so adorable, and that means that contact with the Pokemon may cause infatuation, and the hidden ability is Fluffy, which is a little bit ridiculous. It halves physical damage, but makes it twice as susceptible to fire-type moves. It jangles its shells at you as menacingly as it is able to assist the officers as they grill you about your whereabouts.
And where have you kids been?
Up to trouble, I bet.
No, we were just out exploring that island out there.
And do you know the whereabouts of one Mayor Terry?
Mayor Terry? Is he okay?
He was last seen playing on the dock, but he's missing now.
Sorry, we didn't see anything.
But we did! Your friends, Frenda and Sandy, come running up the beach towards you.
Yes, we just saw Mayor Terry being led away by 3 people in hoods.
We couldn't see their faces!
It's the Cypher Squad again! I hate those guys!
And Mayor Terry was wearing a metal collar around his neck, which I don't think is what he normally wears.
Yeah, very unflattering.
And they went into the forest over there.
Officer Dubs, we have to follow them.
That's not how police work goes.
We need to finish getting statements from everybody on the beach.
Hey, you over there, what did you see?
No, the cops! I'm innocent, I swear!
Blurlin and Dubs run off, chasing Professor Pines around the beach. Cordelia motions that you follow her towards the forest where Terry was last seen.
Come on, ladies. If we wait for those bozos, we'll never catch up to Terry.
Yeah, we are capable young women who can save Terry on our own.
We're feminine, but not to be messed with.
I am ready to bust some kneecaps.
Whoa, Sandy. Yeah.
You and your ladies pass by a cryptic warning sign and start into the woods. The vegetation is extremely dense here, and it is slow going. On your way, you see some familiar Pokemon like Saratuka, Mushy Mind, and Bukuvant, but you also spot a new species. Time to get a spooky line in here. Well, it certainly isn't going to start out very spooky, but this is a 3-stage line based on ghosts. More specifically, this will pull in elements from the Banshee of Irish folklore, but also some elements from various woman-in-white ghosts present across the world. It is, however, going to be quite small in the first stage. Not to get too morbid, but this wailing ghost baby is shaped like a lost pacifier. And just to round out the baby appeal, I snuck in some drool and snot. It's pretty gross and loud, but also, I mean, that's how babies are most of the time anyway. I struggled the most with the colors, briefly wanting to go with a light ghostly green until I realized that it made it look too much like a little alien in a UFO, and that's a line I have planned for later in the region. We landed on this nice ghostly purple, and now let's meet Pasicry, the Tantrum Pokemon. This tiny ghost type is rarely in a good mood. Any sound will set off Pasicry to start screaming. It is almost as if it amplifies other sounds into its own ghostly wail. A good trainer can sometimes calm Pasicry, but they still have to deal with its sticky ectoplasmic boogers and drool. The ability is something new called Wraith Wail, and that means that all sound-based moves become ghost type now. And then the hidden ability is Soundproof. It's a pretty easy catch if you need a ghost type for your team, and who knows, maybe it'll be a little less gross when it evolves. The forest is a pain to navigate, however, but luckily Cordelia is confidently tracking the kidnappers. It isn't long before she silently points ahead and begins to sprint forward. The 3 hooded figures are straight ahead, leading Terry away.
We need to be stealthy here!
The Cypher Squad notices you right away. 2 of them turn back and sprint at you, while the last one leads Terry further into the forest. As he goes, you can clearly see Terry is wearing a large metal collar around his neck.
You're going no further. You'll scram if you know what's good for ya.
Who wants to help me with these 2?
Maple pushes you at Cordelia.
Here, and we'll catch the last one.
Come back here with our tiny prince!
We're gonna break you into tiny crying pieces!
The other 3 bound through the foliage in the direction Terry was taken, and you face down the Cypher Squad grunts with Cordelia. Their Pokemon are considerably stronger, and you're glad you didn't leave Cordelia to deal with them alone. They lead with the Hoh'axian Dunsparce evolutions to Dunsparce and Venospar. These giant bugs work surprisingly well together and are a total pain to take down. After that, the grunts send out 2 new evolutions. First up, you remember that little fart monkey based on the skunk ape? Well, Stinkimp is gonna get quite a bit tougher. Still working with the skunk ape, a Bigfoot variant from Florida that, well, I mean, it smells really bad. We're pulling in another classic ape and monkey trope, the tried and true strategy of flinging poop. Yep, poop throwing Pokemon coming your way. Well, technically it is concentrated gas. I mean, this is Pokemon after all. It has specialized pads on its palm that are shaped like a little poop emoji that the gas comes from. But I mean, come on. We all know what's going on here. It's also such a good shot that we get to bring in the fighting type too. Very fun. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Flungunk, the bad gas Pokemon. New pads on this prankster's palms allow it to generate concentrated globs of noxious gas. Flungunk are able to throw their smelly projectiles with unmatched accuracy. This Pokemon is quite easy to find in the wild, as their unfortunate smell can be picked up from quite the distance. The ability is still Stench, so there's a 10% chance to cause the opponent to flinch when they're hit by damaging moves, and the hidden ability is Poison Touch. Yep, it is a pretty tricky monkey to deal with. And the other evolution, well, who remembers the sweet little fairy type Rabbit? Well, what if I told you that it was secretly a regional pre-evolution this whole time? Yep, we actually have a Hoh'axian Trubbish. Now, I love Trubbish so stinking much that I just had to squeeze it into the region. This is, of course, based off of trick-or-treating, but more specifically the Summerween trick-or-treating from Gravity Falls. I'm not gonna lie, there's not a ton going on here. It's just a bag of candy, gaining the dark type because of all of the spooky Summerween shenanigans. But I just love Trubbish, what can I say? Alright, let's go ahead and meet Hoh'axian Trubbish, the trash bag Pokemon. This variant of the Unnovan poison type is instead filled with sweet treats. They have developed a mischievous nature in the Hoh'ax region and love to play tricks on people. After frightening their targets, Hoh'axian Trubbish always apologize by offering candy. The ability is Sweet Veil, so that prevents this Pokemon and its allies from falling asleep. I mean, it's got a little sugar rush going on. And the hidden ability is Sticky Hold. The Trubbish waves its floppy arms at you, obviously more excited to meet you than actually battle. The Grunt's last 2 Pokemon aren't too tough, and you do take them down.
No, not again! Come on, let's go. There's still more stuff we need to harvest for the boss.
One of the Cypher Squad Grunts tosses a smoke bomb at the ground, and the 2 flee into the woods. Sprinting through the woods to catch up with the others, you find that the forest is becoming much darker, spotted with bioluminescent mushrooms. You take a peek at the journal and see that you are headed for something called the Enchanted Forest.
Maple! Frenda! Sandy! Where are you guys?
We're here! We lost sight of Terry.
And I'm afraid we've gotten a little turned around in this odd forest.
And something is messing with our phones out here.
Sure enough, you don't seem to have any service in this secluded area.
It's probably best if we get somewhere high up and get the lay of the land.
Like that big tree.
There is a massive tree towering over the rest of the Enchanted Forest. It's a bit of a walk, so you reference your journal to see if you can learn anything else of note. And sure enough, in a little sketch, you can see the tall tree. It has a little note that says plane crash. There are also some notes on the Enchanted Forest which state that it is overrun with strange magical Pokemon and a powerful field of whimsy, whatever that means.
This place is pretty cool, though.
It is full of so many fascinating specimens.
As you walk through, you spot some familiar Pokemon like Uglorn, Sprutama, and Foline. It is during this trek that one of Maple's Pokemon evolves. Yep, now with completely maxed out happiness, Maple's shiny Squirrow glows with energy. Oh yeah, time for our great big waddles. We're playing off of the idea of, like when pigs fly a bit, giving this cutie some wing-like ears and a feathery tail, but I didn't want it to be a flying type. I really like the idea of it staying fairy and normal. I mean, it would probably get some flying type moves though. Thinking about the time that Waddles was gigantic in Mabel's fantasy prison in the show, I wanted this to be pretty big too. And with its folds of skin really forming into a Mabel sweater, we get a pretty nice and simple but very Waddles design here. Oh, and of course, the normal colors are boring and brown, as this is still based off of the sad Squonk, but Maple, gets the shiny. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Squaddles, the happy pig Pokemon. Squirrow, who spent enough time with a loving trainer, may evolve into this joyous winged pig. While the wings atop its head aren't strong enough to get it airborne, it can't help but flap them excitedly when it sees its trainer. They have learned to love their appearance and will stick up for anyone being bullied. The ability is Serene Grace, so that doubles the chance for secondary effects. With the hidden abilities being Magic Bounce and Drizzle, this is basically a nice and bulky, really well-equipped support Pokemon. Maple is ecstatic, somehow able to lift this massive Pokemon up into a hug. Meanwhile, you also see that a Pokemon traveling with Frenda, a little Nolo, is reacting to this forest. Something about this field of whimsy is causing it to evolve right before your eyes, but to your surprise, it looks almost identical. Weird. Frenda is a bit confused as well until she takes it into battle against some wild Pokemon and discovers that it has an alternate form in battle. I think we all knew this was coming. In reference to the first episode of Gravity Falls, our little gnome needs to call on its friends to form a towering mass of gnomes, in the same way that Wishy Washy has its school form, right? And this was a fun challenge, getting a design that looks as though it could be comprised of smaller individuals without getting too complex. Looking at Wishy Washy, the design is a lot more lenient with the solo forms design when crafting the school form. So with that in mind, I was able to make something that hints at Nolo without being too tied to it. Okay, let's meet No-Lord solo form. So this evolution seems to be identical to Nolo, save for a hat that is covered with spots. Apparently, these markings denote this Pokemon is a leader among Nolo. While it is barely stronger than its followers, it is able to call on them to become incredibly formidable. And the ability is Horde, so like schooling, right? Changes into its Horde form if its HP is above 25%, and if it drops below 25%, it reverts back to the solo form. The Horde form, on the other hand, this bulky behemoth is actually comprised of hundreds of individual Nolo working together. A single No-Lord leads the others and maintains the configuration in order to protect the forest it calls home. Unfortunately, when this form has taken enough damage, the Nolo will abandon their leader to continue the battle alone. Now, both Maple and Frenda are excited about their new Pokemon, so you decide to take a look in the nearby forest to see if you can find any new Pokemon. The first of which is hard to miss as it is producing bright lights. Okay, we're gonna do something pretty silly here based off of the flashlight frog. This is a tiny little frog from Cameroon, Africa. It's bioluminescent with a glowing horn on its nose, but we're gonna bring in a couple more things into this design. First off, we're really gonna play up the bioluminescent angle and have this frog glowing like it's partying at a freaking rave, complete with headphones and silly glasses. And the other fun bit at play are the tadpoles in its mouth. These are a reference to mouth-brooding frogs, which carry their frogs and offspring in their mouths. I mean, technically it's like in their vocal sacs, but you get the idea. And it's to keep them safe as they develop. So We get 3 little babies glowing brightly in there. I don't know if this feels a little odd. I mean, we still got other Pokemon like Kangaskhan and Mousehold that have their babies with them. All right, let's meet our raving frog. This is Hoh'ax, the rave Pokemon. This squishy frog is always ready for a party. While dancing and swaying, Hoh'ax illuminates its surroundings with bright neon lights. 3 babies, which researchers called Hoh'axlings, swim around in this Pokemon's water-filled mouth. These Hoh'axlings can be shot at opponents, but Hoh'ax has to hurriedly scoop them back up again afterwards. The ability is soundproof, and that makes it immune to all sound-based moves, which is honestly pretty helpful in this region. We've got a decent amount of sound-based attacks flying around, and the hidden ability is plus. These frogs are having just a great time dancing away in this trippy forest. Now, moving through the underbrush nearby, you spot something absolutely covered in dirt and mud. Okay, I hope you are ready to go full goblin mode here. This is our fantasy forest, so getting a more classic fantasy monster in here was important. This is based off of a goblin, but more specifically the modern term of going goblin mode, wherein you revel in your grossness and live a more simple and hedonistic lifestyle. So this little buddy is just a complete mess and loves it, right? Such a mess and so dirty, in fact, that it is going to be a little mono ground type. I thought about sticking the dark type on it, but especially in more modern depictions of goblins, they aren't necessarily malicious, just a little gross and weird. Though it will certainly, get dark type moves. Now, you can see me struggling a bit with the colors here, as I initially thought that I really needed to lean into the ground type color palette, but you'll see that I ended up swapping things with the shiny in the end. All right, let's go ahead and meet Mucklin, the muddy Pokemon. This delightful little creature relishes in its unkempt and dirty appearance. Mucklin seem incapable of experiencing shame and do what they please. While not malicious, they don't care if others are affected by their unhygienic habits. While trainers should be prepared to be spattered with mud, snot, and other things, they can learn much from a Mucklin's carefree outlook. The ability is Pick Up, so that means that they will obtain single-use items that other Pokemon use in battle, or that are thrown at them with Fling. I like that idea, like, oh, this Pokemon half ate their berry, and Mucklin's like, oh, you're gonna finish that? And, gobbles it up. And the hidden ability is Damp. But what do you think of this messy monster? Can you relate to its outlook on things? Would you go ahead and catch one, even if you need to clean mud off of things all the time? Anyway, you all continue through the glowing forest.
This place is so magical.
Yes, it is as though we are on an epic quest in a new land of adventure.
I feel like a fairy princess!
Well, fairy princess, I hope you are ready to climb.
You've reached the base of the massive tree, but luckily a series of rudimentary ladders and ropes lead up the trunk.
Everyone, roll for athletics!
What's that? Way up at the top. It looks all 80s-y?
Sure enough, through the branches, you see the fuselage of a plane, which you were expecting to see, but it appears to be emanating bright neon lights. You all begin to climb.
What the heck is this place?
I don't know, man. It looks like someone crashed their plane and then decided to just stay here. But who would want to stay in such a colorful spot?
Whoa! Looks like we've got some visitors, babe.
Yeah, it does. Tiny humans, what are you doing all the way out here?
We could ask you the same question.
Oh, where are our manners? I'm Skylar.
And I'm Breeze. We just crashed into the Hoh'ax region like a bunch of years ago, but we found that we just totally vibed with this area.
All the Pokemon are so magical and awesome, so we decided to stay and kind of protect this place.
Babe, we're like totally like guardians of the forest.
Whoa, so noble.
What are you protecting the forest from?
Nothing usually. Though some lame squares and hoods did just come by trying to steal from us. They had their eye on this totally sick machine part we found the other day.
Breeze pulls out a device component, this one marked with a propeller.
Ah! It's another piece of the professor's machine! We gotta have it! Give it to us now!
What my enthusiastic friend means is, may we have that pretty please?
Sorry, little ladies, but if we didn't just give it to those people in hoods, we can't just give it to you.
What if we battle you for it? The Pines twins against you two.
You launch into a double battle with your sister against Breeze and Skylar. Maple is ready to rock with her new Squaddles, which is bulky with a lot of really helpful support moves. Your opponents have a number of very powerful Pokemon and work together extremely well as a team, so this is going to be a tough fight. You have to deal with their flying types like Kleptikep and Biddybat, along with some bird-like Pokemon with unexpected typings like the Ghost-type Numorn and the Rock and Fire Capnary. Their final two Pokemon are evolutions for little Atmosleek and Pupadupa. Breeze brings out Atmosleek's evolution. So before we were dealing with air rods or flying fish, photography artifacts of insects flying through frame that are misinterpreted as weird flying alien-ish things. We're going one step further here and pulling in the idea of atmospheric beasts. There are some people who believe that there are huge creatures that live high up in the clouds. Some say that they are extraterrestrial in origin, which works well with this line being, ultra beasts that have adapted to our dimension. But as you can see, we are doing a sky whale. Not nearly as big as Whale Lord, it's still going to be pretty gigantic. We're keeping some of the alien vibes by, giving it 4 eyes. But I did want this to be nice and cuddly. I mean, as cuddly as something that is mainly just cloud fluff and flippers can be. Oh, also, the shiny is pretty sick. Well, you'll see that in a second. Okay, let's say hello to Atmostratus, the high-flying Pokemon. This gargantuan flying type is still remarkably lightweight. Comprised primarily of wispy fluff, Atmostratus are able to soar about with ease and reach surprising speeds with their 6 wings. They live in the skies high above the Hoh'ax region, but are exceedingly rare on the ground. Their origins remain a mystery. The ability is Unburden, so that raises its speed if it uses a held item. Again, it's so lightweight that that's going to help it a bunch. And the hidden ability is Hydration. It is a cloud after all. It floats high overhead and is surprisingly nimble for its size. Next up, Skylar sends out the evolution for Pupadupa. Alright, so this line was based off of the Dundus Blackfly, and we just got the pupa stage last time. Now we get the actual fly. Now, the Dundus Blackfly isn't really that much bigger than a normal fly, especially compared to other cryptids, but this is Pokemon after all, so we're gonna make it pretty darn huge. Now, what makes its inspiration actually scary is that these flies are voracious and will swarm and devour anything. So, playing up that hunger, our great big fly gets not only a knife and fork, but also a cute little bib. It's pretty silly, but I dig it. Also, the eyes are like little reticles, so it can lock in on its target. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Gourmandus, the eating Pokemon. This gigantic insect cannot stop eating. Getting it to focus on anything other than food takes a very skilled trainer. Once their eyes are focused on a scrap of food, it will stop at nothing to consume it. When they are particularly hungry, they have even been witnessed nibbling on their own trainers. The ability is Steelworker, since it's got that knife and fork, and that increases the power of Steel-type moves by 50%. So basically another stab. That's pretty great. And the hidden ability is, it's hungry all the time. It's Gluttony, yeah. It's a big, hungry bug, but luckily, Breeze and Skylar's Pokemon aren't too tough, and you start to whittle away at them.
Oh no, babe! We're totally losing to these kids!
Let's do that thing, that thing.
Breeze clasps her hand over a small gem necklace. She glows and merges with Atmostratus. Okay, so shout out to my friend Bree, who voices Breeze in this episode. Bree is an actual real-life pilot, so I couldn't resist the chance to give her her own plane. Getting stabbed with the water-type moves that it already had, we get a small, speedy plane that is flying and water-type. By just rearranging the fins and fluff, it was super easy to make a plane, complete with wispy propeller blades and a floofy aviator scarf. Getting those clouds to trail really sells the speed, and you'll see when we get to the dex and ability that this bad girl is all about speed. Okay, let's check out Beast Merge Atmostratus, the Steam Jet. The gargantuan whale swallows their trainer when they merge and distorts into this extremely speedy aerial craft. Unlike a normal plane, Beast Merge Atmostratus is able to hover effortlessly in place due to its low weight. The tendrils of thick cloud both help propel the craft forward and can lash out and attack opponents. After unfusing, trainers cough up bits of cloud. Its ability is something new that we're calling top speed. So this thing is already super fast. Speed 142. That's amazing. If Trick Room is in place, it gets priority on its attacking move. So basically, you will essentially never outspeed this Beast Merge. It because of those priority moves. Yeah, it's kind of bananas. Maybe it's broken. I don't know. I think it's fun. The plane hovers in place 1 second and then speeds around the battle the next. Next up, Skylar grabs his Beast Merge necklace, and he and his Gourmandus both glow. Okay, I will preface this by saying that I am a huge jerk. Skylar is voiced by my buddy Kyler, who 1 is married to Bree in real life, and 2 happens to be terrified of all insects. So for this Beast Merge, I am choosing to have him consumed by a swarm of insects. I mean, aren't I just the nicest person? But this is going back to the fact that the Dundas Blackfly isn't dangerous because of its size, but instead because of the massive swarms of them that would overwhelm their target. And just for fun, I brought in one of my favorite one-off characters from Gravity Falls, the Hand Witch. So yeah, we get a big hand. It's also very like Floor Master from the Zelda series, but yeah, Hand Witch-like. Okay, let's examine the horror that is Beast Merge Gourmandus. The Horde Hand. What was once a single large bug Pokemon explodes into a mass of tiny, writhing insects that completely overtake their trainer. It forms a hand which slowly stomps across the battlefield. Few trainers are brave enough to choose this fate, and after unfusing, the feeling of tiny insect feet crawling over your skin persists. The ability is Overwhelm, and that basically turns Infestation into a bit of a healing move, so that's fun. Now, these two forms are pretty formidable on their own, but this couple works together super well. Gourmandus uses Follow Me to draw in and negate any electric attacks that would, easily fry Atmostratus, and they are free to then smash through your team. It's a tough fight, but you and Maple eventually take down this powerful pair, and they separate from their Pokemon.
That was a gnarly battle, you two. I'm totally impressed. Here you go. You've definitely earned this by kicking our butts big time.
She hands over the device component, which Maple hugs and does a little dance with.
You guys are welcome to chill and hang out with us as long as you'd like. It's pretty sweet up here. I don't know if you've noticed, but our house is totally a plane.
You hear your Rotom Shift whir to life in your pocket. You pull it out and it scans your environment, then states, Rotom Shift, analyzing data, beep, blorp, bloop. New function added, glider. It shares its code with the others, and you watch as Cordelia pops hers open to reveal a hang glider.
We would love to stay and hang out longer, but we've got to get back. This thing is part of a super secret and important experiment.
And people are starting to go missing in town.
We think that those hooded figures are up to no good.
And plus, I'm hungry. Let's go already. Brenda wants the hang glide.
Everyone else readies themselves to jump and sail back towards town. But you consult the journal's pages and scan your surroundings. Double checking the book, it seems that there is an area of interest labeled extraterrestrial craft nearby. You let the others know that you want to check it out, and they glide away.
I'm as free as a bird!
You jump and start gliding south. There's a stretch of dense forest to trek through still, but you spot some familiar Pokemon here like Ugu, Hirschhop, and Unce. But along with them is a new specimen splashing in a river that you need to cross. It looks like a shark, but you realize it is actually the evolution of Little Lisquid. Okay, we're jumping back to the Lusca, the Caribbean shark octopus monster. We want something that rides the line between squid and shark, so by simply moving the mouth to the side of the squid mantle, we get this pose that really reads like a shark poking its head out of the water. I mean, put a little swimmer above this and it's like 100% the Jaws poster. A couple shorter tentacles that can read as pectoral fins, and yeah, we've got a cute little squid shark. Oh, and I am continuing the Garchomp colors for the shiny because, I mean, you know, shark reasoning, and I mean, it's just a good color palette. Okay, let's meet Luscare, the false shark Pokemon. While it appears like a shark, it is still most similar to Inkay. By twisting its tentacles about, Luscare is able to mimic a much more intimidating predator. Though they pop out of the water and thrash about menacingly, trainers are not in danger from these squids, and they make loyal partners. Their coiled legs even let them waddle out of the water if needed. Its ability is still suction cups. I mean, it's a squid, so that negates all moves that force switching out, and the ability is run away. It's pretty friendly and even hops out of the water and waddles over to you. If you didn't grab a Lisquid before, would you pick up this evolution now? As you pat the water type on its head, you see something rise out of the river nearby. A massive steel type. In fact, this is Baribembe, which is found in the prehistoric Palean region. What a prehistoric Pokemon like this is doing still alive in the Hoh'ax region is a mystery. But it charges at you, and you are forced to fight it off. It knocks out some of your Pokemon, but luckily you knock it out with your Lilerk. Yep, tiny Lilerk saves the day. And with that, it's finally ready to evolve. So, fun fact, but this is actually one of the very first Pokemon that I designed for the Hoh'ax region. I wanted the teaser trailer to have a couple Pokemon in it, but didn't want them both to be just first stages. So I whipped up this design way back then, and it feels a little weird to only get to it now, but we're continuing with the Mothman inspiration. Though we're bringing in a touch of owl here too. It's kind of got to be a dark type, but our Mothman line certainly isn't going to be malicious, so it continues to use trickery to scare off bigger Pokemon. That big false face is pretty fun, and for those of you who love Lilerk Shiny, don't worry, it's still going to scream Rosy Maple Moth. Okay, let's say hello to Vissalurk, the false face Pokemon. By holding its large, fuzzy wings over its head, this crafty creature is able to create the visage of another much larger and scarier Pokemon. They only use their deceitful tactics against stronger Pokemon, and make sure to lower their disguise around smaller Pokemon to avoid needlessly frightening them. The ability is still that new one that I came up with, Terrorize, that lowers special attack, and the hidden ability is Intimidate. It's a pretty useful little buddy, though it's still not that strong. It seems like it wants to evolve again, but maybe it needs an evolution item or something. Who knows? We'll find out eventually. After all of this traveling, you and your Pokemon are feeling pretty worn out. But to your relief, you run across a road and spot a Poké Center. You swing on over and see that none other than Looker, of all people, is chatting up the attendant there. He looks fairly concerned, but brightens up when he sees you approach.
Ah, funny running into you all the way out here. I was just getting a statement from this hip person. Can you tell me again what you saw? Yo, dog, there was more of those hooded figures. They came this way and were mad rude to me, and were talking about needing to get some special alloy metal stuff from some crash nearby. How strange. It seems that this Cypher Squad is harvesting various materials from all over the region. I do wonder what they could be up to. Catch this, bro. I know this area, and I've never seen any crash site out the direction they were going. So unless there's some secret I don't know about, but that would be straight up whack, you feel me? Oh, I feel you, my friend. Well, don't you worry. I'll check this out. And who knows? Maybe I may be able to get some help tracking down a secret crash site.
Looker gives you a knowing glance and a smile. You nod back, pull out the journal, and tap the cover confidently. You both heal up your Pokemon and start heading towards the clearing marked extraterrestrial craft in the journal.
Why am I not surprised that you are already heading to this mysterious location? You and that book seem to always be wrapped up in whatever trouble is going on. But I suppose I should be grateful, because I definitely don't see anything out here. But you're sure this is where the book wants us to go?
You've entered a wide circular clearing, but there's no crash site to be seen. Instead, there's just a couple large but seemingly normal rocks sitting atop a hill at the center. Looker follows you up, and you find that the rocks are actually worn and rounded panels of metal. Tapping one of them gently, you can hear a hollow echo reverberating from inside. Brushing some grass and dirt aside, you even reveal a strange keypad. You furiously dig through the journal for any clue that would give you a combination to open what may very well be a banged up and dented hatch. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything of use there.
No luck there, kid? Well, let's remember that those Cypher Squad goons likely tried to get in too. And they don't strike me as a bunch to calmly figure out a combination. Instead...
Looker runs his fingers along a couple metal panels and finds a lip edge that has been scratched up recently. With little effort, he simply lifts the panel and slides it to reveal a shadowy opening.
Yes, of course they broke in. It's hard to say what this is, but if you're with me, I think we should explore.
You agree and hop down into the opening. You land on a metal walkway, and in response to your presence, a handful of weak and flickering lights come to life around you. It's still quite dark, but you can see that the interior of whatever this is quite massive. The walkway you are standing on is one level of many, which crisscross above a dark void below you. You follow your walkway into an opening and a series of hallways.
I haven't seen anything like this before. The architecture is... well, I hate to even suggest it, but it doesn't feel human to me. It's otherworldly, isn't it? As we explore, be sure to stay close, because we know the Cypher Squad is probably already down here, along with who knows what else.
With Looker at your side, you explore the walkways and winding halls. It isn't long before his suspicions are proven correct, as there are quite a few wild Pokemon that have made their way down here. Isidron, Idle, Kleptokep, and Diagem are found down here. In addition, you see some species that seem to be at home in this crash site, almost as if it's where they originated from. Okay, time for a weird little baby Pokemon. We're going to be combining a few things for this 3-stage line. Firstly, and most prominent in this design, are the black-eyed children. This is a more modern urban legend about children whose eyes are completely black and they mess with people's minds and whatnot. Kinda silly, but fun. And it will start us off with the psychic type. Also, playing off of more psychic things, it's gonna have a little tinfoil hat. That's fun, yeah. And lastly, something that will get more developed as it evolves is the idea of the Flatwood Monster, an early extraterrestrial sighting. So smush them all together and you get this nice, simple, creepy space kid. Let's learn about Kringcap, the Space Core Pokemon. On rare occasions, this small psychic type falls through the atmosphere and lands on Earth. Kringcap is actually only a round core with dark, unblinking eyes, but it covers itself with trash in order to blend in on a new planet. It prefers to wear metallic foil on its head, not realizing that it hinders its psychic abilities slightly. Kringcap are wary to trust others, but offering trash and metallic objects win them over. Its ability is Levitate, and it's going to float around with its psychic abilities, and the hidden ability is Opportunist. It swoops this way and that, trying to observe you but stay hidden. Would you chase one of these little things down? Now, the other Pokemon you find isn't fleeing you at all, and instead is just frozen in place. Okay, time for another alien-related thing. We're going to try something pretty out there with this two-stage design, but it is primarily based off of the Dover Demon. It's debated as to whether or not this cryptid is actually an alien or not. Its appearance is similar, but its behavior is a lot more animalistic, being on all fours and whatnot. Now, we're bringing in some space imagery. It's basically like frozen galaxy texture, but the overall body shape comes from something silly. One of the most likely explanations for what the Dover Demon actually was is that people misidentified a baby moose. So I'm pulling in some elements of that. Yeah, just imagine a poor little scared baby moose just frozen in place. Okay, let's meet little Frozo, the Galaxy Glass Pokemon. Researchers suspect that this stationary psychic type doesn't originate from Earth. Frozo's body is comprised of space itself, compressed and crystallized into a frozen shell. While it rarely moves, staring blankly ahead, the swirling psychic mist inside it hint at its potential. Trainers are advised to wear mittens when petting or moving their Frozo, as their surface can freeze fingers in an instant. The ability is Sturdy, so that means that it will survive with 1 HP when it would normally get knocked out, and the hidden ability is Aftermath. This has to be one of the easiest catches in the whole Hoh'ax region, as little Frozo just stands in place, ready for you to lob a Pokeball at it. Looker follows your lead as you delve deeper into the belly of this strange structure. Eventually, you can hear the clanging of metal and hushed voices. Tiptoeing closer and peering around a corner, you see a few Cypher Squad grunts attempting to pry up some pristine metal paneling. You and Looker know that you'll need to stop whatever they are up to.
All right, you lot. What do you think you're doing here?
Not you again.
We just can't get away from this dumb kid, and now they've got some more official-looking help.
Official looking, eh? Well, the name's actually Looker. I'm with Interpol, sent to investigate your organization's criminal behavior. Now, what are you doing down here? What are you taking there?
None of your business. Goody goody. We ain't breaking any laws here.
Yeah, we're just collecting some rare minerals. If the boss wants some shiny metal, we get them shiny metal.
And what does this boss of yours want with all these materials? I've been tracking your activity across the region, and all of the materials you've been taking.
Enough with the questions already.
We don't have time to talk with you two. Either beat it or you'll be sorry.
You and Looker stand your ground, and the grunts throw out Pokemon to battle you. Snooton, Hoaxian Trubbish, Mushy Mind, and Dweebip are a pain to deal with, but you take them all out.
Can't you just leave us in peace?
Let's get out of here. But before we go, here's a little present from the boss.
The Cypher Squad grunts pull a small device from their pocket and power it on. You recognize it as a MUW, or Micro Ultra Wormhole, that can summon Ultra Beasts. A small Ultra Wormhole tears open in front of you, and the Cypher Squad flees.
I'm going after them. I trust you to take care of whatever comes through that.
He chases after the grunts and leaves you alone as something claws its way into your dimension. You know what? Let's really push what an Ultra Beast can be with this one. We're going to very loosely adapt the Bloody Mary urban legend. I have this image in my head of a floating mirror with something trying to claw its way out. I also know that people have been clamoring for me to work the Gravity Falls hench maniacs into the region somehow, so this is giving me a try with the character Teeth. Here's just, teeth, and the idea of the teeth, they're kind of like sliding out of the mirror. It's kind of creepy. I like it. Now, the Bloody Mary urban legend doesn't have exact origins and seems to be a combination of, there's a similar Japanese myth and some various European and American stories, witches and violent rulers and whatnot. I wanted to at least nod to Mary Tudor with the little crown. And then after that, the biggest challenge is just rendering that liquid metal. And as a last-minute addition, I found that I needed to put something that would at least suggest eyes, because the design is already really strange. It needed something to kind of ground it. I may be pushing things a bit too far, but let's learn about Mercrewel, the reflection Pokemon. UB Mirror's anatomy has researchers stumped. Body, eyes, teeth, tongue, and claws all merge together into an amorphous metallic disc. When Mercrewel grabs prey, it pulls them into its mouth, where they disappear momentarily from our plane of existence. When their target is spat back up, they are shook by the unseen horrors held within. The ability is contrary, so that means that stat changes have the opposite effect on this Pokemon, and the hidden ability is Beast Boost. It's a very tough Ultra Beast, but using your trusty starter Pokemon, you are able to emerge victorious. And to your delight, you find that your starter is evolving into its final stage. First up, let's jump back on the Jackalope train. Now, you'll see that we're also bringing in another big inspiration for each of our final stages. They each get a concept tied to general cryptid culture. Since Hoh'ax region is all about cryptids after all. And our Electric Bunny gets to represent the actual, factual scientists and researchers. These are the people who approach cryptids with an appropriate amount of skepticism and actually require evidence. So, by making our bunny a lop, meaning it has long droopy ears, we can get the overall shape of a lab coat. After that, we've got some nerdy and cute glasses, and lastly, this is borrowing a bit from my actual favorite Pokemon design, Raboot, but this cool researcher just needs some pockets. Now, I had a pretty good handle on this design and the colors early on, but I ended up redrawing this design 3 stinking times. It's a fairly complex design for Pokemon, and I had to find just the right pose and proportions that communicated exactly how the ears and the tail and everything actually relate to one another. Let's go ahead and meet our grass starter's final stage. This is Skeptilop, the innovation Pokemon. This incredibly resourceful grass type is always looking for an edge in battle. Skeptilop search their surroundings for useful berries and items, which they store in their fluffy pockets on their legs. The horns on their heads can store vast amounts of electricity, and they will excitedly dash into thunderstorms and leap into lightning bolts to absorb their charge. The ability is competitive, so that raises the special attack stat by 2 stages whenever it's hit by a move that lowers its stats. The other optional abilities are Overgrow and Cute Charm, and the stats are pretty frail, but it is the fastest starter Pokemon, and honestly one of the fastest Pokemon overall. Using Skeptalop would be all about, getting in and out quick, doing some damage with grass, electric, psychic, and fairy moves, and, probably doing some shenanigans with Volt Switch or manipulating stats with the ability. I'd also love for it to have a signature move, but I don't know exactly what that would be. Maybe something that swaps abilities, or I don't know, something else tricksy like that. If you have ideas, I would love to hear them down in the comments. I am very happy with how this bunny turned out. I put a lot of pressure on myself since I generally pick grass starters. I also just absolutely love rabbits, and the nerdy skeptic thing is totally my jam. I think it landed somewhere that checks all those boxes. But I don't know, you'll have to let me know. What do you think? If you picked Little Shrubun way back at the start, are you digging this nerd? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to our fire goat. Ah, yeah. Who is ready for the Jersey Devil proper? Now, just like Skeptalop, this line also gets some cryptid culture inspiration. In particular, this is our gullible, conspiracy-spewing rustic hillbilly. I know that sounds like a little much, but we're having fun. Give him some little overalls and even a scruffy little beard, and we're definitely getting there. Now the feet are kind of odd, as this flying type actually rockets around because of those flames. This is a pretty extreme way to get around, but we're playing up another aspect of the line that it isn't really cryptidy, but it is fun, and that is the idea of a daredevil, like good old Evel Knievel. So it's just having fun and being destructive. This is another design that I just had to do another pass on. In general, I don't spend nearly as much time on my Pokemon designs as I would like, but these are the starters, and in my opinion, they are the absolute most important designs for a region. More so than legendaries or anything else, the starter lines kind of need to be perfect. So you'll see when I show the final art here in a second, but I had to tweak how busy the horns were and change the contrast on the wings so the arm doesn't get lost. Good changes overall. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Kidevil, the daredevil Pokemon. Now sporting giant red-hot wings, this playful goat is now able to soar through the sky with some level of control. Kidevil's superheated hooves provide thrust, but burn the ground whenever it touches down. As destructive as ever, this fire type laughs joyously as it crashes through obstacles and opponents with reckless abandon. The ability is Rock Head, so that protects it from all recoil moves, which it will get plenty of, and the other optional abilities are Blaze and Unaware. So the stats and the ability let Kidevil be a pretty no-nonsense damage dealer. By ignoring recoil and with a serious attack stat, you can just straight up plow through most opponents. It's also slow enough that you could run it in a Trick Room team, and then it can destroy stuff, with its fire, flying, dark, and fighting type attacks. And again, I feel like this needs a signature move. I don't know, something probably related to recoil, or maybe not. I don't know. If you have any ideas, I'd love to hear them down below. So if Skeptalop was our cute design, this is 100% our goofball design. I'm happy with the personality that is showing through here. I mean, how can you not love this, reckless doofus? So if you picked little Flambilly at the start, how are you feeling about this cannonball of a Pokemon? Let me know your thoughts, down in the comments. But let's go ahead and hop into our final starter. So what are we adding to our Sea Serpent Nessie design? Well, to tie into cryptid culture again, we just need to play up the idea of, secret societies, cover-ups, conspiracies, and shady figures with ill intentions, all that good stuff. And dang, does the ghost type not work perfect for this? Yeah, it's just good stuff. So our man in black look is pretty easy to achieve with the spirit shawl draped around our design, kind of like a cloak or a trench coat. And then we get that dope rim of the hat. And then like a little ornamentation on the chest kind of suggests a tie. Yeah, we've got like a real slick customer here. And I know this is definitely kind of stepping on Intellion's toes as the like James Bond secret agent thing. But since I am not a huge fan of Intellion's design, I am definitely fine with it. In fact, to quote Angel from our Discord, when he saw this design early, he said, Intellion found dead in a ditch. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and meet the new agent on the scene. This is Conspector, the covert Pokemon. Walls of thick, eerie fog precede this mysterious ghost type's arrival. It prefers to stay hidden, clad in a cloak of concentrated spiritual energy, which allows it to hide effortlessly in the shadows. Conspector shrugs off most attacks, and its wide variety of moves makes it nearly impossible to predict in battle. It will protect its friends no matter the means and no matter the cost. The ability is Infiltrator, which means that it basically ignores the effects of Reflect, Light Screen, and Safeguard. So it's going to hit you. It's going to hit you no matter what. And then its other optional abilities are Torrent and Swift Swim. It is decently bulky, but other than that, the stats are relatively balanced. I want this to be very versatile, depending on how you train it and what moves you give it. Lots of moves to choose from, water, ghost, fighting, poison, etc. And I think it also needs a signature move. I don't know, kind of related to it having Infiltrator. Maybe its signature move doesn't do a ton of damage, but it can hit through Protect or around Substitute or something. Let me know what you come up with down in the comments. Conspector definitely completes our starter trio as the undeniably cool one. But if you picked Koibra at the start, how are you feeling about your mysterious partner now? Anyone out there changed their starter choice now that you have seen the final stages? Oh, and don't worry, these three still have some surprises in store. I mean, eventually we'll have to give them some Beast Merge forms. But let's get back to the story at hand. There is no doubt in your mind that whatever is going on with the Cypher Squad, it's getting serious. Now, you've completely lost Looker, but decide that it is best for you to fill in the professor on everything going on. You make your way back out of the buried craft and back up to the surface and head back to the research shack. We'll pick up from there in the next episode, but before we go, let's actually check in on the decks. It's really nice to have finally filled in those empty spots with the starters, but we've got a lot of work to go still. This is episode 25 of 50, so we are officially halfway through the series. With the gaps we have left, we'll definitely start getting more evolutions than new Pokemon, so you'll have to let me know if there are any evolutions that you are really looking forward to.
So, these yahoos are collecting a bunch of materials from all over the region? Strange stuff, kid. You said so far they're taking crystals from the woods, circuitry from the arcade, and now some alloy from a crash site? Huh. It seems like they might be building something, but it's hard to say what.
Hey, Professor, maybe we could ask McHadron about it. That dude is always building, super wacky stuff at his junkyard.
Yeah, I don't know, Moose. That guy has a few screws loose, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's like majorly cuckoo banana pants. But he's probably our best shot.
Ugh, I hate that you're right. All right, Moose, you're coming to act as a buffer. McHadron always likes to pretend like he's a good friend. It's very annoying.
You got it, Professor. Oh, and hey dude, give me your map. If you didn't know, McHadron's junkyard is way out here.
Moose adds an icon to your map, and with that, the three of you fast travel as far as you can and then finish walking to the other side of the region. There is a stretch of barren desert that you need to cross, and you see some familiar Pokemon here like Kittycact, Saratuka, and even the rare Molunder. You're feeling a little parched as you finally make it to McHadron's junkyard. A huge fence wraps around the property, but you can still see piles of junk and debris beyond. The professor approaches a large gate and presses a pieced-together call box.
McHadron, are you there?
You know, it's hard to say. Who's asking?
It's me and the professor. We need your help with something.
The professor, you say? My old buddy? I'll be right there.
Yep, I knew this was a mistake.
A moment later, the gate opens.
Come in. How's my best good buddy doing these days? I honestly feel like you've been avoiding me.
McHadron, how many times do I have to tell you we don't actually know each other?
Nonsense! We're best buds. Or at least I think we are. I feel like I remember us working together. I mean, my brain is a little fuzzy these days. But we worked together, right? We filled up some books with our findings, didn't we?
No, that didn't happen. Anyway, let's get on with things. Moose?
Oh yeah, so here's the situation, Mr. McHadron. Those Cypher Squad jerks are stealing stuff, and we think they're trying to build something strange. But we're not sure what.
Something strange, you say?
Totally. They're taking crystals and circuits and alien metals and stuff. And since you invent weird stuff, I'm pretty sure you've got some anime mechs lying around here.
What's an anime?
That is a lesson for another time. But now, do you have any idea what they could be making?
It sounds familiar. Like I wrote it down long ago. Not in the first book. That was mainly notes on the region. Not in the second book. That was mostly about ultra wormholes. It was in the third book. But that was about something that makes my mind all fuzzy again.
The books, eh?
You observe the professor as he fidgets nervously. You know that you have the first book, as its notes on the region have proved extremely useful, but now you are becoming more and more convinced that the professor has the second journal, as his research centers around ultra wormholes. But you haven't seen anything about a third journal yet.
McHadron, are you okay?
Of course I am. I know my brain's a little scrambled these days, but I'm still able to figure stuff out. In fact, I'm still doing research. Looky here, trying to figure out what this thing is that fell out of the sky a bit ago. Reminds me of something from book 2.
McHadron pulls out a device component with lightning bolt glasses on it.
Oh, sweet salsa verde. Maybe this trip wasn't a total waste. Say there, buddy, how about you hand that over to your trusted friend? I'm sure I could figure it out for you.
Hey now, weren't you just denying we was even friends?
What? No, I was joking. Funny joke.
I think you was mocking me, just like the hillbilly what lives in my mirror. But I'll tell you what, I could go for a good old-fashioned Pokemon battle. Defeat me and it's yours. And let's see who will battle me. Eeny, meeny, miny, you.
McHadron points at you and immediately launches into a battle. His first Pokemon doesn't look too tough, though. So, I know we've got plenty of modern cryptids in the region, but I did want to sprinkle in some ancient monsters just for fun. So, this 3-stage line is going to start out inspired by cockatrice and basilisk-y monsters. So, we're going to lean into the paralysis condition. And, the fact that these monsters, they freeze their prey to land on the electric type. I hope that works. Yeah, we're going to say that works. Beyond that, I don't know, we've got a fanged chicken who's pretty darn goofy looking. Since this will evolve 2 more times, I couldn't let the design get too complicated, but also it's something that you wouldn't run into until a little bit later into the region, so I don't want it to look too much like a baby Pokemon. I think we landed on a good balance here. I really like the color palette that I landed on. It fits, like a chicken or a rooster well enough, but it also hints at the secondary typing that it will get when it evolves. Okay, let's say hello to Shockatrice, the odd chicken Pokemon. While not particularly intelligent or capable, this flightless bird still manages to paralyze opponents. A combination of Shockatrice's off-putting stare and a brush from their single long electrified tail feather can leave even the toughest Pokemon completely frozen. They can be obnoxious to deal with, but can be easily distracted with bird seed and berries. The ability is, static. It's going to be, paralyzing everybody. So if anybody makes contact with it with a contact move, there's a chance that they'll become paralyzed. And the hidden ability is Lightning Rod. Its ability to paralyze your team is a real pain in the butt, but luckily, it's a relatively weak Pokemon. Next up, you see that Mechadron has a good old oonce oonce. It dances about, but doesn't cause you too much trouble. After that is a new evolution. Hey, you remember that strange Missin' Bit Pokemon from the arcade? Well, let's see what it can turn into. And we're really gonna push what a Pokemon can be with this one. I knew that I wanted to pull in Giffany and Rumble McSkirmish, a couple of the best characters from Gravity Falls in my opinion. I wanted to pull those in. Initially I figured I would do like a split evolution, but then I had a much more interesting idea. I don't have any real gender differences for any of the other Hoh'axian Pokemon, and this is a perfect place for it. Now here's the weird part. The two versions will look very different, but actually be comprised of exactly the same shapes. So there's a square and a circle and some triangles and a couple wire ribbony bits that are just in different configurations for the two body plans. Kind of like Missin' Bit, we're going to do the pixelated appearance, which is a pain in Photoshop, but I get there. But yeah, we've got a new evolution with some pretty drastic gender differences. This is Giffino, the glitch Pokemon. Researchers have determined this electric type is an Ultra Beast still adapting to our world. While it has incorporated wires to interact with physical objects, Giffino's body is still comprised of electrical energy compressed into pixelated two-dimensional planes. The two genders are made up of the same shapes, so the only real difference is how it pronounces its own name. The female version is Giffany and the male version is Giffany because I'm stupid and I think that's funny. Also, the female version has the ability Love Lover, so that will boost fairy type moves since both of these genders are pure electric. It'll get some coverage. And then the male version gets Fight Fighter, which does the same thing for fighting type moves. Their shinies are very fun because it's essentially the same body plan, but it swaps out for the other pixel art. It's very stupid, but whatever, I think it's fun. Mechadron actually has both genders on his team, so you end up having to fight both of them back to back, and once you weather their fairy and fighting type attacks, the last Pokemon is sent out. And it is a rather large evolution to Ugu. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. Quick reminder: Ugu was based on there's like a salamander monster mutation-y thing from a very polluted lake. So we're really leaning into the radioactive angle and giving it the electric type. I mean, like poison and electric together, that feels very radioactive to me. It now also gains a pair of additional arms. Though I did want it to still feel sciencey, so there's these kind of like glass beaker bubbles on its back full of poison. Oh, I took the foldy skin that some salamanders have going down their sides, turned that into a lightning bolt pattern. Plopped a radioactive symbol on its forehead, and then I give it just the happiest expression ever, and we end up with Guganton, the slime Pokemon. After devouring enough toxic waste, the tiny Ugu is able to evolve into the massive and only slightly radioactive Guganton. They are a loving companion and enjoy giving powerful hugs with their forearms. Trainers are highly encouraged to invest in a hazmat suit. The ability is the Power of Alchemy, and that means that it will copy the ability of any opponent that it defeats, so that's super fun, with the hidden abilities being Gluttony and Liquid Ooze. It hits the field, and you know that as a poison and electric type, you can absolutely destroy it with a ground type attack. As you send an appropriately devastating attack its way, Mechadron clasps a Beast Merge necklace and fuses with his partner. Who is ready for Mechadron to get a big old robot. I thought about making this a nod to the Gobblewonker, but it ended up feeling unnecessary. We've already got like a water starter who represents sea serpents, and then the prehistoric Berry Bembe looks surprisingly similar to the Gobblewonker already, and it's a steel type. So instead, we are going full Shakatron from the Gravity Falls finale. We are swapping to a steel and electric typing for that reason, and we even get to maintain the like dinosaur jaws on the one arm by putting like a kind of maw on this. It works. This design came together surprisingly well and fast for like a, I don't know, mechanical design. And yeah, we get another strange beast merge form. Okay, let's learn all about Beast Merge Guganton. The Mecha Menace. A bubble made of super strong glass protects the trainer as the rest of Guganton's body morphs into this robotic form. Powered by intense radiation, this mechanical powerhouse is able to destroy its opponents with either brutal punches or corrosive slime. And a steel electric type? What? With levitate? That's crazy. Yeah, so it's going to get to float around and not have to worry about any of those pesky ground type attacks anymore. Maybe that's kind of mean. I don't know. I think it's fun. It takes all of your final Pokemon's effort, but you are eventually able to knock out your opponent. Mechadron brushes himself off, thanks his Pokemon, and hands you the device component.
Well done! You've earned this for sure. I wish I could help you more, but all I can say is it has something to do with that third book that you and I wrote. Remember, Wilfred?
Again, that is not a thing I remember.
I remember, I kind of remember sitting in the town museum writing it with you. Don't I?
That's it, dude. Maybe if we take McHadron back to the museum, that'll, like, jog his memory.
I mean, I guess it's worth a shot.
Oh boy, Wilfred Pines and William Piddleforth McHadron back together again.
Oh, brother.
You all head out, with your eyes set on the museum at the center of Twin Falls. You arrive at the museum, which appears to be closed, but you are greeted by some familiar faces standing outside. Maple seems to be trying to peek through the museum windows with her friends Sandy and Frenda.
Oh my gosh, shut your butt! What are you guys doing here?
Oh, we found this old hillbilly, and he's got, like, answers about these mysterious journal books up in his brain, so we're trying to coax it out by coming to where he wrote stuff. What are you guys doing here?
There's been word that some of the Cypher Squad goons were hanging out in the museum, so we thought we would investigate.
Maple, what did I tell you about going after trouble like this?
Don't go alone? And look, I've already got backup.
Yes, we are the backup. Tough stuff here.
Yeah, this backup's got your back for sure, Maple.
That's double backup. And now you guys show up, I've got like quadruple double backup.
All right, fine. Well, let's see what we can find here.
But how do we do that when the museum is closed?
Well, I'll start by saying that what I am about to do is not a crime, all right? Locking away all that museum-y knowledge behind closed doors, isn't that the real crime?
You watch as the professor expertly picks the lock on the front door, and he ushers everyone inside. You are left to explore the museum, which initially appears to be abandoned, but it isn't long before you discover that it is crawling with wild Pokémon, some of which you have seen before, like Flungunk, Hoaxian Trubbish, and Phasmagore, but there's also a new addition. Let's check it out. Okay, we're gonna start this 2-stage line with a little demon. Now, it's debatable if you want to lump demons and devils and whatnot in with cryptids, but from my perspective, they fall into that, like folklore camp. So we're adding them in here. Plus, this will eventually gain aspects from the Hodag cryptid when it evolves, so this is a good starting point. And I want another Pokemon that can fit on any like Cypher Squad Grunts teams, so we're definitely aiming for like a little devil henchman look. Think of like Pain and Panic from the Disney Hercules movie. If you've seen that, it's a good one. Beyond that, the only thing that I wanted was a functional forked tail. which will make more sense when we get to the Dex entry. All right, let's say hello to Torshad, the roasting Pokemon. This eager little reptile loves sticking berries on its forked tail and then roasting them with its fire breath. Torshad are very particular about what they eat and will spend most of a day perfectly preparing its meals. While some find it a bit scary looking at first, by sharing their food, they quickly win over people and Pokemon alike. Its ability is Flash Fire, so instead of taking damage from Fire-type moves, it has its own Fire-type attacks boosted by 50%, with the hidden ability being Blaze. These little goobers are pretty friendly, so likely wouldn't be too difficult to catch if you needed a Fire-type. After battling through the halls, it seems that one of Maple's Pokemon, little Kleptokept, is finally ready to evolve. Okay, so reminder, this line is based on birds that collect shiny objects. So Kleptokept was a blue jay, and this second stage is based off of a bowerbird, which collects colorful shinies to decorate its nest. We're actually going to pull the look of the nest and work it into the design itself, like it's carrying its nest around with it wherever it goes. That's fun. Now, these colors are nice and metallic, with the shiny again being a reference to the final evolution and the Alicanto bird. But for now, let's learn all about Kleptonest, the collector Pokemon. Unfortunately, this bird has both ingested so much metal and woven other pieces into its feathers that it is no longer able to fly. While it may be heavy, Kleptokept are surprisingly fast as they flee to protect their shiny hoard. Their feathers now shimmer with the metal that they have developed an appetite for. The ability is Pick Up, so that lets it pick up objects when moving around and also catch things that are thrown at it with Fling. And the hidden ability is Frisk. It's got to steal all that stuff. This is also really fun that we had a mono flying type, and instead of just adding steel, it is changing to the steel type. Yeah, that's fun. Maple is so excited to have her little metallic bird, which skitters off looking for shiny things, and she, chases after it. You also feel as if there's another Pokemon out there. It feels like you're being watched, but you don't see anything. You go searching, and when you turn a corner, you bump straight into Glee, nearly knocking them off their feet. They seem to be hiding something behind their back, but it's tough to see what it is.
Watch where you're going. You! What are you doing in here? The museum is closed right now, and don't you even ask me what I'm doing here. I, have special permissions. Now, if you know what is good for you, you'll scram right now.
Stubborn and silent as ever, you stand your ground and crane your neck to see what Glee is holding behind them.
Fine, whatever, you got lucky last time. Now you're going to pay.
With one free hand, Glee lets loose a Pokemon at you. Alright, I've been waiting a long time to finally introduce our Hide Behind. If you're not familiar with this cryptid, which only makes a brief appearance in a Gravity Falls short, it is a creature that stalks you in the woods, but it is always able to remain hidden behind the trees. It's another one of those, nobody knows exactly what it looks like types of monsters. But I've always loved the depictions where it is made up of, almost gnarled branches. It's hiding in the trees, so it needs to blend in. Now, this won't be a grass type. It'll just kind of look that way, almost like Pseudo-Wudo. Now, this was a very fun design to work on. We've got this weird pose that shows how it is able to squish and bend its body to hide behind stuff, and it makes it nice and creepy. And then I've got this fun kind of subtle woodworks and the burls in the wood. Yeah, I like it. All right, let's go ahead and meet Detroke, the unseen Pokemon. This dark type's twisted limbs are perfectly camouflaged among the dense Hoh'axian forests. Detroke are so good at contorting their bodies and hiding behind even the thinnest of objects that they often leave the woods and prowl urban environments. Catching a glimpse of one in the wild is rare, and it must trust its trainer fully to reveal itself in broad daylight. The ability is something new, we're calling Out of Sight, So that means if it is ever behind a substitute, so if it uses the move substitute, it will gain 1/16 of its HP each turn. And then the hidden ability is Run Away. I think that makes sense. You suspect that this is the Pokemon that was watching you in the halls, and after this is done, you may need to try your hand at actually tracking one down for yourself. But for now, Glee sends out a Stuckabout. It isn't too tough, and Glee sends out another Pokemon, the evolution to Little Kringcap. Alrighty, so we are going from the Black-Eyed Children to the Flatwoods Monster. This is classic sci-fi here. We want it silly and ridiculous looking, while still, capturing the Flatwood Monster's iconic silhouette. That big hood is just kind of funny. So we're gonna run with it, and now it's gonna be almost kind of like a satellite dish or like a chunk of spacecraft. Now, rendering the metal is always a bit of a challenge, but I'm pretty happy with where we wound up. I want it to look metallic, but not too shiny. When we get to the final stage for this line, that's where I want it to look, like super slick. For now, let's go ahead and meet Smeltip, the Space Core Pokemon. By scouring its surroundings, this resourceful Psychic type is able to fashion protection from garbage and sheets of metal. The metal dish around Smeltip's central core now helps focus its psychic abilities. The fabric skirt beneath its core appears to be just a fashion choice. It is fascinated by much of the world around it, causing its unblinking eyes to levitate out of its head. The ability is then Levitate, so that means it's immune to ground-based moves, and the hidden ability is Opportunist. It roughs up some of your team, but you manage to take it down. Glee is nearly out of breath from the battle alone, but clasps their necklace and merges with their trusty foe line. Luckily, you already know how to deal with this beast merge form. Glee is really going to have to step up their game, and you take them down. Glee violently separates and flies across the room. When they land, you can finally see what was being hidden before. A book. A journal, really. Very similar to your own. And Glee scrambles to the book, scoops it up, and flees down a hallway. But as they do, you see that a partial page has fallen out. You lift it up and examine it. Much of the details are missing, but it appears to be some kind of collar, and it shows the required components to build it. You backtrack to the lobby and hand the page over to the professor.
What? What did you find? What is this supposed to be?
Whoa, what is this? A control device?
That's it! From the third journal. Those early experiments creating that device, that's, I think, what scrambled up my brain.
You designed this?
I think we did, Wilfred and myself. And I think we shouldn't have tested it on me.
I would have remembered frying your brain with some device like this. I didn't make this, buddy.
Maybe you didn't. I just can't remember anything these days. But I do know, it seems like Glee had this page, and has the rest of my book what it came from. Who knows what terrible plans are in the works already?
Well, Glee and terrible are pretty synonymous.
Just then, Maple and Grinda come barreling down a hallway.
There you guys are. Have any of you seen Sandy?
We lost sight of her as we were exploring, and now we can't find her anywhere. You lost your backup. Oh, we need to find her. I don't like how all these people keep going missing when the Cypher Squad is around. Maple, Brenda, do another loop of the museum. Moose, stay here with Macadron in case she comes back, and Kid, you come with me. Let's go look outside.
You follow the professor outside, and as you check around the building, you spot a group of people. It seems that Cordelia is trying to wrench Sandy away from Glee and a group of hooded Cypher Squad members. As you approach, Cordelia is pushed to the ground. Glee sees you, squeals, and starts to book it towards their tent in the distance, while Sandy and the others disappear through the fog to the south.
Okay, I'm going after that brat, Glee. You go get Cordelia and follow Sandy. Maple's counting on you to get Sandy back.
You help Cordelia to her feet and start south after your kidnapped friend.
stand up to here with these chumps. Kidnapping people from town is one thing, but nobody messes with Sandy. I'm sure that I saw them going this way.
You follow Cordelia as she squeezes through a broken fence nearby, and you emerge in an abandoned mini golf course. You spot a handful of hooded figures leading Sandy away. Her expression is strangely blank, and she just follows wherever she's being led. You navigate around to catch up, but you find several obstacles. Some of the Cypher Squad grunts fall back to battle you and slow you down with their Hoh'axian Trubbish, Biddybat, and Dweebip, but they aren't too much trouble for you and Cordelia battling together. But unfortunately, there are some wild Pokemon here as well. Along with, Phasmagore and Passacry, you see a couple new species. The first you find peering out of a windmill, and it scurries over to investigate you. So we're gonna pay homage to one of the silliest Gravity Falls episodes. You know them, you love them. It's the Lilliputians. Their play off of the Lilliputians from Gulliver's Travels. And we're also gonna reference the various small humanoid cryptids from around the world, like the Ebugogo from Indonesia, which it wasn't until I was doing research that I found out that the Ebugogo may actually just be like oral history passed down of when the indigenous population shared the island with Homo floresiensis, which is just bananas to think about. That's crazy. So, as far as Ebugogo goes, this design is going to be, small and fast and have a big flat nose, just like them. Beyond that, we've got some feet that feel like the little Gravity Falls Lilliputians clogs. And to reference the different themed golf balls in that episode, you can catch this Pokeball mimic in different Pokeball patterns. Yeah, that's always fun. Okay, let's meet little Tiwi, the golf ball Pokemon. These tiny normal types are surprisingly durable. Tiwi prefer to live in urban environments, often forming large groups in abandoned buildings. The Hoh'ax region is known to have a large population of Tiwi, which have taken over an old mini golf course. Communities are distinguishable by their differently colored head domes, which match various Pokeball patterns for some unknown reason. The ability is Filter, so that reduces damage from super effective attacks, and the hidden ability is Sturdy. There are a ton of these little guys around, so if you want a small but tough normal type, now's your chance to get one. After that, you spot something cleaning up this dilapidated place. I knew that I'd wanted some kind of fey sprite in this region. Just a nice, solid mono fairy type, but I didn't want it to look like just a cartoon version of a fairy, no Tinkerbells here. So, looking at my options, I landed on a brownie, which are European house sprites that help clean and do chores, but if you make them mad, they get mean and destroy your things. So by combining the cap that some of these little helpers wear with brooms and dusters and removing basically everything else that I could, we get this super simple design. Now the fun challenge for this was making a face that made sense upside down as well, since I am going to give it a gimmick similar to Morpeko's hangry forms, only this guy spins upside down. It takes the happy expression and makes it mad, and that hat is then kind of pointy like horn. It makes a lot more sense once it's animated. So let's check out the decks for Flipheint, the unstable Pokemon. These helpful sprites spend much of their time tidying up spaces. Flipheint alternate between loving their work and resenting the cleaning that they do. Even skilled trainers struggle to keep their Pokemon content all of the time. When Flipheint spins its body upside down, you know you are in for a temper tantrum. Upset this Pokemon enough, and it will stop cleaning and trash its surroundings. The ability is Sweep Switch, so that changes forms every turn between happy and grumpy modes. This changes the type of Flipheint's signature move, Emotion Swirl, so it would essentially go from fairy to a dark type. if you think you could deal with its mood swings, it's a pretty nice fairy type to add to your team. While you are searching about, you stumble across some evolution items, both a flame feather and mud mold. You know what that means, time to create another final idle evolution. So, if you have either Fitchix or Folil, you would be able to give them the missing evolution item. And combining the bird and horse features together, we just need a hippogriff. We're going to do our wings out of just the flames to keep the design from getting too complicated, especially compared to the other final idle evolutions that we have coming. The head posture and expression were important for this design, as the stiffness and kind of discomfort are key, but that'll make more sense when we get to the decks. Now, even though it's a ground type, you can think of this guy as being a bit like a candle. Oh, and for fun, we went ahead and did black flames for the shiny, because, I don't know, that's just cool. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Gripponif, the burning Pokemon. With a combination of the Mudmold and Flame Feather items, an Idle can evolve into this unfortunate combination. Gripponif isn't quite in pain, but is always a little bit uncomfortable as its two flaming wings slowly burn up its sandy body. While less than ideal, Gripponif takes pride in its powerful appearance, and luckily it regenerates its sandy body just by walking about. The ability is Dousable, which is a new fun one. So being hit by a water type attack removes the user's fire typing and increases their defenses by 2 stages. Oh, and the hidden ability is Flash Fire. Would you fully evolve your Idle into this unfortunate creature, or are you holding off? There are 4 more potential final Idle evolutions after this one and Maramigi, but you'll have to wait a little longer for those. Continuing on, you also spot a strange Pokemon hiding in one of the mini-golf dioramas. It appears to be a little terrestrial bat. Desmort is actually native to the Palean region, but you've heard word that they've actually been spotted elsewhere. Capable of evolving into either an Alabrize or Chupabrihe, you may want to catch one, but right now, you need to get Sandy. You do your best to catch her, but the 2 Cypher Squad grunts with her disappear through another gap in the fence on the other end of the course before you can get there to stop them.
No! Come on, we can still catch up to them. We need to be fast, though. If they get too much of a head start, we'll have no chance of finding them in the...
Cordelia pulls you through the fence, and you are left standing before a grisly forest of bare trees blanketed in thick fog. It is too late. Sandy is nowhere to be seen.
No! Come on, man! These woods are the worst! My ex-boyfriend, Valentino, hangs out in here all the time, and... Oh, I hate that I'm even suggesting this, but if anyone can find those goons in all this fog, he'll be able to.
She adds an icon to your map. Apparently, he likes to hang out in an abandoned store off farther to the west.
Come on. Maybe we'll run into the Cypher Squad before we actually have to deal with Valentino. But let's be careful. There are some kinda tricky Pokemon out here.
You spot some familiar species like Uglorn, Visselurk, and Mushy Mind, none of which are too bad to deal with, but you see what she means when something new pops out of the mist at you. Alright, I am not gonna lie, this design is really just an excuse for me to put one of my favorite animals into the region. Based off of the Azaban, a trickster from Abenaki mythology, it is a playful and mischievous little raccoon. Now, not to play favorites too much, but I did want this to not just be a normal raccoon, I wanted it to be pretty special. So, along with it being very difficult to catch, it's going to be another one of our, ultra beasts that wound up in the Hoh'ax region and has just adapted. Similar to how Foline is tentacles, which look like a cat, this is more of a ribbon or paper strip that folds itself to look like a raccoon. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of like the Cheshire Cat a little bit, that kind of twirling effect. I love it. I love it. All right, let's learn all about Azaboon, the trickster Pokemon. These mischievous creatures appear to be an Ultra Beast which has adapted to life in the Hoh'ax region. Azaboon are incredibly rare and experts at avoiding detection. When they feel threatened, they conjure billowing clouds of fog, which allow them to either flee or pick their target's pockets. Befriending this trickster requires a great deal of patience and berries. The ability is, it's gotta get prankster, with the hidden ability being magician, so it can steal things. This tricky goober conjures up disorienting mist and flees right away. There would be a way to catch this Pokemon, but I imagine it being a bit of a side quest to get. Almost like how you need to put in the work to get Spiritomb in Legends Arceus. I don't know exactly what this quest would be, so if you have any ideas, let me know about them down in the comments. Now, unfortunately, whatever weird mist it conjured continues to linger on, affecting your sense of direction. Even the map on your phone is completely useless as it can't pinpoint your location. Cordelia, uncharacteristically frustrated, taps at her phone.
Dang it! This is the butts! I'm completely turned around now. I'm not even sure which way is north at this point. Do we just pick a random direction and keep going? Well, crap.
Your own frustration subsides when you consult the journal and find a note about the woods. It seems that all the trees here dislike the sun and lean ever so slightly north. With this information, you reorient and continue west.
That's what I'm talking about, man! Using that big nerd brain to save the day! And hey, look! I actually think I see something ahead.
After trekking through the thick fog, you can see the lights of a building.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, there should be a Poke Center that's still open over here. We may want to heal up before we deal with Valentino.
Sure enough, as you pass through the last bit of fog, you see two buildings next to one another. There's a dilapidated store further on, with cracked windows and glowing with moody lighting, but next to it is a bright and cheery Poke Center manned by an eagerly waving attendant.
Yo, what a do? We don't get many folk out here. Just Valentino who be straight up soaking in the store next door.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're here to see him.
Let me heal up your Pokemon for you, dog.
Thanks, dog.
You leave the hip Pokemon attendant and enter the creepy abandoned store. Having only met Valentino once before, you immediately understand why he likes this place. It is filled with dark and cool clothing and various accessories.
Valentino, where you at? I know you're in here.
Cordy, is that you? Did you come to take me back?
No, man. We went on one date and it didn't work. We're not a thing.
Oh, you probably just came because you heard that I found this, and you just want to take it. Just like you stole my heart.
What? No, that's not why we're here. But, I mean, yeah, I guess we want that too.
Well, what do you want then?
Our friend Sandy got captured by some of those Cypher Squad goons and took her out into the fog around here. We were hoping you could help us find her since you basically live out here.
Well, I mean, I am pretty tough. I could probably take care of those Cypher losers for you, but I don't actually know how to get around that well.
What do you mean? You're always out here, aren't you?
Yeah, but I just have the Poke Center guy give me a ride out here. I'm not crazy enough to walk out there alone.
Ugh! What good are you? Just give us the device component then.
What? No! I won't let you take literally everything from me.
Fine. I'll just battle you and take it.
No way. I can't fight you. You're like my love.
Cordelia facepalms, sighs, and looks over to you.
You want to beat this useless idiot for me real fast so we can be on our way?
You happily agree and challenge Valentino. Unfortunately, he isn't quite the pushover that he initially seemed. He leads with a little bitty bat. It's not too tough, but Valentino's next Pokemon is its evolution. Okay, so quick reminder, While Biddybat has more of a general vampire vibe, the rest of this line is going to be based on the Manananggal, which is a particularly horrifying flying torso monster. It's pretty messed up. We're going to get part of the way there with this design, though we're not going to let it fully separate yet. Instead, we're going to do this as a cutesy and Pokemon-y take on it. So instead of super gruesome entrails, we get this little spring between the two halves. It hides the yuckiness of the inspiration and also lets it spring up into the air. And just to play with the fact that it is torn in half, it will gain the ghost typing. I like that this line, it's doing its best not to become an actual dark type. I don't know, it's kind of ridiculous, but I like it. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Sproingut, the spring bat Pokemon. When exposed to a Reaper Cloth, a Biddybat is so conflicted by its spooky typing that it is literally torn apart during its evolution. Sproingut have accepted their role as ambush predators, contracting their coiled body and springing out to surprise their prey. Luckily, they haven't given into their ghostly side completely and still care for their trainers immensely. Its ability is Strong Jaw, which powers up biting moves, and the hidden ability is Infiltrator. It bounces and flutters around the battlefield, constantly biting at your team, but you eventually take it down. Next up, Valentino sends out a Detroke, which keeps avoiding your attacks with substitutes, but eventually you whittle away until it also faints. Now, though Valentino is a dark type specialist, I like that he's using some wild cards, and next up, we have the evolution to the ever-hungry ice type Nomble. This 3-stage line is based on the Chenoo and other cold climate folklore from the First Nations. Now, the Chenoo is very interesting as it is said to have a literal burning hunger that takes over its body and kind of starts to burn it up. So this gets us an actually justified ice and fire type. Wanting to sprinkle in just a dash of Yeti, this guy also feels a little bit like Rankin and Bass stop motion abominable snowman. I think that's fun. I worked in some swirls around the eyes and the belly button to show how this Pokemon is starting to lose control. And the mist that comes out of the mouth and on top of the head helps subtly break up the silhouette. Yeah, I think this works very well. Okay, let's meet Nombomble, the hungry Pokemon. The hunger that Nomble once had has grown in intensity, and now fire relentlessly burns in its stomach. Nombomble have great difficulty focusing on anything that isn't food, and they can be quite difficult to train. Letting out blasts of icy mist 1 second and superheated air the next, this Pokemon can be quite dangerous. The ability is still Gluttony, so that lets it eat berries sooner, with the hidden ability being Immunity. The Ice and Fire typing is completely unexpected, but Nombomble does have plenty of Dark-type attacks to launch at you. After avoiding its hungry chomps, you shut it down, and Valentino is forced to send out his last Pokemon. Remember that tiny Rappet he got way back when? Well, that turned into a Hoaxian Trubbish, and now it's time for our Garbodor. Continuing the Gravity Falls Summerween motif, it's time for the Summerween Trickster. I try not to have too many Pokemon that are just, direct Gravity Falls parallels, but I love the Summerween Trickster episode, and Garbodor needs some love. I also think it's, just hilarious to have it up on these two weird tall legs, kind of like Alolan Executor. They're both just tall and strange. Now, its body is still candy, but playing with the, torn wrapper bag look, we get something that feels like the Trickster's hat and tattered coat, matching Garbodor's arms with black licorice. We still get the same look of that, and candy corn in the teeth. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Okay, let's check out Hoaxian Garbodor, the trash heap Pokemon. Unlike its slow-moving Unova counterpart, The Hoh'axian variant of Garbodor has sprouted long legs made of old discarded candy. While much of its body is comprised of less than desirable sweets, it does hold on to some delicious candy that it gives to anyone who enjoys its playful tricks and silly scares. The ability is Aftermath, so after it faints, it explodes and hurts the attacker, with the hidden abilities being Sticky Hold and Sweet Veil. It's surprisingly fast on those gangly legs, and Valentino smirks at you. He holds a gem dangling from his wallet chain. Yep, it's Beast Merge time. I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do with this, since, we already have the Summerween Trickster, so where do you go from there? Luckily, I've got some insight from Turnover Disc, one of our Patreon people hanging out with me in the Discord server. They pointed me towards the good old Gravity Falls water tower, which is often tied to Robbie or Valentino. And then I combined that with a much more recent bit of urban legend, lore, creepypasta fun, being Siren Head. And then on top of that, there's the whole brainwashing music that Robbie has in the show, and it all just fits together. I started sketching, and it just fell into place. We're letting the candy really rot in this form, giving us the poison type, meaning if you had planned to destroy this dark type specialist with a fighting type, you are suddenly up against a poison fairy type at the very end. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Okay, let's learn all about our Beast Merge Garbodor, the Siren Tower. This once friendly heap of candy explodes, reforms into writhing tendrils, and lifts their trainer into the air. Cones amplify the trainer's negative thoughts and blast poison-type sound attacks at opponents. The sonic waves are so intense that spectators feel their nauseating effects. After unfusing, trainers suffer from a day of vertigo and ringing in their ears. And the ability is something new called Sickly Sound, so poison-type attacks are now treated as sound-based moves, which are able to also hit steel types. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Valentino towers over you, bumping his head on the ceiling. You're glad you were able to heal up your team before this battle, as it's proven to be pretty tough. But you finally knock him out. He separates, you skip over, and take the device component from your forlorn opponent.
Whatever. I don't really want it anyway.
Okay, buddy. All right, let's go get that back to the professor.
You head outside just as 4 figures emerge from the mist.
Oh, geez. Who's this now? Maybe it's the punks who kidnapped Sandy. Get ready for a battle.
Whoa. It's just us.
Yeah, it just took forever to catch up to you in all of this gloomy fog.
Well, did you find Sandy? Is she okay?
We tried to catch them, but they shook us in these stupid woods. We're so sorry. But we did get another piece of your machine, Professor.
Ah, that's great, Cordy. I'm gonna have you take that back to the research shack, and don't feel too bad about losing to them. I couldn't even catch up to that little slimeball Glee. But luckily, we've got a new lead.
Being at the museum with all y'all, I remembered writing more of the book. There's one more thing from that page that they've been harvesting, and I know where it is. There's a mine nearby that will let us get down into a jungle cenote. Here, give me that map of yours.
McHadron adds an indicator to your map for the mine's location. Cordelia heads back to the research shack with the device component that you won from Valentino, while the rest of you cross through the spooky forest. Out in the woods, you run into a new Pokémon. You see a strange glow coming from the top of a tree, and a small spider skitters down to investigate you. Okay, so this line is going to combine 2 things. The first are, spider cryptids. Most specifically, it'll eventually look like the Jorogumo, which I know that's technically a yokai, not a cryptid, but I don't know. I wanted some more Japanese inspirations in the decks, and the Jorogumo, just looks freaking sweet. And the other thing, which I have just always wanted as a Pokemon, is a Blacklight. Good old dark electric Blacklight. I just think that's neat, so we're gonna do it. This is a 2-stage, so it's gonna start out super simple, mainly just a big old bulb butt and some legs. I gave it some dramatic eyes, which will help tie it to the proper Japanese eye makeup look that the evolution will have. Yeah, I don't know, nothing too crazy here. I just had some fun figuring out the best way to render the look of a blacklight. Okay, let's meet Violet, the dark glow Pokemon. Researchers are unsure if it is this dark type's glass-like abdomen or the filament within, but it is able to absorb light and emit its own ultraviolet light. Violet uses its strange glow to disorient prey before leaping on them and draining their life force. While often moody, they commonly befriend Unce and enjoy a good dance party. The ability is Tinted Lens, the colored glass, which powers up not very effective moves, and the hidden ability is Battery. It dances about for you. If you have an Unce with you, this little buddy will quite literally jump into one of your Pokeballs to be its buddy. Continuing on, you also see plenty of Mushimind. In fact, there are so many that you decide to catch a few more. Now, there are clues that would be in the journal about a strange evolution method, and when you fill your party with all Mushimind, they fuse together into one strange evolution. And this is an evolution method that I just wish existed in Pokemon for real. Like, if I have 3 Diglets, I want them to combine and turn into a Dugtrio, or like Magnemites or whatever. It's just the thing that I want. So a party of Mushiminds is going to turn into a little horde fusion design. Now, I knew that I wanted all their brains to just combine into one giant brain. This is partially because it is a psychic type after all, but also to continue the Perceptrum inspiration from that episode of Gravity Falls. I also had it planned out that all 6 of the Mushimind torsos and legs would get repurposed into the arms and legs of this new evolution. So getting the feet to be the fingers and whatnot, it made me happy from a design angle. Alrighty, let's check out Zomboard, the brain fungus Pokemon. On very rare occasions, groups of Mushimind have been observed merging together during evolution to form a Zomboard. They are always hungry and use their powerful psychic abilities to lift their prey with telekinesis and draw them directly to them. Trainers are advised to keep their Zomboard well fed to avoid any accidental bites. The ability is Poison Touch still, so that means it may poison the target whenever they make contact, and the hidden ability, it is a zombie, is Unaware. This big old brain takes a few moments for all its limbs to learn how to work together, but it is soon scuttling through the misty terrain excitedly. Having learned how to navigate through this disorienting layout with the journal's help, you arrive on the other side of the forest in no time.
So, what can we expect in here?
Oh, Wilfred, you and me been in here together tons of times.
McHadron, another reminder, none of that actually happened.
No, of course not. My mind is just still a scrambled, I suppose. But I could have sworn I recalled exploring these here mines with you. Well then, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's just chock full of preserved and escaped prehistoric monsters.
Wonderful.
You step inside the cold, damp mine. Traveling deeper into the earth, the walls of the mine have strange deposits of amber. In fact, as you get deeper, the amber deposits have become so massive that they have preserved entire species of ancient Pokemon. The further you descend, the more the amber deposits seem to have melted and busted open, like things have escaped. Now, unlike the fossil Pokemon found in other regions, these were not resurrected incorrectly, with mineral impurities and have the rock type and whatnot. No, you continue along and you run into some actual factual ancient fossil Pokemon. So Cactamo, Fleetwee, and Sailil are actually some of the Pokemon from my previous region. Now, if you haven't watched the Pokemon Amber series, I'm a little biased. I think it's quite good. It's certainly worth viewing. Now, you find them and others like Chippet and Ectrio, and now is your chance to catch any of these little cuties. Also, we have another strange evolution method. If you happen to have a Capnary with you, along with at least one of these new fossil Pokemon, little Capnary will evolve. I don't know, what can I say? I love weird evolution methods. Of course, they would be hinted at in the journal somewhere, but little Capnary is going to be so inspired by its prehistoric friends that it will turn into the Ropin. This is one of those, like, non-extinct cryptid, dinosaur, flying reptile, good stuff. Now, though the Ropin is a little bit more than just a pterosaur, as it glows when it flies through the night sky. We are combining that with the pterodactyl from Gravity Falls and giving it like a pickaxe face, since it's still tied to the blue cap design and mines from before. It all comes together and makes a nice skeletal Ropin that glows with its blue flames. Okay, let's learn all about Azurect, the faux fossil Pokemon. While this winged creature appears to be ancient, it has actually only taken this form after being influenced by other actual fossil Pokemon. It still loves to spend its time in caves and mines, where it uses its sharp beak to extract deposits of combustible minerals. The ability is Levitate, which is pretty nice for a rock and fire type, so that means it's raised off the ground, doesn't get hit by ground type moves, and the hidden ability is Flash Fire. But what do you think? Would you bring your Capnary here to meet some Fossilmons and get all inspired to evolve?
Man, oh man, this place is wild. Who knew we'd be coming face to face with actual dinosaurs?
I always suspected this day would come. So, McHadron, you said that you came down here before that weird mind control collar turned your brain into mush?
Sure did. There's a specific type of amber only found in deposits in the cenote. Prismatic amber. It's fossilized primordial infinity energy. Very rare, very powerful. And one of the key ingredients in that device what messed up my noodle. But we'll have to be careful, as the cenote has some pretty aggressive Pokemon.
You turn another corner and come to a bright opening. Just outside, you can see the lush jungles of the cenote. The area is massive, with a huge lake at its center. Being out of the cramped mines has allowed for even the largest of ancient Pokemon to thrive. Though some would be quite rare to find, you could feasibly catch anything found in the Pokemon Amber Dex here. But even amongst them, you find a new Hoh'axian Pokemon that is just enjoying being around all these ancient creatures. It wiggles out of the water towards you. Okay, so this is going to be the start of a 3-stage line based on the Lao from Africa. This is a cryptid that has a few contradictory descriptions. Sometimes it's a serpent, sometimes it's more of like a theropod dinosaur looking thing, but it always has whisker tendril doodads on its face. It's often suspected that it is actually just a misidentified massive catfish, so we're gonna start out there with this tiny little fellow, but it has such big monstrous dreams that it is actually a dragon type. A pretty unassuming dragon, I know, but it'll get more intimidating as it continues to evolve. But for now, let's learn all about Tendrip, the whisker Pokemon. The somewhat terrestrial fish clambers out of the water using its sturdy front fins. Tendrip's eyesight is poor, so it explores its surroundings with a pair of dexterous whiskers. If threatened, it flails the whiskers about wildly to whack any potential threat. While small, Tendrip possesses an adventurous spirit that often gets it into troubling situations. The ability is Swift Swim, with the hidden ability being Tangling Hair. It's got the tendrils. It kind of works. And it squirms on over to you and flexes its whiskers. You could easily punt it back into the water. I don't know, but maybe you would want to catch this silly little dragon. After passing by gentle giants, tyrant lizards, and Pokemon, playfully splashing about, you are near the deposit that McHadron indicated. Unfortunately, you can hear voices ahead, and peering through the tropical foliage, you can see some Cypher Squad grunts harvesting prismatic amber from the cenote wall.
I know the boss needs even more, but I gotta say this prismatic amber stuff sure is pretty. Makes me wish I could just keep a little piece for myself, as a souvenir for visiting this dinosaur-infested cenote.
Yeah, I wouldn't even risk it. You know the boss wouldn't be too happy, and I certainly wouldn't want to make that little brat mad.
Yeah, you're right. It's best to be on their good side, especially with this whole mind control and take over the town plan.
That always seemed a little extreme to me.
Right? I'm much more excited about what comes after that.
Tell me about it. Bringing in the king of Ultra Beasts that the boss has been communicating with?
Makes me wish I had the boss's psychic powers and could get instructions directly from it. Help bringing in this new age.
Well, we just need to get the portal instructions from the second book. Unfortunately, that worthless professor always has it on him.
All right, I've heard enough. Time to put a stop to this.
Speak of the devil.
And he brought some friends.
Look, you losers best clear out of here.
Tell you what, we'll definitely do that, but you'll have to give us something in return.
We know you have Journal 2 on you right now.
I don't know what you're talking about. And we don't have time to negotiate. Kid, get up here and help me take out these goons.
You rush up to the professor's side and begin battling these two. It's nice to see the professor battling. His team is composed of the starter that you and Maple didn't choose, a Detroke, and a bouncy little Borka. The two of you make a pretty great team as you take on the Cypher Squads, Passacry, Frozo, and Torshed. After their teams are fainted, they stumble backwards and clip themselves into a couple of ropes hanging from the edge of the cenote high above. Before ascending, one of them powers on an MUW and lets loose an Ultra Beast before you. So, I knew I wanted an Ultra Beast that was related to dinosaurs or prehistoric times or something like that, since we're down in the cenote and all. Now, as tempting as it is to do a dinosaur, we've already got some non-extinct dinosaur cryptid Pokemon in this region, and I don't know, this needs to be a little bit weirder as an Ultra Beast. And then I remembered the Curse of the Petrified Forest. Escalante Petrified Forest State Park in Utah has, as you can probably assume, a massive deposit of petrified wood. Just huge logs with different colors running through them because, the various minerals that were absorbed during the petrification process. It's very cool. Very, very cool. Anyway, there's a legend that if you take any petrified wood from the state park, that you will be cursed. Sure enough, the park gets a bunch of letters from people apparently struck with bad luck, sometimes mailing the piece that they took back to the park in hopes of breaking the curse. So yeah, that's fun. It's very fun. Now, I want this to be a little bit more than just a piece of stone. I thought about doing the ghost typing since it's a curse and all, but that felt a little too on the nose. So instead, we're gonna bring in the idea of oil as, kind of this negative visual. The idea that biological matter from the past broke down under pressure to create oil deposits, that also kind of works. So our cursed chunk of fossilized wood has this goopy oil seeping out. Getting this concept to work was surprisingly tough. Just getting all the pieces to kind of be the right proportions and everything. Though the colors were definitely fun. All right, let's go ahead and meet Petrofiend, the fossil curse Pokemon. UB Oil is not actually the slick iridescent goo which moves about, but actually the chunk of multicolored stone. This rock type is able to produce a poisonous secretion which it can use to explore its surroundings and manipulate objects. Despite their toxic typing, Petrofiend care for the natural world and look after endangered species. The ability is neutralizing gas. I wanted to give it something with like a lot of utility so that neutralizes the abilities of all of the other Pokemon in battle, with the hidden ability being stench. It's pretty darn bulky and hits hard with its poison type attacks, but you and the professor finally managed to take it down.
I hate those things. They've obviously got the plans for these micro-ultra wormhole device thingies, so I really hate to think what they will do with a larger portal.
Even trying to think about what they might bring through makes me feel afraid again. Like I've seen it before in my mind's eye. A beast, an unstoppable beast. One eye, three sides. When it comes, all dies.
Well, that's certainly ominous.
Oh, I wish we could just zip up this wall after them.
You head over to the cables that they ascended up and examine them. As you do, the Rotom shift in your pocket whirs to life. Rotom shift, analyzing data, bleep, blorp, boop. New ascension function added. You and Maple pull out your devices and let them shift into their new form.
Oh, heck yes! Grappling hook!
You fire upward and all group together to make the climb. You zip upward, and it's mere moments before you are pulling yourselves over the lip of the cenote and onto the hard desert dirt beyond. Unfortunately, you are immediately met by some very displeased officers, Blurlin and Dubs. They pull Professor Pines aside and slap handcuffs on him.
Hey, what's the big idea?
We've been trying to get a hold of you.
We just found out that you've got quite the record, Mr. William Pines. So you're under arrest.
We are just grateful that someone tipped us off, not only to the many crimes you've committed, but also where we could find you.
Stepping out from behind the officers, Glee is beaming.
Oh, I just wanted to help you uphold the law is all. Oh, and officers, on top of all the atrocities this fugitive has committed, he also stole my library book. Would you mind getting that back to me, too?
Sure thing, Lil Glee. You're the best.
The officers yank a journal, quite similar to your own, away from Professor Pines.
No, you don't understand. You can't give that little monster that book.
Wanting to keep a young child from furthering their education? I don't know what this book is, but Glee deserves to get it back.
Officer Dubs thumbs through the pages quickly, obviously not aware of the journal's contents, but you can see clear diagrams for building a massive wormhole device.
And anyway, you're coming with us back to the station, Professor.
With that, they toss the professor into the back of their cop car and help Glee into the front seat, and then they drive away.
That was unfortunate.
Well, no time to waste. Let's cross this desert and get our grunkle back. They've got the wrong guy. We'll be able to prove that he's innocent for sure.
You notice that McHadron seems particularly unsure about the professor's innocence, but you all start out across the desert anyway. You run into a couple new Pokemon as you trek through the heat. The first of which is digging tunnels through the sand and pokes its head out at your feet to investigate you. Alright, time for a classic Asian cryptid, the Mongolian Deathworm. Such a hardcore name for what is essentially just a big old worm with scary teeth. This is going to be a 2-stage line, and it won't start out too big. Now, I had an idea of what the head would look like, but the body took me a while to figure out, until I realized it would be quite cute to give it this big belly where it stores water. It's supposed to look like it's like a little jiggly. That'll come off a little bit better when we animate it. The line will be a fast but frail mixed attacker, and the colors came together pretty easy, and you'll also see that the shiny colors are a little wild, yellow and purple. This is to reference the fact that even though this will be a bug and ground type, it's quite capable of using electric and poison type moves, since the Mongolian Deathworm is said to be both very poisonous and capable of shocking people. I couldn't decide which of those types it should be, so we're sticking with just bug ground and giving it coverage moves instead. Alright, let's meet Wormite. the digging Pokemon. These rather rotund worms live in harsh deserts where they hoard water in their jiggly bellies. Spending most of their days in the cool earth beneath the dunes, they only emerge to hunt prey or drain moisture from any plant life they find. Wormite jaws are powerful, and once they clamp onto something, the worm retreats back underground with it. The ability is Speed Boost. I want this thing to be fast, and that raises the speed stat every turn, with the hidden ability being Arena Trap. Its jaws are a little intimidating, but it's actually pretty friendly. Would you add one of these wriggly buddies to your team? Alright, continuing on, you spot some Mucklin playing amongst some old ruins. With them is its evolution. Oh yeah, it's time for a big, stinky evolution. So a reminder, the Mucklin was based on goblins and the idea of going, full goblin mode and being a gross, hedonistic mess. We're going to continue that here while pulling in some elements of the Bugane, which is an ogre-like cryptid from the Isle of Man. And, of course, we have to pull in some Gravity Falls stuff every once in a while, so this is 100% the Gremloblin. I thought about bringing in the grass type because of the mushrooms growing on it, or the poison type because it's so stinky, but we're actually just going to stay mono ground. More power to monotypes, But more than the other inspirations, this is leaning into that goblin mode idea even more. This thing is just gross, but having the time of its life. You can try and shame this thing with its stinky armpits and mud and everything, but it just doesn't care. It's positive and fun, and yeah, I think the pose communicates that pretty well. Okay, let's learn all about Gremucklin, the muddy Pokemon. While some may find this ground type's unkempt appearance unsettling, Gremucklin are so confident in their carefree lifestyle that they couldn't be bothered if others disapprove. The mud on their backs is so thick that mushrooms are able to grow in it. If a Gremucklin offers a mushroom to you, you know you have made a true friend. The ability is Pickup, so that lets it use single-use items that other Pokemon use. Again, it's like picking up discarded stuff, with the hidden ability being Damp. It waves at you and invites you to come dance and party with it and its Mucklin friends. You appreciate the offer, but you have to get through the desert.
Blah, it's so hot out here. Stupid police arresting our grunkle for no good reason. What do they think he did anyway?
I don't know, dude. I always hear these crazy rumors about the professor. That he's like a cheat and a scoundrel and like a terrible person and everything. But he told me that's all just a lie, so I know we're good.
Exactly.
Though I gotta say, when we used to work together, or at least when I think we might have worked together, I do remember him being pretty irresponsible. I really do think it might have been him who tested a prototype device on me and left my thinker all mushified.
You hope that McHadron is mistaken. You're feeling quite fried as you finally approach the police station. Maple dramatically kicks the door open and you all run in. Grunkle Will is in cuffs with the two officers blocking your way. And you notice sitting on their desk is the last device component that you need.
Give us our grunkle back. You've got the wrong guy.
You came to rescue me. Thanks, kids.
Of course, Professor. We know that you wouldn't be committing any crimes, right?
Look, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think you know the professor at all.
We've got a big old folder just overflowing with crimes.
Overflowing seems like an exaggeration.
Officer Blurland does in fact pull out a folder that is quite literally overflowing with reports.
Loitering, shoplifting, grand theft auto.
I had a good excuse for those.
Impersonating an officer.
Just the one time.
Impersonating a clergyman.
That one was actually a pretty funny story.
Stealing radioactive waste.
Okay, that one's for a personal project.
Enough of that. Sorry, kids, but he's not going anywhere.
Kids, these bozos won't listen, alright? They refuse to believe that Glee is up to no good and that they need to be stopped. In fact, for the good of Twin Falls and the whole Hoh'ax region, I think it's time for a good old-fashioned jailbreak.
Not on our watch.
Moose and McHadron dive between the officers and begin helping the professor pick open his handcuffs. In order to stop the officers from intervening, you and your sister throw out your Pokemon and challenge the two police officers. Maple uses the starter that you didn't choose as the officers lead with a Smeltip and Tartesto. These steel types are tough, but you manage to take these first two down. Gourmandus comes out next, and unfortunately, Maple has to send out her next Pokemon, a Kleptonest. But even more unfortunately, the officers have Kleptonest's evolution to send out against it. Oh yeah, time for the final stage for our shiny loving bird line. So we're going to go in a kind of odd direction here. This line is based on the Alicanto from Chilean folklore, a bird that eats metal deposits and causes it to glow with a metallic shimmer. The first two stages of this line were a blue jay and a bowerbird, each known for liking shiny objects. But I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with the final stage. I looked into Chilean wildlife and came across something perfect. Not only do we not have a hummingbird Pokemon yet, which is kind of bananas, but the Chilean woodstar has iridescent feathers and a really unique tail feathered pattern. And just to Pokemonify it, we'll also make it huge, so that it can still be, legendary looking like the Alicanto. Oh, and the shiny is great, because it gets to bring in the purple from the actual Chilean woodstar. Okay, let's meet Klepticanto, the collector Pokemon. This exceptionally fast bird searches the land for natural metal deposits and man-made scraps. Klepticanto are very picky about what metals they eat, and the types of metal will leave them with different colorations. The speed at which they beat their razor-sharp wings gives them unmatched aerial mobility. The ability is Mirror Armor, it's reflective metal, and that bounces back any stat-lowering effects, with the alternate abilities being Pickup and Frisk. Klepticanto zips around with its ridiculous speed stat, and Maple's poor Kleptonest doesn't stand a chance. You manage to take it and the Gourmandus down, but Maple is down to her very last Pokemon, her lovable Squaddles, while the officers send out their final two Pokemon as well. First up is the ever-terrifying Phasbogor, and to balance things out, we get the evolution to the adorable Jangalam. So a quick reminder, this line is based on the Shore Laddie, a mostly friendly cryptid whose sheep-like fur is covered in seashells and ice and stone and stuff. I wanted to find another animal that hasn't been represented in Pokemon and turned to the humble muskox. I spent a little bit of time living in Alaska, where they technically live way at the top, but I find them fascinating. Such a large, hardy animal living in the Arctic. Very cool. Also, in the spring, when they lose some of their coat, it kind of clumps off and gets stuck in a similar way to the Shore Laddie having ice and whatnot in its fur. I think that works. And those horns. If those don't scream just the nerdiest haircut, I don't know what does. So that works well with the lammy dance inspiration from the first stage. We're also taking the few stones stuck into Jangalam's fur and really giving this goober some protective armor. And for its typing, while it'll still technically be just ice and stone, it'll be so incredibly strong that we're swapping in the steel typing. Now, I don't know, you can pretend the stones have iron ore or something in them if you want to, whatever. But yeah, with a big sweet smile on its face, we get one of the friendliest cryptid Pokemon around. This is Jangilox, the messy wool Pokemon. This friendly ice type likes to protect its friends by standing as a barrier. It intentionally tangles shells into its long fur like armor, and strengthens the bonds with ice. Its backside is as strong as any man-made alloy. Jangalox loves to dance about for their trainers, which can get quite noisy as their tough scales clang together. The ability is something new we're calling Sharp Debris, so it will scatter spikes at the feet of the opposing Pokemon whenever it takes a physical attack. So kind of like the Toxic Debris, yeah, you get how it goes. The hidden ability is still Fluffy. It bounds around excitedly, which is quite different from Phasmagor's intense stare. You're ready to battle when both of the officers reveal that they have Beast Merge gems, and they begin to fuse. All right, first up, let's get spooky with Phasmagor. So originally, it was the animatronics from Gravity Falls and, Freddy from Five Nights at Freddy's with a little claw machine thrown in for a nice silhouette. But now we just have to continue with the FNAF stuff and pull in some Springtrap. I wanted the trainer to be scooped up and sitting inside the torso, actually similar to how Freddy carries the player around in Security Breach. I think that's just a little more interesting than wearing the whole thing like a suit. And it lets us get these nice skinny mechanical legs on the design, which I think is kind of funny. Now, I don't know how familiar you may be with FNAF lore, which is, in my humble opinion, kind of a convoluted mess, but the suits are Springlock suits that you can wear and can also move on their own and have these complex springs and mechanisms inside. But there's a certain evil purple character, who puts on the suit and the mechanics fail and he gets all Swiss cheesified by the mechanisms. So we're doing that here. Of course, it's Pokemon, and we're hand-waving the fact that any of the metal is actually causing damage to the trainer. As violent as it looks, it more just helps the trainer puppet the suit, since a, puppet master look felt appropriate as well. And of course, the drips just have to be purple in homage to the purple guy from FNAF. Good old Afton Guts just spilling out. Also, real quick, shout out to everyone who wanted me to do a Springtrap lock design for this. There's a bunch of you guys. I hope you approve. Okay, let's learn all about Beast Merge Phasmagor. The Springtrap. Phasmagor's mouth splits apart and they devour their trainer. After distorting, the trainer is revealed nestled between sharp springs and spikes. Metal protrusions connect the trainer's arms, allowing it to puppet the suit while concentrated malice seeps out of the patchwork body. After unfusing, the trainer feels dull aches in their arms as if they had been impaled. The ability is Strong Jaw, which boosts biting moves by 50%. Yeah, I think that's appropriate. It shambles towards you as Jangalox fuses next to it. So, Phasmagor was pretty intense, so we need something a lot lighter to balance it out. One of the dumbest, but one of my favorite moments with Deputy Durlin from Gravity Falls is that episode where they are LARPing and he just says, "I'm a fortress." I don't know why. I just think it's funny, so that's what we're doing. We're going to get an icy LARP fortress. Again, it's dumb. Whatever. This was super easy, matching the Jangalox feet to the snow piled up at the base and getting some of its stones sprinkled throughout. After that, it's just having fun doing a nice subtle ice pattern. There's a bunch of ways to do this, but I like making a couple of layers, creating a bunch of triangles and sharp rhombuses. By locking these layers so that I can't draw on anything outside of them, I can use a soft brush to add a little bit of a gradient to their colors. And then after messing with the layers' opacities, we get an easy, sparkly ice look. But enough of that, let's learn about Beast Merge Jangalox. The Frozen Fortress. Jangalox breaks apart into a mass of ice blocks which form around their trainer to create a defensive tower. The trainer pulls out a pair of icy weapons which they can't help but flail about wildly. While the tower can only inch forward slowly, it is somehow able to spin quickly and pummel its opponents with attacks. This unfortunately leaves the trainer quite dizzy afterwards. The ability is Protection. This is something new. So, when targeting an ally with any move, It negates the effects of the move, and instead draws the opponent's moves towards it. So it's basically you can use any move as follow me when you target your friend. And these two work together extremely well, with Jangalox tanking hits for her partner. You're really having your butt handed to you. You don't know how much longer your Pokemon will be able to hold out. You look over at Maple, and a new level of determination has taken a hold as she lifts her Beast Merge necklace high. Her ever-faithful Squattles squeals triumphantly as the two fuse together. Now, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with this fusion, so a big thank you to Spectilla, Gideon Fuston, Alpha Bloom, and a couple others for pushing me towards a giant flying Waddles. So this is a reference to the giant Waddles that is in the Gravity Falls finales, along with the phrase "when pigs fly," and of course, Mabel's shooting star logo. Squattles already has some wing motifs in its design, so it was really easy to just elaborate on those. I thought about bringing in the water typing for this, since it is still based on a squonk, the cryptid inspiration where it like cries and all the time and can disappear into puddles of water and whatnot, but flying just felt much more thematic for this. Oh, and I also love the idea that for this battle that we're having, Maple needs to overcome poison and steel and ice types with her poor fairy and flying type. A real uphill battle. Let's see what she has to work with using Beast Merge Squattles. The Shooting Star. Squattle grows into a massive bean shape and scoops up their trainer onto a comfortable cushion. With magical wings, this form is able to speed through the sky. While its body is soft and squishy, the star pattern is incredibly durable and is used to crash into opponents. After unfusing, trainers are overcome with the desire to hug their Squattles. The ability is something new we are calling Meteor Burn. So, using flying type attacks, they will deal either flying or fire type damage, depending on which will be more effective against the target. So, even though Maple and Squattles are at a type disadvantage, their sheer determination and awesome ability give you the edge you need, and the two of you take down the officers. They break from their Pokemon and fall to the ground. By this point, you see that not only has the professor gotten out of his cuffs, but he's scooped up the last device component and slipped out a nearby window with McHadron. Moose is now trying to squeeze out of that window, but he has gotten stuck. You and your sister book it to the door, but it flies open on its own, and you find someone blocking the way.
What seems to be going on here?
Looker, help us out here. These criminals broke the professor out of jail and have plans to go after Lil Glee.
Looker observes you and your sister, and Moose awkwardly hanging out the window.
I hope I'm not wrong here, but I'm actually going to just step aside and let them go. There's a lot more going on in town with Glee and the Cypher Squad than you officers realize. Time for me to fill you two in. Pines family, if it really is an emergency, you better get going.
Looker helps Moose out of the window and does, in fact, just let you all go. Once you get outside, the professor and McHadron are nowhere to be seen. With all of the device components, you're sure the professor went back to the lab. Passing through the center of the town of Twin Falls, people seem to be in a complete panic. There are Cypher Squad grunts running around, no longer trying to be sneaky at all, and you have to battle quite a few just to get around, using their Wormite, Gargurge, and Passacry. Battling through them is exhausting and taking a ton of time. Looker catches up to you and ushers you onward, agreeing to battle all of these grunts in your stead. You see that his little Tiphus has evolved and is kicking butt. Alrighty, time for Tiphus to get a bit bigger. So, reminder, this line is based on the Remidraju from northern Spain. This is just the second stage of 3, so we're not letting it get quite as long as an actual Remid-Raju is supposed to look, but it's getting pretty cute. Now, since the Remid-Raju is distinctly green, we're going to be introducing some nice green moss, which has started to grow on its body, and a goofy looking leaf on its head. Tiphys was good at aerating soil to help vegetation grow, so we're just rolling with that and getting the grass typing in here. And it'll be a helpful little guy. The Remid-Raju is also known for its healing properties, so having it cultivate plant life, that feels appropriate. The other big change for Tiphys is that it is now able to see once it has evolved, and I wanted an expression that shows its wonder at the world. Color palette was super easy. I mean, it's still basically a long naked mole rat, just with some moss growing on it. And with that, let's say hello to Durmoss, the new sight Pokemon. Completely transfixed by the vastness of the sky, this new grass type has difficulty staying focused on its direct surroundings. Durmoss wanders aimlessly, just soaking up the sun with its new leaf and soft mossy fur. When threatened, they utilize their big buck tooth to help them dig an escape tunnel. The ability is still sand spit, it's digging tunnels, and so that lets it create a sandstorm whenever it's hit by an attack, with the hidden ability being Regenerator. It's pretty darn adorable, but tough enough to support the rest of Looker's team and kick butt. Your sister, Maple, and Moose run past Looker's new Pokemon and up to you. They both look pretty worried.
I can't find Frenda anywhere. First, those Cypher Squad idiots kidnapped Sandy, and now I'm worried they took Frenda also. And everyone is saying some really weird stuff about Grunkle Will. I'm worried we have made the wrong call letting him out of jail.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. With what's being said, I'm starting to suspect that maybe the professor was playing us this whole time. We know that Glee is up to no good, but instead of trying to find that little brat and stop him, the professor just abandoned us and went back to the lab.
Well, Grunkle Will now has all the parts of that device he was working on.
Exactly. People have been saying that maybe the professor and Glee have been secretly working together this whole time. Is Glee just the distraction so that the professor can open a destructive ultra wormhole?
People were talking about how Glee wanted to bring the ruler of all Ultra Beasts here. Do you think that's what our Grunkle is doing?
I don't know, Maple. It would maybe explain why he ditched us and isn't helping with all these Cypher Squad goons.
I'm worried. We should finish getting back to the research lab.
The three of you speed north. In addition to the Cypher Squad members, you're seeing an influx of some rarer Pokemon that are panicked and running about the region. I think it's about time we snuck another regional form in here. So, fun fact, but Sableye is already based on the cryptid, the Hopkinsville Goblin. And while it has Goblin in the name, it's actually kind of an alien. So we're going to take Sableye and turn it into another extraterrestrial visitor, Indrid Cold, also known as the Smiling Man. Its story is pretty chill as far as alien encounters go, but basically, in the 60s, there's a guy driving his car in West Virginia when a UFO showed up, and a guy came out and wandered over and asked him to roll down his window, and they chatted. He's a pretty normal looking guy, but in a weird shiny suit, and he had this giant ever-present smile on his face. And he communicated telepathically. The interaction was tense, but Indrid Cold was mainly just curious about the man and humans in general, and eventually he just wandered back to his ship. And of course, because this was in the same area and time as Mothman sightings, the two figures have often been tied together, often giving Indrid Cold more of an antagonistic role for the pair. But anyway, the design. I don't know, it's pretty straightforward as we just give Sableye the ice type. Now, this is partially because of the cold in Indrid Cold's name, as silly as that is, but also because in the Hoh'ax region, we've kind of established aliens with the cold void of space. There's the Frozo line that already does that. All right, enough blabbering. Let's meet Hoh'axian Sableye, the Darkness Pokemon. This unsettling regional variant of the already creepy Sableye seems incapable of removing the oversized grin from its face. It approaches people and other Pokemon as nonchalantly as possible, but something always seems off about it. While it does have a mischievous side, it is particularly fond of picking on Lilurk and its evolutions. The ability is Imitator, which I think works really well for the Smiling Man. This copies the stat changes of all Pokemon in battle, positive or negative. So, yeah, that's kind of fun. And the hidden ability is Magic Bounce. It's certainly a little meanie, and you know you'll have trouble if you have the Lilurk line on your team too, but would you pick up this smiling alien? After that, you see one of the rarest Pokemon in the Hoh'ax region. It looks like something you've heard about in Paldea, but it's definitely different. Well, we had a regional form, and now let's do a convergent form, or biologically similar species, or whatever they're called. Gimmighoul is pretty cool, but we're going to do our own take on it. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with this spot in the decks initially. When I planned out the Hoh'ax region, the concepts were in different states of thought-outedness, and this was one of the less developed ones. I just had a note in my spreadsheet that said, Steel type, maybe a leprechaun or something that is money-related. Unfortunately, the more I brained on those vague concepts, the more I realized that Gimmighoul already did that just extremely well. So, allowing myself to deviate from cryptids again, we're going to bring in some more Dungeons and Dragons, and this treasure chest is a wonderful little mimic. With some slight tweaks to the overall design to introduce the tongue and teeth and the multiple eyes, and yeah, we got a pretty solid design. Oh, and while this convergent design is pretty darn close to Gimmighoul, we're gonna take some liberties when it evolves, since, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of Goldango's design anyway. So yeah, we'll go big when we get there. But for now, let's learn all about Mimighoul, the treasure Pokemon. While this steel type appears quite similar to Gimmighoul, the two species are not related. Mimighoul are suspected to be Ultra Beasts which have adapted to our dimension. Their body is actually comprised of the gold coins, which they are able to control individually or as an undulating tongue. These strange coins can be found across the Hoh'ax region, and a Mimighoul will greatly appreciate any trainer who helps it track down more. The ability is Mimicry, I mean that fits, it's a mimic, and that changes its secondary typing depending on the terrain. A Mimighoul is certainly a rare sight, and even though you are in a hurry, I don't know, would you take the time to catch it? And with those, mysterious coins hidden all over the region, perhaps you would finally have a use for them. Now, traveling north, you get past these new Pokemon, and you finally rush inside the research shack and into the professor's lab. He has all of the device components reassembled into a massive glowing ring, and is powering it on at some control panel.
Grunkle Will, what are you doing?
Stay back, kids. This isn't safe. I don't want you around this. I've already started the sequence.
But Professor, we've heard some scary things about what you might be doing, and we just can't risk it.
Moose tackles the professor and holds him away from the control panel. Maple wanders over to a large button that would abort the whole procedure. A speaker begins a countdown.
No, you don't understand. I've been working for years to get to this point, and it's taking all the power we have to do this. The portal is finally going to work.
But what for? What are you doing?
There is just too much to explain, Maple. We don't have the time. I just need you to know that I'm doing this for family.
How can that be? You left us behind and didn't tell us anything about what's going on.
Maple, please, I need you to trust me.
Maple moves her hand towards the button as the countdown cycles through the last few seconds. With a tear in her eye, she steps away from the console and lets the sequence complete. The portal bursts to life, and you are blinded by intense light. When your eyes adjust, you see someone standing in the opening.
Haha, it worked! You're back!
Grunkle Will, who is that?
This is my twin brother.
Yep, I totally knew it. William, you did it.
The figure stumbles forward and collapses. You all rush over to help as the ultra wormhole behind him uses up its remaining power and closes down.
Is he okay?
Ford, talk to me. I think he's okay, just exhausted from traveling back home. He's been stuck in another dimension for years.
Stuck in another dimension? How?
Well, you see, he's the real professor here. I visited him a number of years ago when I was down on my luck. We had a bit of a fight, and when he was trying to show me his new ultra wormhole device, it sucked him through and blew up half of the lab. I've been trying to rebuild everything and get the portal working ever since.
And here we thought you were planning to unleash an unspeakably evil Ultra Beast upon us all. What a crazy mix-up. Anyway, it's so good to see you and your brother reunited, even if he's all unconscious and whatnot.
But you're back together again. What a happy ending.
Just then, the windows around you are shattered and several Cypher Squad members leap inside.
All right, we're gonna need you to hand over Wilford Pines to us.
So nice of you to pull him back into this dimension, but he's coming with us.
Oh, come on. I literally just said that this was a happy ending.
You are surrounded by many Cypher Squad grunts who all let loose their Pokemon. Your Grunkle and sister, along with Moose, begin battling to keep them at bay. It is quite hectic, and you are forced to take on 2 grunts on your own.
Step aside, kid. You're outnumbered.
The boss wants Wilford Pines, and we're not going back empty-handed.
They lead with Uglorn and Stuckabout, which aren't too tough. Next up, you see a Torshad along with a new Pokemon. You know what Gravity Falls creature I really wanted to work in here somehow? The good old Eye-Bat. Just a freaking eyeball with wings being an absolute menace. And we're gonna take that and combine it with an angel. I don't know, for me, angels fall into the similar camp as like demons, where I'm sure they're not really cryptids, but they are folklore, which is close enough for me to justify putting them in the region. Now, early on, I thought I might want to do like a regional variant of Zubat or something to get our Eye-Bat, but then I just thought about how the evolution for this would be, and it just wasn't a very good fit for a regional form. Things are starting out pretty darn simple: an eyeball, a halo, and a set of wings. I thought about making the wings more bat-like, but I did want to make sure that it read as like an angel still. Plus, we'll get a more evil look with the shiny. Okay, let's learn all about Ilo, the ring Pokemon. These inquisitive flying types love to observe people from afar. They are naturally drawn to those who display helpful behavior and will intentionally become captured by a trainer they deem worthy. Ilo are extremely lightweight and don't actually need to flap their wings to fly. Some find them cold and emotionless, as they lack the usual ways to emote. The ability is Serene Grace, which doubles the chances of a move's secondary effects, with the hidden ability being Natural Cure. It's pretty cute, and also frustrating as its ability keeps hitting you with secondary effects. Now, Ilo and Torshad, our Angel and Demon, are a great team, but you do manage to take them both down. The Grunts are forced to send out their 2 final Pokemon, both of which are new to you. Now, Ilo wasn't a regional variant, but you know what is? We just need to get the Australian Drop Bear in here. And what's funnier than the always snoozing Komala waking up and being a complete nightmare? If you don't know about the Drop Bear, it's essentially a story made up to mess with the tourists in Australia. Imagine a great big koala that leaps out of the trees, and it's so vicious and it tears up its victims. Very silly. That's not to say that actual koalas can't be dangerous. They have some like serious claws on them, but the idea of a drop bear leaping out of the trees onto people's heads, I don't know, it's just funny that I wanted to put it in the decks somewhere. Now, tweaking Kamala's design and colors to become a dark type was easy enough, so the only real challenge was figuring out how to incorporate its signature log while being thematic to the drop bear. You'll have to let me know if it was successful. Okay, let's meet Hoh'axian Komala, the raging Pokemon.
This strange regional variant of the usually calm and sleeping Komala is instead filled with an uncontrollable rage at all times. Though still rather small in stature, this dark type carries a small log around with it to perform its bizarre but preferred method of attack. Rather than leaping from anything in their environment, they stand atop their little log and jump up onto their target. Researchers suspect their anger keeps them from realizing how silly this approach actually is. Alright, the ability is Guts, and that boosts the attack stat whenever the Pokemon is inflicted with a major status ailment, and that's kind of to be the opposite of regular Komala's signature ability, which keeps it from gaining any status ailment, so now you want them. Yeah, that's fun. And the hidden ability is Unnerve, because it's so weird and scary. It's practically foaming at the mouth, ready to tear your team to shreds when the next, much larger Pokemon lands beside it. The evolution to Little Wormite. Yep, let's finish our Mongolian Death Worm. Now, Wormite was surprisingly cute, so I wanted to make sure that this design, while quite massive, didn't lose too much of that cuteness. By having the eyes hidden inside of the head, it's still pretty adorable. The spikes along its body let it look a little intimidating and would help it move through the earth, and the shape of the pincers on the head are a reference to the graboids from the Tremors films, if you're familiar with them. It's a classic Sandward movie monster guy. And of course, there's just a dash of Sandworm from Dune thrown in there too. I decided on a slight color gradient on the body between an electric orange and a poisony purple to hint at its moveset and ability. Alright, let's meet the biggest bug in the Hoh'ax region. This is Seismite, the digging Pokemon. This massive worm is able to effortlessly glide through harsh desert dunes as it searches for water and prey. It is quite clever and has mastered poison type and electric type attacks, often choosing to strike their targets and wait for them to succumb to the secondary effects. While somewhat scary, they are quite kind and let their trainers ride them through the desert dunes. The ability, something new we're calling Toxic Shock, so it has the chance to either poison or paralyze targets whenever they make contact. The other possible abilities are Arena Trap and Speed Boost. A couple of glass cannons, these two Pokemon hit hard, but you manage to take out the last of the Grunt's Pokemon, and Irate, the Grunts pull out an MUW and activate it, allowing a massive Ultra Beast to squeeze out and attack you. Time for another Ultra Beast, and we're gonna be going old school with this one. Dipping into mythology, we're going to have a Sphinx. And while I am okay with the colors being a little bit sandy, this isn't like the Egyptian Sphinx. It's not a ground type or anything like that. The Egyptian Sphinx is, really about like power and regality and whatnot. But we're referencing is more of the Greek Sphinx, the one that gives people riddles. Puzzly, riddly Pokemon just feels very appropriate for the Hoh'ax region. And you know me, I'm a puzzly guy. So this one is also, it's for me. It's for me too. We've got a cute little puzzle piece pattern on the body. Also makes it feel a little bit like a statue since this thing doesn't need to move much. And the wings, I let wrap up and around to the faceplate so that they also kind of read like the mane of a lion. I knew that I didn't want it to have actual giant wings, and I didn't want it to be confused as a flying type, so yeah, I think that this works. Okay, let's learn about our newest Ultra Beast. This is Perplinx, the riddle Pokemon. UB Puzzle has an elaborate pieced-together body which serves to protect its hyper-intelligent core. Perplinx's glowing core emanates waves of psychic energy which cause people and Pokemon to doubt their own intelligence. It enjoys presenting others with seemingly impossible riddles and watches them struggle. Anyone capable of impressing this Ultra Beast intellectually will make a quick ally. The ability is something new called Unsolvable. And so this is very similar to abilities like Mummy. So contact with this Pokemon spreads the ability. So it's the idea of like a riddle that's hard to solve and passing it along, and everyone's struggling to get it. And the hidden ability is Beast Boost. It shuts down your Pokemon's abilities with its own and tanks hits like they are nothing. It takes all the Pokemon you have, but you are finally able to knock out this beefy Ultra Beast. You are left trying to catch your breath after the battle. The lab is completely wrecked. The Cypher Squad has fled, and your friends and family are strewn about. And to your horror, you see that Wilford Pines and the completed Ultra Wormhole device are both gone.
Well, it was supposed to be a happy ending.
Yeah, I think you jinxed us, dude.
You dust yourselves off and ready yourselves for whatever comes next.
What are we gonna do? You just got your brother back and he's missing again.
Oh, those Cypher Squad jerks have gone too far this time. The only one who picks on my nerdy brother is me.
But how are we going to find him? They could have taken him anywhere. What we need is some kind of clue as to where they could have taken him.
Just then, Moose's cell phone rings. He picks it up, and you can hear that Cordelia is on the other side.
Moose, listen. I'm in town and I just saw a bunch of Cypher Squad grunts carrying Professor Pines into the museum. I'll meet you there.
That was weird. Professor, Cordelia thought she saw you getting carried into the museum, but you're right here. That's funny. Anyway, I was saying what we need is a clue as to where your twin brother could be.
After explaining the situation to Moose, you all heal up your Pokemon and head straight over to the museum, where you find Cordelia waiting for you.
About time. I was about to head in solo and... Wait, Professor? How are you here? I just saw you.
Long story. Turns out the professor has a twin brother, but he was trapped in another dimension, so he had to repair the Ultra Wormhole, but the bad guys showed up and stole his brother and his portal. It's a whole thing.
Whoa. Yeah, so I guess I saw them go in here with your brother, Professor. Well, shoot. Everyone ready?
Professor Pines picks the lock on the front door of the museum in a matter of moments, and you are all inside. It is quite dark, and you find that the halls are crawling with aggressive Pokemon. You see Torshad, Royligi, Gargurge, and even Gargurge's final evolution. Yep, it's time to finish off this gargoyle line. So, as a reminder, this line started as a cube of stone, which rammed into things to chip off pieces and eventually reveal the monster hiding inside. You know, just like a sculptor carving a statue. There were a couple things that I wanted to keep in mind for this final stage. Firstly, there aren't enough great monotypes, so maintaining the mono rock type was important to me. That meant that it could have some influences, but I didn't want it to look too draconic, and the wings couldn't be too big, so it didn't want it to read as a flying type either. And the last thing was the pose. Since gargoyles are often found atop buildings, hunched over and looking, I wanted a body shape that mimicked that. Also, as I make this episode, I am currently in rehearsals to be Quasimodo in a production of the Hunchback of Notre Dame musical. So this hunched posture is also to pay tribute to that show and that character. Alright, let's meet our hunchbacked gargoyle. This is Groterus, the creation Pokemon. Now, in its fully realized form, Groterus' crafted body contains all of the elements it was hoping for. Wings, fins, and scales allow this hunk of stone to utilize moves ranging from water and flying to ground and dragon. Trainers who stick with a Groterus through its long development period will find a loyal companion for life. The ability is Water Spout, and that is tied to the actual purpose of gargoyles like on buildings, so that ignores water type attacks and instead reflects all enemy water attacks back at the attacker. So that's pretty fun. And the hidden ability, again tied to actual gargoyle purposes, is Storm Drain. It is a tough mixed attacker with a couple of useful abilities. Will you pick one up, or if you had found a Cubesque from way back when, Odds are it has finally chipped itself into one of these. You wind through a few halls and run into your first Cypher Squad grunts. They are standing in front of a pedestal with a familiar-looking book on it. It's the third journal.
Oh no, not these idiots again.
Glee told us to watch the book while he escorted the scientist upstairs. I never thought we'd actually have to defend the book.
You don't give them the chance to talk anymore, and you and the professor jump into a double battle to take care of them. Their first 4 Pokemon aren't too bad, but their last 2 are new to you. Our crying baby Banshee just has to turn into a moody teenager. This is a 3-stage line, so getting some angst in the middle feels right. And though I'm not really turning any of the Gravity Falls characters into Pokemon, this one definitely feels like Robbie, complete with the hoodie look. Now, once I got the proportions feeling right, the rest of this design really just fell into place. I mean, it's a ghost hoodie. There's not too much to it. It's always nice when you end up with a design that feels like just the right level of complexity. I don't think I could add or remove anything at this point. Okay, let's continue this ghost line with Angster, the grumpy Pokemon. This unfortunate ghostly hoodie is overtaken with ennui and dread. It is nearly impossible to lift its spirits, and it finds even the most exciting things dull and uninspiring. Angster's moody nature often leads to it withdrawing entirely into its hoodie-like covering, with only a small tuft of hair sticking out. Trainers can win them over with loud music, even if they will pretend to be disinterested still. The ability is Wraith Wail, so that makes all sound-based moves become Ghost-type moves, with the hidden ability being Soundproof. This Ghost-type's sound attacks are a pain to deal with, as another new Pokemon emerges next to it. Okay, so another creature that I wanted that falls into folklore and mythology is the Naga. These are a snake and human combination often found across India and the surrounding areas. This design, woo-wee, it took me forever to figure out. When I'm designing, I usually have spent a little bit of time thinking about the design, and I'm pretty good at visualizing things before I ever draw or sketch anything out. Usually that goes fine, but woo-wee, I was struggling here. I had an idea of how the arms of this design would look like the lower jaws of a skull, but getting that to actually read proved quite difficult. I eventually got there, but yikes, yeah. I don't know why it was so tough, but I do like what we wound up with. This is a mono poison type, but we're going the skull and crossbones route to illustrate that. Gives us a slightly more unique design for a poison type. Since it is a little strange, I made sure that we went with some, classic purples to communicate the typing even better. Though we'll have fun with the shiny. Okay, let's meet Concaga, the Bone Bite Pokemon. The bony covering that hides this poison type's head offers both excellent protection and devastating offensive potential. What appears to be a massive skeletal lower jaw is actually comprised of Concaga's arms, which is used to bite into prey. While they often appear rigid, these limbs are actually quite dexterous, allowing them to dig burrows to hide in. The ability is Strong Jaw, obviously, which increases the power of biting moves by 50%, and the hidden ability is Shed Skin. It snaps its giant jaws at your Pokemon and ends up knocking out William Pines' Mimighoul. Getting pretty sick of their nonsense, he sends out the evolution to Little Borka. Yep, it is finally time for our first pseudo-legendary evolution. So again, this line is based off of the Aklut, a shapeshifter that can become a wolf or an orca, and while Borka was definitely more wolf puppy, we're going to go more towards the orca with this second stage. But the most important element are actually these big silly paw flippers, complete with adorable toe beans. I wish I had more to say about this design, but so far, this pseudo-legendary line isn't giving me any trouble at all. It's working out. It's working out really well. We'll definitely need to find the perfect balance between Wolf and Orca when we get to the final stage, but for now, let's learn all about Papaddle, the sea pup Pokemon. While capable of deft aquatic movements, this water type prefers to give off an adorable and unassuming appearance by pulling itself through the water with floppy flaps of its flat paws. In reality, Papaddle are adept hunters who use their friendly appearance to lure prey into the water. If needed, they are still able to awkwardly walk out of the water. The ability is Thick Fat, so that reduces the damage from fire and ice attacks, and the hidden ability is Ice Body. Papaddle is a beast, and with its help, you are able to knock out the last of the Grunt's Pokemon. The Professor and Moose run over, scoop up the book on the pedestal, and begin skimming through its pages.
So this is the journal that Glee has had this whole time.
Sure enough, this thing is full of schematics for creating these mind control collars. I don't really understand it all, but apparently my brother was studying the mind control powers of some super strong ultra beast through his portal device.
And he turned those studies into real-life mind control collars. That's super sketchy, dude.
Well, my brother always liked to push boundaries. I just never expected him to do something like this.
And now Glee is using them for evil.
Oh, you have no idea what's coming.
Getting control of some key people in town was only the first step. Now, Glee will be able to open the portal, bring forth that legendary Ultra Beast, and change the world for the better.
And you chumps won't be able to stop us. Not even a chance.
From behind you, a wave of Cypher Squad grunts are advancing. Everyone else tells you to continue on while they hold their ground. One of the grunts laughs at you as you run, claiming that you will have to get through 4 of the strongest Cypher Squad members if you want to reach the scientist. You barrel down a hallway and through a pair of doors. The large room you enter definitely does not feel like a part of a museum, and instead seems to be a ritual chamber. Massive torches line the walls, and the far door is blocked by an imposing cloaked figure. They step forward and remove their hood. You are relieved to see Lazy Susie's familiar face, but become worried when you spot the mind control collar around her neck.
I am sorry, young one, but you may go no further. Great things are happening ahead. We shall soon be blessed by the all-seeing eye.
She throws out a Pokemon and you are thrust into battle. First up is Kettytuff. You remember this Pokemon helping Susie in the kitchen when you first met her. But luckily, this little Pokemon isn't too tough. After that is the ever-hungry Nombomble, whose fire and ice type are a challenge to deal with. After it falls, Susie sends out a bit of a curveball. Gourmandus isn't a fire type, but it certainly is all about food. Next up is the evolution to the deviled egg Pokemon Royligi. So this is definitely the longest that we have gone before without getting an evolution. And I'm not going to pretend like there is some in-universe reason that it takes so long to evolve. It was just an oversight during planning. Anyway, as a reminder, this is a convergent line to the Togepi line. So we started off with a deviled egg for Togepi and Royligi, but I wanted to find a good direction for things to continue in. So the other big inspiration that's at play is the Chirufe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. This is a lava monster from Chilean folklore. And just because I wanted to find another connection, we're pulling in some slight inspiration from one of the penguin species native to Chile. And I had to go with the macaroni penguin just for their silly head plumage. It works well, putting some fiery tufts on its head. And it ended up being a little bit of an accident, but I kind of love how it gives off strong bad vibes for anyone old enough to remember Homestar Runner, especially the shiny. You'll see. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Royletic, the burrow Pokemon. These awkward little creatures appear to be related to Togetic, but in reality they are a completely different species. They are actually more closely related to Piplup. Royletic use blasts of fire to melt winding tunnels through the earth. The ability is Sand Veil, which boosts evasion in a sandstorm, and the hidden ability is Drought. It has a pretty decent defense stat, but otherwise isn't too bad to deal with. It isn't even fully evolved after all, so you do take it down. Next up, it seems that Susie has one of the final Ittle evolutions. This one being the result of giving an Ittle both a flame feather and a familiar figurine. I know that some of you predicted this combination in the comments, but our bird and human combination is turning into a harpy. With the way our typings are working for the Ittle line, I can't just introduce the flying type, so instead we're going to lean into it being an acrobatic fighter. Finding a nice dynamic pose like this helps communicate that, and while it definitely does have wings and would get access to plenty of flying type moves, it mainly uses them as arms. I wanted to really play up the feet and the talons, so I let the proportions for this get a little exaggerated. Yeah, it's fun. There's not a ton to say about the design. I'm just mainly excited to finally get back to the remaining Ittle evolutions. Our Elite Four will all have one of the remaining evolutions. Alrighty, let's go ahead and meet our fire and fighting Harbruti, the Flip Fighter Pokemon. This incredibly agile avian flips and spins across the battlefield with ease, dealing powerful kicks with its massive feet and leaping to safety with powerful wings. Few can touch this skilled combatant. Their feathers build up thermal energy naturally, and they have to keep moving to shed the extra heat. The ability is Tough Toe, that's a new one that we made up, that increases the power of kicking moves, and the hidden ability is Scrappy. It's flipping all over the chamber, dodging your Pokemon's attacks, and landing powerful kicks. When you do manage to take it down, Susie is forced to send out her final Pokemon, the evolution to Little Torshad. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a journey to go on for this one, so bear with me. Torshad was a little demon who liked toasting berries, but I had mentioned that we were going to be headed for a Hodag Pokemon. Now, one of the silliest things about the Hodag is that it apparently only ate all white bulldogs. Yes, you heard that right. This ferocious cryptid's diet subsists solely off of all white bulldogs. Now, we're going to tie that in with Lazy Susie by continuing the cooking motif and giving it a frying pan for a tail, and the flames then become just the suggestion of a little doggy in the flames. I hope that makes sense. You can think of this as something like Skeledurge's little flame bird. It's definitely a little morbid, but hopefully in a cute way. You'll have to let me know what you think. But for now, let's go ahead and meet Shephisto, the roasting Pokemon. Shephisto's long tail has a flat, pan-like end, which it uses to collect and prepare berries. Its superheated hands produce fire, which it concentrates around the pan. These flames dance about and often take the shape of a small dog. Researchers have noticed similarities between this Pokemon and Skeledurge's relationship with fiery companions, but more data is needed. The ability is Flash Fire, so after being hit by a fire-type attack, instead of taking any damage, the user's fire-type attacks are boosted, and the hidden ability is Blaze. It throws fire attacks at you, uses steel-type moves with the pan of its tail, and even utilizes fairy-type attacks with the cuteness of the flame puppy. But before you can even start a counterattack, Susie clasps a gem and fuses with her Pokemon. Okay, so on the whole, I have tried not to do too many direct Gravity Falls references with the actual Pokemon, but for our Elite Four, I wanted each of their Beast Merge forms to reference the show in some way. There's no way we're going to get all of the Henchmaniacs in, but the one that I did want to make sure to showcase is Pyronica. It's just a great design, and I don't know, what's funnier than Lazy Susie getting big flaming legs? Also, it kind of works out since Susie essentially only has one eye, just like Pyronica. Yeah, the design is really pretty straightforward. You can just imagine her doing a kick line and launching flames all around. Oh, and if you remember Torshad and Shephisto's shinies, you'll notice that those colors actually match Pyronica perfectly. Okay, let's meet Beast Merge Shephisto, the Fire Dancer. During the merging process, the Pokemon explodes into a ball of fire which envelops the trainer. These flames extend the arms and legs and compel the trainer to move in a lyrical fighting style. Strong fiery kicks and evasive dance steps make this form difficult to deal with. After unfusing, the trainer can't help but dance when music comes on. The ability, which is something new that we're making up for this, is called Quick Step, and that gives all dancing type moves priority. She pirouettes and leaps around the chamber, and you know you have to take her out quickly before she sets up with any of those problematic dance type moves. It is a taxing battle, but you are able to emerge victorious. Susie violently separates from her Pokemon and collapses to the floor. You take this opportunity to free her from the mind control collar. You notice that in matching her type specialty, it has a fire type symbol on it. With a couple of button presses, it opens and you pocket the device as Susie comes to.
Oh, jeez. What happened? Being mind controlled is quite the trip. Oh, I feel dizzy. I mean, even dizzier than normal. I'm gonna just stay here, but you better keep going. And thank you for saving me. I owe you the biggest stack of pancakes for this one.
You leave Susie to recover and run to the next chamber, where you are certain to find another elite trainer is waiting for you. This room is incredibly serene, with long, tranquil pools and gentle waterfalls flowing down the walls. Another cloaked figure is blocking the far doorway. It steps closer and removes its hood. You are relieved to see Mayor Terry for a second until you realize that he too has a mind control collar clamped around his neck.
This is where your journey ends. You are not permitted to see the coming of the legendary Ultra Beast. Our leader Glee has been receiving psychic communications from beyond this dimension, and now is the time for its plans to come to fruition.
Terry tosses out his first Pokemon. You wonder if he's going easy on you, as it isn't even fully evolved. Just a clumsy little dweebip. You make short work of it, but Terry already has a curveball for you with Guganton. It shrugs off any electric or grass type attacks that you may have readied for Terry's water types. It's tanky, but you do take it down. After that, Terry has another final evolution for the Idle line. This time, it is the result of the Flame Feather and Slick Scale. Okay, so this was a combination that nobody was able to guess, but to be fair, it's definitely the weirdest one. Like, what do you even do when combining a bird and a fish? And also, this is really two inspirations kind of smashed together. So there is something from Chinese folklore called the kunpeng, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong, that is essentially a big fish with bird wings, so that's definitely there. But what I love even more is something from Welsh folklore. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it because, I mean, it's Welsh. How is Welsh even a language? It's so weird and bizarre. But it translates essentially to water leaper, basically a frog with bat wings, which is just so ridiculous that I had to use it and get this like goofy face and the frog tongue. And the frog tongue is particularly useful since I'm trying to maintain just like a little bit of goopiness from the idle influences into these final stages, and the tongue, I mean, it works for that. Okay, let's meet our water and fire type, Flisteam, the gill wing Pokemon. Idle, which have reacted to both the slick scale and flame feather items, evolve into this strange fish. Flisteam's external gills superheat the water around it, allowing it to propel itself forward with great speed. They launch themselves out of the water and glide to nab prey with their long, sticky tongues. The ability is Steam Engine, and that raises the user's speed stat by 3 stages when hit by a water type or fire type attack. That kind of works for this. And the hidden ability is Sticky Hold because of that tongue. It leaps out of the pools in the chamber and flutters about momentarily with its gill wings. How are you feeling about this Idle evolution? Is this your form of choice, or are you waiting to see the final 2 later on? This flying frog is fast, but you eventually manage to take it down. Next up, Terry sends out another not fully evolved Pokemon. A little Luscare. You think again. Certainly, Terry must be going easy on you until you remember he is the Pokemon daycare owner and must regularly be raising new Pokemon. You take out this squid shark, and Terry sends out what you can only assume is used to entertain the Pokemon in his daycare. It is an Uns. Another curveball to deal with. You whittle away at this bulky Pokemon until Terry is down to the last member of his team. This is the evolution to little Tubulat. Okay, so our otter is now going full Doparchu. From Irish and Scottish folklore. We're going to take the stone that Tubulat had to, like smash up food, and we're going to fully integrate the rock type into the design. Big ol' stone fists make it pretty imposing for still essentially being an inner tube of a Pokemon, and I wanted to maintain that round shape, so now it is biting its own tail. I'm definitely giving this more of a wiener dog kind of look. It's sort of hot dog shaped, so it chasing its tail kind of works for me too. For throwing all of that together, otter, wiener dog, Doparchu, boxing gloves, I think it actually turned out pretty good. Okay, let's meet Pugilat, the stone fist Pokemon. By biting onto their own tails and spinning furiously, this water type is able to pummel opponents repeatedly with its rocky mitts. Pugilat painstakingly carve their stone gauntlets to perfectly fit over their hands. They are still able to daintily manipulate and crack open seeds and berries, but now can smash the hardest of obstacles. The ability is Iron Fist, obviously, so that increases the power of all punching type moves by 20%, and the hidden ability is Water Veil. It rolls around the battlefield ready to smack your team into the ground. Now, if you chose Shrubun back at the start, you know that your grass and electric typing will absolutely destroy this water and rock type. When Terry sees Skeptalop, he grabs the Beast Merge stone on his necklace and fuses. Okay, so continuing the theme of rolling Gravity Falls references into our Elite Four Beast Merges, there is one silly moment that I wanted to squeeze in here. Anyone remember when Mabel gets kitten hands in the Dreamscape? Yeah, we're doing that. So our dog otter suddenly becomes all kitteny, and these little boulders can be fired at enemies just like Mabel did. Yeah, I think that works. It's pretty goofy, but this feels fun for Terry especially. I like that there is a pretty wide range in how much Pokemon grow or shrink during Beast Merge forms, and this may actually be the one where like the trainer is covered up the least. Okay, good. Good to have some variety. All right, let's go ahead and check out Beast Merge Pugilot. The Flying Fists. Water pressure builds inside this form's rubbery cuffs, allowing it to propel the cute chunks of stone with surprising speed. The water also helps steer the projectile, making it nearly impossible to dodge. This form has astounding range and is able to maintain a safe distance in most battles. After unfusing, the trainer's arms are extremely sore after carrying the stone's weight. The ability is something new called Inescapable. All attacks used ignore any changes to the user's accuracy or the target's evasion. It begins launching powerful punches your way, and in a panic, you grasp your own Beast Merge necklace. If you have a Skeptalop, it's about time you learn how to Beast Merge. Okay, so first off, there are so many people that I want to thank for helping me develop these ideas that I just can't even attempt to list them all here. Basically, with everyone's ideas together, I determined that our starters should all share some kind of theming for their Beast Merge forms, and what was suggested was a kind of Lovecraftian approach to them. So this covers the trope of a scientist who has been driven mad by the unfathomable cosmic horrors and knowledge. Quite a few said that it should have potion bottles, which I love that visual, and I had initially planned on it just being mono psychic, but the more I thought about it, the poison typing just felt great. It's also nice because this form gets 2 completely new types, and then the other starters will either keep their primary type or secondary type. So yeah, that feels cool to me. All right. Yeah, this is our straight jacket scientist, speedy glass cannon little guy. Let's learn all about Beast Merge Skeptalop, the unstable scientist. Energy surges through this form, allowing it to move at insane speeds. It fluctuates between perfectly calculated plans and completely unpredictable and erratic behavior. The potion bottles held by its undulating straps contain alchemical concoctions capable of corroding through solid steel. After unfusing, trainers' brains are filled with wild and illogical ideas. The ability is something new we are calling Mad Mixture that takes all grass-type moves and makes them poison-type and gives them the ability to also hit steel-type Pokemon for neutral damage. And you are ridiculously fast, able to zip around the chamber like a bolt of lightning. You've lost your grass-type attacks, but luckily the psychic attacks make short work of Terry. He separates from his Pokemon and slumps to the ground. You run over and remove the mind control collar from his neck. You notice that his collar, like Susie's before, has a type symbol on it. You place the water type collar in your bag.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope I didn't give you too much trouble. As mayor of Twin Falls, remind me to give you a key to the city after I recover from this. Hooey, not feeling too hot. I'm going to stay and splash some water on my face. You go on ahead.
You leave Terry to recover and run to the next chamber, where you are certain another elite trainer is waiting for you. The long room's floor is sand, raked into beautiful patterns. At another time, you wouldn't mind taking a moment to meditate here, but unfortunately, a petite hooded figure blocking the far doors draws your attention. They step forward and remove their hood. You are horrified to see that your friend Sandy has a mind control collar clamped around her neck.
Turn around. You cannot go any further. Glee and the scientists have just a little more work to do to get the Ultra Wormhole portal powered again. I won't let you stop the coming of the legendary Ultra Beast.
Sandy lets loose her Pokemon. First up is a grumpy Snooton. holding light clay, which stomps about and sets up a sandstorm in the chamber. It is slow enough that you are able to take it down, but the chip damage will certainly be an issue. After that is the enormous Seismite. It manages to poison some of your team before finally falling. Sandy is certainly clever, wearing away at your team slowly. She then sends out a curveball. Klepticanto zips through the sandstorm and stabs at your team with its sharp beak. The flying and steel typings take a moment to adjust to, but you finally feint the large bird. After that is another slight curveball with Groteris, who redirects your water type attacks back at you. It's a little bit annoying, but you take it down. After that, Sandy has another final Idle evolution, this one being the result of a mud mold and slick scale. Oh yeah, I think we all knew where we were going with this one. Horsey ground type and fishy water type, it just had to be a Kelpie. Now, there have been plenty of Kelpie Pokemon out there, so I wanted to take a slightly different take on it. Instead of it being graceful and fast, by leaning into the muddy ground and water typing and playing up the bog aspect of, dragging you into the swamp, we get this wonderfully goopy design. I'm actually super happy with how this Kelpie is. It's a Tankymon with a great typing. All right, let's check out Calcipo, the bog horse Pokemon. This aquatic equine's body is made up of super sticky mud. Calcipo waits for its opponents to get stuck in its goopy exterior before submerging into murky waters to finish them off. Though its typing has been determined by the mud mold and slick scale items, Calcipo sports slimy algae that protects it from grass type attacks. So its ability is something new we're calling Algae Coat, so that means it resists grass type attacks by 50%, and grass type attacks deal 10% more damage when it uses them. The hidden ability is Leaf Guard. It is quite slow, but poisons and lowers your team's stats with some annoying status moves. It's tough to deal with, but you finally knock it out. Sandy is forced to send out her final Pokemon, the last stage to the little Tiphus line. So to start off, I realized that I have been mispronouncing the inspiration for this line. I was saying Ramidraju, which is super wrong. I forgot that this is from Spain, so obviously it should be pronounced Ramidreju. My apologies to all of the cool kids in Spain. Now, this is very fun because we get to really lean into the almost draconic shape with this weird elongated weasel. I actually very nearly said that there were going to be 3 pseudo-legendaries when I got done with this, but I didn't want to go too overboard. So this guy's stats won't be quite that high, but still, I'm happy with how epic it feels. Still sweet and nice since it is all about healing and helping, but it's still intimidating. Just a helpful, burrowing dragon weasel. All right, let's learn about Sandy's ace. This is Raminkehu, the healing Pokemon. Durmas who are exposed to a dragon scale evolve into this elongated creature. Being brushed by one of Raminkehu's long vines is said to cure any ailment. They are also drawn to gold and other valuables and use their powerful snouts to sniff them out. Their tusks let them dig with ease through the earth, but will be turned on an attacker if needed. The ability is Healer, so that may heal any ally's status conditions, and the hidden ability is Regenerator. It's fast and versatile, and if you chose Flambilly way back at the start, you figure that your fire and flying type starter may be perfect to deal with this troublesome Pokemon. When Sandy sees Kid Evil, she clasps a gem on her bracelet and fuses with her ace. Okay, time for more Gravity Falls fun. I went back and forth on what we could do for Sandy. The character of Candy isn't really in that many episodes, which is a shame because she's so great. There were some options, but in the end, I used her namesake, candy and took a reference from elsewhere in the show. This is based loosely on the sugar high-induced hallucination, Aoshima. Yeah, technically this is Mabel's thing, but I think she would be happy to share. And also, as I was converting our grass type into this general shape, I really started to love how kind of disturbing it turned out. The region could always use more kind of messed up looking designs. Yeah, it's weird, it's fun. So let's go ahead and check out Beast Merge Rominkehu, the Snapdragon. The Pokemon stretches and distorts into an absolute abomination of a dragon. The trainer is affixed quite comfortably atop this tough monstrosity. While quite scary, this form actually prefers to support its allies with beneficial grass and fairy moves. After unfusing, the trainer is overcome with a desire to eat sweet fruits and candies. The ability is something new called Fey Focus, so that increases the power of fairy-type moves used by 50%. It's a wall of a Pokemon, and essentially has 3 stab-type attacks to work with. With your Kadevil at your side, you figure now is as good a time as any to figure out what kind of beast merge the two of you will make. So reminder that our starters, they're all sharing a similar Lovecraftian theme for their merge forms. Our conspiracy theory goat is helping you turn into a full-on cultist. I went back and forth on what kind of weapon I wanted it to have. Someone suggested we do the flame sword from the D&D episode of Gravity Falls, which I did love, and a fire sword just made so much sense, but in the end, Kadevil just didn't feel like a sword. Instead, I just couldn't get the image of a ridiculously massive hammer out of my head. I wanted it to feel like a cultist about to make a ritual sacrifice with this just insane ceremonial weapon. Throw on a nice hood and get some intense, fiery, glowing eyes, and this definitely has the vibe that I was going for. It definitely feels like the same type of beast merge as our grass starter, so they're all kind of connected. Yeah, this is working. Okay, let's meet Beast Merge Kadevil, the Ritual Hammer. In this form, the trainer is overcome with a desire to pulverize anything and everything with their oversized weapon. New, otherworldly strength lets them wield the weapon while flames erupting from the back of the hammer help propel it into its targets with even more force. After unfusing, trainers can't help but laugh maniacally at any unfortunate event they see. And the ability is something new we're calling Sacrificial Boon. So when any Pokemon in battle faints, it raises a random stat by 1 stage. And yes, your ability isn't particularly useful in this battle since it's the end, but you're sure it'll be more useful moving forward. And unfortunately, your dark typing puts you at risk against your opponent's fairy type attacks. You have your work cut out for you, but after a final grueling stretch, you emerge victorious. Sandy separates from her Pokemon and collapses to the ground. You hurry over and remove the mind control collar, which you see has a ground type symbol on it. You pocket the collar and help Sandy up.
Oh my goodness. You are my knight in shining armor. Thank you for freeing me. That little punk Glee is going to pay for this. Ugh. After my head stops spinning, that is. You go on ahead. I'll help when I'm able to.
You leave Sandy to recover and run into the next chamber, where you are certain to find the final elite trainer waiting for you. Sparring circles are marked out on the floor, and rows of training dummies along the walls appear to be spectators for an upcoming battle. At the far end of the room, blocking the door, stands a stout and imposing hooded figure. They step forward and lower their hood. You can't help but audibly gulp when you see the mind control collar clamped around Frenda's neck.
End of the line, buddy. I'm impressed that you made it through the other elite trainers, but now I'm going to have to pummel you into submission. Then, maybe we'll see if Glee and the scientist have another one of those fancy necklaces that will fit you.
Frenda wastes no time and sends out her first Pokemon. Flungunk isn't fully evolved, but it's still pretty tough with its poison and fighting attacks. After you take it down, she sends out the much more intimidating Manteris. You get through its invisibility and target its weak defense to take it down. After that, you see that Frenda has the final possible Idle evolution, being the combination of the familiar figurine and mud mold. Like many of you guessed, we are doing a centaur for combining our humanoid figure and grounded horse. Now, the tough part is doing a centaur in the Pokemon style that doesn't feel too complicated or too humanoid. I did some research and honestly, I think this has to be one of the harder concepts to do in Pokemon. I just wasn't a fan of what I was seeing. I opted to go a little bit more stylized and exaggerated with it. I think the biggest thing that helps was getting rid of the separate head body part and instead of just merging it into the torso. We're still getting some detail with the mane and the goatee spike and the reins, but on the whole, I don't think it got too complex. For one of the designs that I was dreading designing the most, I am happy with how this turned out. Okay, let's learn about the fighting and ground type Centaur, the grappler Pokemon. Idle, who should have an equine body because of the mud mold item, have been distorted by the familiar figurine into this monstrosity. With powerful arms and 4 sturdy legs, once Centaur gets its hands on an opponent, there is no escape. Their foes end up either crushed by their grasps or thrown clear across the region. Trainers are advised not to attempt riding their Centaur. The ability is Guts, which boosts the attack stat if there is a status problem, and the hidden ability is Iron Fist. It's a force to be reckoned with, and now that we have Centaur, we finally have all of the possible Idle evolutions. I really want to know down in the comments, which is your favorite? Would you rock more than one of them on your team? Are you bananas enough to have a full team of these 6 final Idle evolutions? Let me know. But for now, you do all you can and manage to feint Frenda's Centaur. After this, she nonchalantly throws out a towering Hersquatch. It bounds around the chamber and swings its massive legs at you and your Pokemon. A few flying type attacks take it down, and Frenda sends out a bit of a curveball. It's Borbcact. Now, its grass and rock typing are a little weird, but you manage to feint it as well. After this, Frenda is forced to send out her final Pokemon, the evolution to the tiny Uglorn that you met so very long ago. Alright, so Uglorn was based off of a unicorn, a creature with a single horn, but I wanted to do something unexpected with the evolution. So, we're going from a creature with 1 horn to 2. For the inspiration, we're using the Yale or Yali. I'm not 100% sure how it's pronounced. But this is a medieval beastie that is said to be able to spin its horns either to face forward or backwards to either be defensive or offensive. So, instead of our evolution maintaining its big arms, it is going to lose them completely since it has such versatile horns. Also, just because of the time frame that the animal comes from, I worked in a kind of tunic-looking body, complete with a tail belt. Yeah, that's kind of fun. It's maybe too silly of a change, but I felt like we needed at least one out-of-nowhere evolution. Okay, let's check out Swivhorn, the Twisted Horn Pokemon. The horns on this squat fighter are incredibly versatile. Each is able to bend and rotate independently, giving Swivhorn unmatched offenses or defenses depending on their positioning. The sharp ends are so nimble that Swivhorn has no need for hands, and instead manipulates objects with ease using its horns. The ability is Stance Change, so this is taken from the Aegislash line, so that means it changes between attacking and defensive forms when using moves, so the offensive and defensive stats will swap. Though not quite as extreme stat-wise, you're basically dealing with a fighting type Aegislash. If you chose Koibra at the start of your adventure, you figure that now is your chance to utilize its ghost typing. When Frenda sees your Conspector, she clasps the gem she has and merges with her ace. Okay, so this is our last Gravity Falls inspired Beast Merge form for our Elite Four. And continuing with the unexpectedness of Swivorn, we're actually going to turn it right into a spider. It seems odd, but hey, at least Grenda was in this episode, so we're just gonna roll with it. By just duplicating those bendy horns, we get legs, and then the tunicky wrap gets to both make the spider body along with referencing the mummy stuff present in that Gravity Falls episode. Yeah, I think this is great. Unexpected, but I could definitely see Grenda or Frenda here just completely owning being a spider queen. Okay, let's learn all about Beast Merge Swivorn, the Horn Walker. The Pokemon's signature horns duplicate and allow this form to skitter about the battlefield and even climb across walls and ceilings. The straps that bind the trainer in place can also lash out and wrap up opponents. After unfusing, the trainer spends a few hours coughing up the occasional bit of spider silk. The ability is something new called Wrap Up, so attacks that make contact have a 50% chance to lower the target's speed. She is very bulky with a wide move pool. You figure that there is no better time than now to finally beast merge with Conspector. Okay, so what is going to round out our Lovecraftian inspirations for our starter forms? Well, we just need some type of investigator or paranormal hunter. In particular, though it's not exactly a match, I love the idea of a Van Helsing look. Someone who has seen the monstrous horrors of the world and has dedicated their life to stopping them. Continuing the starter pattern of simple clothing and some type of item or weapon, we get this great cape, hat, and crossbow. Now, I know a pistol would fit the Lovecraftian vibe a bit better, but the idea of a crossbow that binds itself onto your forearm was just too much fun to pass up. Oh, and as a final touch, I used Conspector's eye as a logo to go on the cape's back to kind of suggest that you could never actually, sneak up on this form. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Beast Merge Conspector, the Beast Hunter. Cloaked in a tattered ethereal cape, this form stalks through the shadows with ease. With newfound knowledge of ultraspace and the beasts found within, this hunter uses its specialized crossbow to neutralize targets with brutal efficiency. After unfusing, the trainer suffers visions of the unknowable horrors found throughout ultraspace. And its ability is Preferred Prey, so attacks will deal an additional 50% more damage to all Ultra Beasts and Beast Merge forms. Now, neither of you have a particularly good matchup against one another, but luckily with your ability, you are still able to hit incredibly hard, and after a couple expertly aimed shots from your crossbow, you have bested the final elite trainer. Frenda separates from her Pokemon and topples over. You go over to her side and remove the mind control necklace from her neck. You can see that this collar has a fighting type symbol on it, and you put it in your bag.
Wowzers! I didn't think you could beat me, but man oh man, I'm glad you did. Glee is gonna pay for kidnapping and mind controlling me and Sandy. Seriously, not cool. I'm still feeling a bit out of it, but you go ahead. Glee, the scientist guy, and the ultra wormhole portal thingy are just up ahead.
You heal up your Pokemon and leave Frenda to recover. You run out of the chamber, ready to stop Glee from unleashing a dangerous, legendary Ultra Beast. This is the lab where Glee built the mind control collars he used on your friends. You see that they have been busy as there are 4 more collars sitting on a workbench. Set up in the center of the lab is the professor's stolen Ultra Wormhole device, and standing in front of that is Glee.
Well, well, well. Look who managed to defeat our 4 elite trainers. I'd say I was impressed if I wasn't so annoyed about it. Now it's real cute that you want to be part of the party, but you best stand back because we have important work to do.
Still a bit groggy from his recent interdimensional travel, the professor's twin brother, Wilford Pines, is putting the last touches on the machine by connecting hefty power cables to it. You call out to Wilford to stop, but he doesn't respond to your calls and just mutters quietly to himself and continues working.
It's no use. There's no stopping what is coming. I've been hearing psychic communications from beyond this dimension for years. Something needed me to free it. Something that promised me control over this town and ultimate power. And I'm finally going to get it.
Unable to stand any more of Glee's voice, you throw out your Pokemon to battle. Glee is all too happy to take you down. They lead with a Concaga, which manages to poison some of your team right away. After that is the bulky Grimucklin, which smacks your team with some ground and dark type moves. When you faint it, Glee sends out the final evolution to the Sprutama line. So, quick reminder, this line has been based on various bits of folklore dealing with protecting nature and enlightenment because of nature. We're going from Stuckabout, our wandering walkabout Pokemon, into the Lord of the Forest, the Slavic legend, the Leshy. Now, the Leshy sometimes can have antlers, but I wanted that shape to also read a bit like a natural crown. So this thing, it's ruling nature. Of course, being so enlightened, it has opened its third eye, which is composed of the same eye colors that its previous stages had. And then the pose itself is just introducing like a hint of yogi with the balancing and the stillness. And we'll be able to continue with the white shinies for this line and end up with something that's pretty awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and meet Jagaleshi, the guardian Pokemon. By using its powerful psychic eye, this imposing grass type watches over vast areas of the forest. While normally peaceful and still, Jagaleshi will severely punish anyone who disrupts their natural surroundings. Those who litter are often tangled in vines and left strung up in the tallest trees as a warning. The ability is Seed Sower, so that turns the ground into grassy terrain whenever they're hit by an attack, with the other available abilities being Chlorophyll and Harvest. If you caught little Sprutama way at the beginning of your journey, how are you feeling about this final stage? Now, this one ends up setting up grassy terrain and sticking around longer than you'd like as it wails on your team with grass-type attacks. Some bug-type attacks knock this thing out, and Glee ends up sending out something much smaller. You know what we really haven't had much of in the Hoh'ax region? Gimmick Pokemon. Those Pokemon with like a silly little extra mechanic to them. These are the ones with like a really strange stat spread like Shuckle or super weird abilities like Shedinja. So we're gonna have a fun one too. Now, this line is based off of divination in general, and that's why it's a cute little crystal ball, but more specifically, it has references to the Western Zodiac. Now, I hope I'm not offending anyone too much by lumping astrology in with folklore and whatnot, but I personally think it fits just fine in the Hoh'ax region, especially as a signature mon for the Psychic Kid Glee. Now, the art for this little guy took forever, which may sound strange when it's just a ball and some amorphous psychic cloud bits sticking out, but it'll make a lot more sense when we get to the decks. Okay, let's learn all about Zodiorb, the divination Pokemon. People of the Hoh'ax region have used this Pokemon's shifting psychic mists to try to predict the future. While it is able to predict some things, Zodiorb is so sweet that it more often just shows people what they want to see. Their gaseous bodies are able to leave their cracked container and expand into forms of varying types. Zodiorb loves to play in these forms and adopt exaggerated personalities. And the ability is something new called Mist Shift, so that changes the Pokemon's primary type and form to that of its previously used attack. And using that ability, you are able to match Aries with rock, Tauros with ground, Gemini with dark, Cancer with ice, Leo with fire, Virgo with fairy, Libra with fighting, Scorpio with poison, Sagittarius with flying, Capricorn with grass, Aquarius with water, and Pisces with dragon. There was much debating on which types should go with what signs, but I feel okay about what we got here. Now, Zodiorb is able to hop between different types with ease and even take advantage of a signature move, Star Sign, which changes Zodiorb to another one of its forms randomly and then deals a special attack using that type. A random stab is definitely tough to work around, but you do manage to take little Zodiorb out. A creepy smile greets you as the Hoh'axian Sableye hops on out and begins wailing on your team. It's a real pain in the butt, but eventually you take it down and Glee is forced to send out their final Pokemon, the last stage of the Kringcap line. The previous stage was the Flatwoods Monster, an old school alien sighting. We're going to continue with that extraterrestrial theming while maintaining a retro feel. This final stage has the lines like spherical core face intact, but now it is more of a UFO. Think like the Roswell crash, with a little bit of retro futurism thrown in. But the main thing I just could not get out of my head was the shape of the kind of main metallic piece. It's similar to a hypothetical warp drive that's kind of been floating around, and since I wanted it to be a fairly speedy Pokemon, that felt like it worked really well. Rendering shiny metal is always a fun challenge, and I like that this does blend, the Pokemon art style with retrofuturism. Okay, let's check out Eufoid, the Space Core Pokemon. Using its psychic powers to bend metal and form glass, this clever psychic type finally feels safe exploring the Earth. Tucking its floating arms in, this craft-like Pokemon is able to sail through the air at great speeds. Eufoid is still only the central round core and will occasionally phase out of its protective glass container to nuzzle a supportive trainer. The ability remains Levitate, which is great for a steel type, and the hidden ability is Opportunist. This little ship zips around the battlefield, but you feel like you could probably take it down. Unfortunately, Glee is desperate now. Alright, wasting no time, let's get a Beast Merge going. Now, while I find Eufoid to be quite cute, I actually have a phobia of aliens. So we're going to introduce a scary aspect to our UFO Pokemon. Poor little Glee is getting abducted and experimented on. All these little tools and antennas are both constraining Glee's movements while also being kind of controlled by them. And they also look like they're puncturing through Glee's arms. Yeah, I don't know. I like adding elements to Beast Merge forms that look painful or just kind of messed up. This is also good because it plays up how small Glee's stature is. Right now we have too many Beast Merge forms that get all big and bulky, and I had wanted one that was frail but speedy and super strong. And with a great typing, this is a serious threat to any team. Alright, let's learn all about Beast Merge Eufoid, the Alien Probe. The Pokemon melts into long metallic rods which bind themselves onto the trainer and lift them up into the air. Skittering around on its sensor-filled appendages, this form has an unmatched awareness of its surroundings. For several days after unfusing, the trainer is convinced some metal was left behind in their body and they scratch uncontrollably at their skin. The ability is Infiltrator, and that ignores all the effects of Reflect, Light Screen, and Safeguard. Its stats are not to be messed with, and it takes everything you have, but your final Pokemon is able to knock Glee out. They separate, and Glee's tiny body flies across the room. Just in time to see the victory, you see that Professor Pines, Maple, Moose, and Cordelia have all finally caught up.
Nice job! Way to kick Glee's tiny butt!
Oh yeah, nothing like watching a kid like Glee get what they deserve.
No! This can't be! Stay back! You can't stop what was coming. I need this Ultra Beast to come through to help me. It's been talking to me for so long.
That's where you're wrong, Glee.
Wilfred Pines continues to work on the portal, attaching the last cable and pressing buttons on a control panel. You see that Wilfred does not have a mind control collar on.
What?
You think it was an Ultra Beast that was talking to you? You think the legendary Ultra Beast would bother talking to you? Oh no. While I was trapped in that dimension with it, I studied its intense psychic abilities directly. I learned from it. Built something to focus my own innate abilities.
Wilfred pulls a mechanical headband from his coat and places it on his head.
I was the one communicating with you. And that was only because your psychic connection was the only one strong enough to contact. I needed you to complete my old portal and bring me back. But you couldn't even do that. Turns out my brother wasn't as useless as I thought.
Ford, what are you saying?
I never expected you to be the one to get the portal working again. But now that I am back, and with the legendary Ultra Beast at my side, I'll be unstoppable!
Ford, this isn't like you.
Will, you have no idea what I am now. You got me trapped in a hellish dimension for years. And now it's time to make this dimension match it. And before you get any ideas about trying to change my mind...
Wilfred's mechanical headband glows as he focuses his psychic ability. And you watch as the 4 mind control collars from the table nearby levitate and zip across the room. They clamp tightly around the necks of Professor Pines, Maple, Cordelia, and Moose. Wilfred eyes you.
I suppose you're lucky Glee didn't make enough extra collars. Well, anyway. I suppose you are fortunate enough to witness this.
Wilfred throws a final switch and a massive ultra wormhole rips open. You can see that something is coming through, but the intense energy emanating makes it hard to look at. Waves of strange radiation bombard you, and it's difficult to stay on your feet. And a final shockwave of energy sends you flying into the far wall. Everything goes black. When you finally come to, you realize that you are on the floor of the local diner with some friendly faces around you. McHadron, Lazy Susie, Mayor Terry, Sandy, and Frenda help you up.
We're so glad that you're finally awake. How are you feeling?
We made sure to stay quiet so you could get your rest.
We pulled you out of the Cypher Squad hideout when the Ultra Beast started its rampage.
Luckily, Lazy Susie's is still in one piece, but the rest of Twin Falls isn't doing so well. McHadron, do you want to explain what's going on?
He leads you outside, and you are immediately greeted by a crimson sky. Everything is dark and chaotic.
You see, when Wilfred Pines brought that legendary Ultra Beast into our dimension, he started using its power to corrupt our dimension. He's been pulling in Ultra Beasts from all over, and they're destroying the region. Oh, and worst of all, your friends and family are still under their mind control influences. Maple, Professor Pines, Moose, and Cordelia are out there heading up some of that destruction.
It's really not looking so good out there. Some of the townspeople already abandoned Twin...
But we couldn't do that. We knew we needed to stay and fight back.
And with my diner still intact, it's serving as a makeshift base for our ragtag group. My old radio is even picking up distress calls from people in need around the region. Let me mark where they are coming from on your map.
Lazy Susie taps a bit on your phone and a number of icons appear.
And there's another way we can fight back. I've been tinkering with some of those mind control collars that you took from the Cypher Squad base. If I was able to get another 4 of these, I think I could make a device that would cancel out the ultra wormhole energy overtaking our dimension. But the only other ones I know of are on your friends. I've tracked them to here.
McHadron also taps on your phone and adds 4 more icons to your map. You look over all of your options and think it best to save some of the people in need. A cluster of 5 people to the west seems like a good place to start. And lastly, before you go, McHadron upgrades all of your Pokeballs. From now on, any Pokeball you throw is now able to catch Ultra Beasts. You head out into this weird Armageddon going on. All of the existing Pokemon, like Violet, Shockatrice, and Tragikarp are quite panicked and hostile. But in addition to them, wild Ultra Beasts are roaming about, and you spot a Beholdrake and Vigilta off in the distance. When you reach the shore of the Western Lake, a new Pokémon scuttles out and eyes you. Time for an evolution to the tiny little dragon type, Tendrip. So this line is based off the Lao, and while the first stage paid homage to the fact that it is sometimes depicted as a massive catfish, other depictions have it like more draconic with a Cthulhu-like face. So this middle stage gets to bridge that gap. The two fins that it was dragging its body around with have now become elongated and strong enough for it to sprint about on dry land. We're also taking the two whiskers it had and multiplying them to get, something a little closer to that eldritch horror look. Beyond that, it has some sharper shape language to communicate a more aggressive personality. And yeah, let's go ahead and learn all about Loudrill, the Whisker Pokemon. Standing on two powerful fins, this water type is now able to sprint across the land to chase prey, which it then drags back into the water with its grasping whiskers. Hard plating has formed to protect their squishy bodies when out of the water. Loudrill are wild and untrusting, requiring a skilled trainer to befriend. The ability is Swift Swim, which boosts speed in the rain, and the hidden ability is Tangling Hair. Its mouth tendrils wave about in a threat display. Now's your chance to catch one of these, or perhaps you had a Tendrip which has already evolved into one of these speedy hunters. Hopping into your Rotom Shift kayak and paddling out to the water, you spot something massive circling you. Alrighty, time for the final stage to our Lusca line. This is the Caribbean monster, which is a wonderful amalgamation of squid or octopus and shark. I went back and forth on what this final stage should really look like, but I liked the through line that biologically this is a cephalopod that has gotten better and better at appearing like a shark. Getting a little creative with the physiology, splitting the mantle to get a mouth, and tying the tentacles in a fun way, we get a pretty awesome shark body plan. The negative space in the body cavity is pretty unexpected, and the split lower jaw still feels kind of messed up, which is good. The colors have that classic Pokemon shark yellow, and you know that we're going to continue our shiny pattern with Garchomp colors. Okie doke. Let's check out the most messed up shark ever. This is Leviathan, the false shark Pokemon. Having mastered its shark-like appearance, this apex predator fears nothing in the Hoh'axian waters. Leviathan is able to uncoil its dorsal and pectoral fins in an instant to snare prey and drag them into its toothed maw. While ferocious, they are still very loyal to their trainers and make for an unconventional but speedy aquatic transportation. The ability is Contrary, which makes stat changes have the opposite effect, with the hidden ability being Suction Cups. It's pretty terrifying seeing its tentacle fins slicing through the waters towards you. A few powerful electric type attacks are luckily able to deter it, and you continue on. You come across a group of Blippicle, who all look shaken by everything going on. Their fear is causing them to all clump together, and to your surprise, you see them begin to evolve into one Pokemon. Yep, we've got another one of those multiple Pokemon fusing together for an evolution. In this case, you could do this on your own if you have 6 Blippicle in your party at once. Now, while Blippicle was based on the Ningen, we're continuing into another icy aquatic monster, the Bloop. Now, the Bloop is a ridiculously powerful sound that was recorded underwater and often attributed to an undiscovered colossal creature. Now, in reality, it was the sound of a frozen ice shelf breaking apart. That's why we're maintaining the ice type, but also pulling in the normal type so it can enjoy some nice sound-based stab moves. The other influence that you may have noticed, especially with this weird spine on top, are siphonophores, or communal organisms like the Portuguese man-o'-war. Yes, I know jellyfish and the Man of War are not really related like that, but hey, it's Pokemon, so we're doing it here. Okay, let's check out Bloomp, the frozen sound Pokemon. When a group of Blippicle spend enough time together and learn to act as one, they evolve into this frozen titan. Its constituent parts communicating with one another lets out massive amounts of sound, which can sometimes be picked up from across the Hoh'ax region. While gargantuan, it is still just as friendly as ever, which sometimes leads to their trainers getting a little squished. Its ability is Icy Body, so that means it gains HP in the snow weather, and its alternate abilities are Snow Cloak and Slush Rush. It waves at you with a smile, feeling much safer in this massive form. You wave back and continue on, wondering what could have put it on edge in the area. You get to the far side of the lake, and you hear shouts coming from a cave nearby. The citizens of Twin Falls must have taken shelter in here, but something massive has trapped them and is blocking your way. A legendary Ultra Beast turns to face you. Alrighty, with the Ultra Wormhole open, there are 4 legendary level Ultra Beasts on the loose. We're going with a very loose interpretation of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The first we're seeing is War. Now, I knew I wanted at least one design in this region to be based off of something from the US state where I live. Now, I'm not originally from Minnesota, and in fact, I have lived in a lot of places before settling down here, but I love Minnesota. It's great, and I wanted a fun nod to it. One of the silliest bits of folklore are the Kensington runes. This is a stone tablet which proposedly shows that Vikings were in the Americas like ridiculously early. It's of course a big old hoax, but it's still fun. We're combining that with the look of our local stadium, which is an abstracted take on a Viking ship. Smush all of that together and we get a pretty formidable Ultra Beast. Alright, let's go ahead and meet Kinvidax, the warrior Pokemon. UB Vessel prefers to sleep at the bottom of murky lakes, but will stomp to the surface to challenge anything unfortunate enough to get its attention. In its home dimension, Kinvidax rules by fear alone. The local denizens dump food and treasure into the water where it resides, in hopes of lengthening its slumber and delaying its next destructive visit. The ability is something new called Dredge, so that means it will pick up any single-use items that have been used by other Pokemon during the duration of the battle. And the hidden ability is Beast Boost. It swings its heavy arms at you, and you are forced to dodge out of the way as it smashes into the cave wall. You know that you have to act fast before this Ultra Beast collapses the whole cave. It is incredibly powerful, but you manage to weaken it, and with your upgraded Pokeballs, you even have a slim chance to capture it. With it gone, the 5 identical members of many instances rush out to thank you.
Hey, yo, you did it! Yo, we're totally in your debt! That was some mad fresh Pokemon battling, dog! I was straight up ready for death up in here! We'll head back to Lazy Susie's Diner, dog! Thanks again!
The hip young men run off, and you check your map for the next icon. Taking a look at your map, you see that by heading south of your current location, you should be able to find one of your mind-controlled friends. Though all you have to go off is a ghost-type icon in the graveyard. You pass by a Pokécenter on the way, and though abandoned, you are still able to use it to heal up your Pokemon. The fog-filled forest is particularly unsettling to pass through, as the mist is now an unappealing red, and the Pokemon are more aggressive now. In fact, it seems as though many ghost-type Pokemon from the entire region are all here, running and flying about in a flurry. They are circling around a figure standing just ahead.
Oh, hey dude. I didn't expect to see you out here. I guess I'm being all mind-controlled and junk. Hehe, it's pretty wild. But I'm having a blast working these ghost types into a destructive army. I'm thinking we'll eventually march on the rest of the world and spread fear and terror. That sounds pretty cool, right?
You know that you need to get that mind control collar off of Moose. Not only to save your friend, but also to give that valuable tech to Mechadron, who needs it to fashion a device capable of restoring the region to its pre-apocalyptic state. It seems that this is going to be a double battle as Moose sends out 2 Pokemon. First is a Phasmagor, whose Ghost and Steel typing is a bit of a pain. Next to it is a little curveball with the tiny Kakurasai. This electric type seems very unsure about the battle. It keeps glancing back at Moose with a worried expression, and it actually refuses a couple of Moose's commands. You feel a little bad, but you will take all the help you can get in saving your friend. You manage to knock out both of these Pokemon, and Moose sends out 2 new species. The first is the evolution to Resnick, an evolution that will only take place if you have both it and Stitchum in your party at the same time. So let's see what happens to Resnick if a Stitchum gets to work on its look. So this line started off based on the Fresno Nightcrawlers, which are silly little spooky pants wandering around. But we're going to introduce another monstrous influence, a very classic monster, in fact, as we're looking at a Universal Pictures classic with the Invisible Man. You could definitely also lump in any of the other invisible, ghostly cryptids in there. I mean, there's a few out there, but with this look I'm going for, it's very Invisible Man. So in addition to the full Fresno Nightcrawler pants, we get gloves, bow tie, and suspenders, and the suspenders in particular really work for the bandaged Invisible Man look. By using the buttons and the abdomen wraps, I was able to maintain an abstracted face, but I don't know, it's still kind of nebulous. You know, where's the head? Like, is it the straps and the buttons, or is the head invisible and up above where the shoulders should be? All right, let's learn all about Frantaloon, the hidden Pokemon. If a Lil Resnick spends enough time around a Stitchum or Pinum, it is able to upgrade its wardrobe and evolve. There still is no consensus on whether the clothing is being haunted or manipulated by an invisible Pokemon, but Frantaloon is a playful and energetic Pokemon. Their dance moves are unrivaled in the Hoh'ax region. The ability is Prankster, which gives priority to status moves, and the hidden ability is Mummy with those fun straps. It hops around the battlefield gracefully, using its Prankster ability to hit your team with some really debilitating moves. And their weird typing is also kind of a pain in the butt to deal with. Next to it, Moose has another curveball with the evolution to Little Violet. So it is time for our wee little spider to actually look like a Jorogumo. This is a yokai that is basically a terrifying spider woman. Of course, continuing with the first stage, we're maintaining the look of a blacklight, both because I think it's cool, and with this being Gravity Falls, I needed a blacklight just to, reference the show a little more. Now, in addition to just making the light itself brighter, I wanted to introduce more Japanese influences since it is a yokai after all. So moving up from the light bulb socket, we get a band and multiple collars to reference a kimono. And then the face has some dramatic makeup and is all topped off with a little hair bun. I don't think it's too over the top, but I like that with the colors in particular, it's still pretty dramatic. And for colors, I like how the shiny turned out. Now, my initial idea was that it would look like a regular light bulb, but in switching the palette, it ended up looking just golden, which is pretty neat. Okay, let's meet Aracuv, the dark glow Pokemon. The long legs of this crafty spider do their best to protect the delicate abdomen, which is capable of producing blinding flashes of ultraviolet light or drawing in all light nearby. Aracuv manipulates the battlefield with dancing shadows and eerie lights, expertly supporting its allies and disorienting its opponents. The ability is still Tinted Lens, which powers up not very effective moves, and the hidden ability is Battery. It springs onto the battlefield and immediately begins setting up screens and other beneficial effects. These two Pokemon help one another and chip away at your team. You work hard and finally manage to faint them both. Moose sends out his final 2 Pokemon, the first being a Tiwi, which doesn't seem too tough to deal with. And the last Pokemon is the evolution to Little Stitchum, which of course is only able to evolve by helping either a Resnick or Frantaloon with its look. So our ghostly doll, which was based on the usually helpful Jenglot, is now turning into a full-on tailor or a seamstress. Now we're still sprinkling in some voodoo doll inspiration and letting it look creepy as heck. You know, like the stuffing falling out of the head still, that's an aesthetic that I want to maintain. But these pins, oh man, I love them. Not only are they pretty menacing, but they work for it basically being a costumer. My favorite of which is, you know, the pin that's going right through the back of the neck. Creepy, gross, cool. Yeah, I think it's good. There's not a ton to say about this one. It's just cool. Okay, let's say hello to Pinum, the ghost doll Pokemon. While this joyful Pokemon is still eager to help with daily chores, especially sewing clothes, it has now mastered combat and will reluctantly take down foes with its sharp needles. Pinum appreciates a trainer who can see past its somewhat spooky appearance and regularly patches their clothes with spooky patterns. The ability is still Insomnia, which keeps it from being put to sleep, and the hidden ability is Pickup. Its sharp pins gleam, and you wonder if it will launch some ghost, normal, or steel moves at you. Instead, it does something unexpected. Being a single point faster than its partner Tiwi, Pinum uses the move Decorate to sharply raise both of Tiwi's attack stats. Tiwi, in turn, uses Self-Destruct. The boosted stab normal type attack doesn't affect Pinum at all, but decimates your team. As you try to recover from this brutal strategy, Moose has grasped a Beast Merge gem and has begun fusing with his final Pokemon. Alright, Moose just kinda has to have a silly Beast Merge form. So this is a reference to a few things. Obviously, this is a Final Fantasy VII reference, with it very much being Cloud. I knew I wanted to do a big metal sword to riff off of Pinum's pins. Now, this is also because Moose, or Seuss, is just a big nerd who loves anime and video games. You can think of this design as basically Pinum helping Moose cosplay, and I think that's fun. And lastly, the thing that sealed the deal is that when the Book of Bill came out, there was a website, and on it, Seuss revealed his favorite game, which was Sword Birth, Rise of the Swordians, Age of Swords. So after that, I just had to give Moose a great big old sword. Definitely the deepest Gravity Falls reference that we've done so far. All right, let's check out Beast Merge Pinum, the Sword Guardian. The Pokemon unravels its body and covers its trainer in a protective costume, complete with a ridiculously heavy sword. Somehow, the trainer is able to swing the sword with ease, defying the laws of mass and inertia to deal powerful strikes. After unfusing, the trainer can't help but sulk about dramatically like a video game protagonist. The ability is something new called Parry. So, half of the damage that it would receive from fighting type attacks is dealt back to the attacker. So that normal and steel type that it has ends up really potentially hurting the opponent. He is slow but extremely strong, and you learn the hard way not to throw a fighting attack its way. You remember back to the beginning of your journey when Moose went easy on you during your first type specialist battle. Now he is cleaving through the last of your team. With one final push, you manage to defeat Moose. He collapses to the ground, and you take the opportunity to remove his mind control collar. As you do, the frenzy of ghosts around you disperses.
Whoa, dude. I cannot thank you enough. I know this is gonna be hard to believe, but I didn't actually want to create a ghost army to terrorize the world. So, what do you want me to do with this mind control collar? I need to take it back to McHadron? Yeah, I can totally do that.
Moose takes the control collar marked with the ghost symbol and leaves for Lazy Susie's diner. You check your map for the next person in need. Checking your map, you see that 3 people need your help down in the prehistoric cenote to the east. Passing through the rest of the foggy forest isn't too tough, but when you get to the entrance of the Amber Mines, you decide time is of the essence, and using your grappling hook Rotom Shift, you leap into the cenote and rappel down. The prehistoric jungles are active with panicked fossil Pokemon. Among them, you spot a new dragon type. Remember when we met that silly little electric chicken, Cockatrice? Well, it's about time that we finally got the evolution. So, we'll be moving from the Cockatrice inspiration to the Amphisbaene, which is a 2-headed serpentine beastie from Greek mythology. We're going to have a little fun by having its tail head be made up of electricity, since Cockatrice already had that electric tail. But by posturing it like this, the electric head, it seems like it could be the primary head. I don't know. I'm a sucker for mimicry like that in nature and whatnot. And we'll go a little farther when we get to the final stage for this line as well. Other than that, we've got some aggressive shapes that definitely justify the dragon typing that we'll be adding in. And because it is an electric type, you know that we're going to get a nice cool blue shiny. Okay, let's check out the second stage for this Greek myth-inspired line. This is Amphiphrae, the second head Pokemon. The head held above its body is actually concentrated electricity that Amphiphrae uses to trick its opponents. Able to strike both low and high at the same time, this crafty electric dragon is consistently able to land a hit and paralyze its prey. Researchers disagree as to whether the second head is atop an electrified neck or tail. The ability is static, so contact moves may leave the foe paralyzed, and the hidden ability is Lightning Rod. It's a nasty little Pokemon which scampers on over to attack you. Some ground or ice type attacks would be useful, or perhaps a fairy type could make short work of this dragon. If you have a Trismoid, it takes down the dragon and in turn is finally ready to evolve. I know, about time, am I right? Okay. So this line is based loosely on the Abau Aku, which is some really fun Malaysian folklore. Essentially, we're dealing with an amorphous, translucent creature made of shimmering light, which steals the life force from people to become stronger and more corporeal. Now, we're getting rid of the whole life force stealing bit because I want this to be a fairy type and all, but we are letting its body get bigger and stronger as it evolves. Also, this is another design that has dice shapes going on. In fact, now we've got a D8 as a part of its head. It is an Ultra Beast, so I am cool with this thing looking pretty weird. That being said, this design gave me a ton of trouble. Something about, I don't know, the geometries involved made it difficult to flesh out. I actually did 2 full design passes on this one before I landed here. Alright, let's check out the second stage for our fairy-type pseudo-legendary. This is Ruboku, the Prism Pokemon. Researchers suspect that Trismoid is unable to evolve in the universe that it comes from, as it is only when this Ultra Beast has bonded with a trainer that it can grow into a Ruboku. It mirrors their trainer's mood with colorful lights and flickering ribbons. As it grows, the body of the Ruboku becomes more tethered in our dimension and gains physical weight. The ability is still Prism Armor, which reduces damage taken from super effective moves by 25%, and the hidden ability is Clear Body. Assuming you caught a Trismoid earlier on, how are you feeling about this evolution? And we're late enough in the story that both pseudo-legendaries should be reaching their final stage anytime now. You cross through the dense foliage to the southern edge of the cenote, where you hear shouting coming from inside a nearby cave. Traveling inside, you find Looker and officers Blurland and Dubs pinned in place and trying to fend off a large Ultra Beast, which lurks in the shadows. You can't quite see the Ultra Beast they're fighting, but you see that Looker is fighting with his Borbcact at his side. In one final stand, Looker grabs a Beast Merge gem and fuses with his partner. So initially, I wasn't planning on having a Beast Merge form here, but I decided a little late that I wanted to make sure to get a Beast Merge form for all of our established characters, and I didn't want Looker left out. And since it was already established to be one of his Pokemon, we just had to do Borbcact. Now, I got a lot of suggestions for a cowboy look for the merge, but that wasn't quite different enough from the base design. Luckily, I got some suggestions from Spooky Shady Gremlin, Mitchell Connor, DJ Catman, Don Martin, and Danable Man Ream OMG No Way. That's a great name, by the way. And they all wanted to continue with the fact that the Cactus Cat likes to lick up fermented cactus juice. So they urged me towards something dealing with like an alcohol barrel and booze and whatnot. Which combined with that like classic destitute, wearing a barrel look, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's also just funny that for a very put together and professional character like Looker, and then having him end up in a form like this, that's funny. That's funny. Now, since it's Pokemon, it's not really alcohol. It's actually just a mixture that makes the user burp nonstop. I like this because one, I personally am a very burpy person. I burp a lot, and burps are funny. And two, because I actually don't drink alcohol. I found alcohol to be kind of dumb and stupid and expensive, and it leads people to be loud and stupid. And yeah. Anyway, burps are funny. We're going that route. Okay, enough rambling. This is Beast Merge Borbcact, the Belch Barrel. The feline spike barbs all launch into the trainer and form a protective barrel, while the rest of the Pokemon becomes a strange container of bubbling liquid. This fusion has an otherworldly control over the continuous stream of burps and bubbles coming from their mouth. After infusing, the trainer is left with a pounding headache and upset stomach. The ability is Burp Boon, so the effects of an eaten berry are also applied to an ally. In this form, Looker staggers around, and you think it best to join the battle. Burp Boon, the ability, really only does any good in a double battle anyway. With Looker by your side, the Ultra Beast emerges from the shadows and advances. Yeah, time for our next legendary Ultra Beast. Serving as a rough stand-in for the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, here we'll be dealing with famine. And the inspiration, well, that's something I am pulling from a Mexican and New Mexican urban legend, La Mala Hora, or the Evil Hour. This is a dark entity that can befall people in the dead of night, often at a crossroads, or deep in the desert or woods. Sometimes it is a black sphere or blob floating in the night that consumes people, and other times it shifts into the shape of a woman and draws people in. We're going to play with that in a fun way by having this recessed negative space in the center of the design that has the shape of a woman. I wanted at least one of the Four Horsemen to have a slightly softer looking design. I say that, but I also wanted it covered in these barbed vines. The foliage look is supposed to be a mix between like an area of dense vegetation and kind of also like a tumbleweed a little bit. And these colors, they're fun and all, but after I did the shiny, I ended up swapping the two. I mean, it's an Ultra Beast after all, and having normal grass type colors just didn't really feel right. Okay, let's check out our next big baddie. This is Festalorn, the Briar Pokemon. UB Void pulls light into its center, plunging its surroundings into darkness. This results in vegetation nearby shriveling in mere moments. In its home dimension, Festalorn has all but decimated its region. Denizens offer up the little they have, but should it not suffice, Festalorn's dark influence compels a single sacrificial person to leap into its void, never to be seen again. The ability is Sharp Debris, so that scatters spikes at the feet of the opposing team whenever it's damaged by a physical move. You and Looker fight back. Even with a type advantage, Looker doesn't last long, but he at least burps a helpful healing berry burp in your face before he is knocked out. Festalorn is tanky, able to set up hazards, and bombard you with a high special attack stat. Now, rarely getting to utilize a bug type, this is where they finally get to shine, and you weaken Festalorn to the point that you could potentially catch it.
We're saved! Woo-wee! We're saved!
You got us out a tough pickle there. I thought we were goners for sure.
I can't say I'm surprised, kid. You continually prove your abilities. I have a feeling there may be a place for you at Interpol in the future. But for now, let's us three get back to town with the others.
Good thinking, Looker.
I'm so glad I ain't dead.
You let the 3 officials leave to get back to Lazy Susie's diner, where everyone else is gathering. And you check your map for the next person to help. You pull out your map to see who else needs your help. To the east, you spot a poison-type icon showing that one of your mind-controlled friends is there. You pull out your trusty grappling hook and ascend out of the cenote. You pass through the desert where the normally dormant Pokémon are running about in fear. A Snooton and Tiwi run by, being chased by a Borbcact riding a Saratuka. Things are definitely getting weird out here. You press on through the heat until you spot a glistening black mirage before you. As you get closer, you see that a horde of poison-type Pokémon are busy covering the area in thick tars, oils, and other poisonous goos. You pass through the area, weaving this way and that to stay on untainted ground until you find a figure at the center.
Didn't expect to see you out here, Ace. You better watch your step since me and these poison types are having some fun polluting this region. I think once we get our technique just right, we'll branch out to other regions. Oh, what? You don't think that's a good idea? Well, I'd just love to see you try and stop me.
Needing no other excuse to save your friend, you challenge her to a battle. She leads with a new Pokemon, the evolution to the Dorky Dweebip. Alright, so this 2-stage line is based on the wonderfully odd cryptid from Australia, the Bunyip, where the first stage played up the varying depictions in a humorous way. We're letting the evolution be pretty intimidating. There were 2 goals that I wanted. Firstly, I wanted at least one design that really felt like just a monster. Just a Gen 1-esque monster, not too overly complicated, just a good old-fashioned monster design. Now, of course, I wanted to pay homage to Australia's extant and extinct wildlife, and how everything is poisonous and wants to mess you up. So we're bringing in some details from other Australian animals. We've got a paddle-like tail and heel spines from the platypus. We've got spines all over like an echidna, and the goofy but intimidating bite of a thylacoleo, which was basically a marsupial lion. It's very cool, very cool. Basically, smush them all together and you get this meanie. Alrighty, this is Punjip, the toxic Pokemon. After a great deal of self-improvement, the clumsy Dweebip evolves into a powerful poison type, able to utilize its bizarre biology to protect its trainer. Punjip is covered with venomous spines, making it difficult for opponents to effectively attack. While it makes a menacing face, it still cares deeply for its trainer and will do everything it can to protect them. The ability is Poison Point, so that means if you make contact with it, there's a chance you'll get poisoned, and the hidden ability is Poison Touch. It's pretty bulky, and with its potential abilities, there's just not a world that your team doesn't end up with some poison. You wish you were fighting its much weaker pre-evolution, as this thing is tough, but you feint it, and Cordelia sends out another toothy poison type. Kankaga snaps at you with its massive skull, dealing massive damage with its strong jaw ability. You fight back and are able to knock it out. After that, Cordelia has a bit of a curveball with her trusty Molunder. Any ground type that had the advantage against Cordelia's poison types is wrecked by its incredibly powerful ice type attacks. It takes some time to get through, but when it faints, Cordelia has the evolution to another extremely weak Pokemon. Yep, it is time for our Magikarp mimic, Tragikarp, to finally evolve. Now, just like the previous stage, this is an Ultra Beast that has recently adapted to a new dimension. While it looks like a familiar Pokemon, it's actually just the goo. Now, more than it just being a convergent design, we're actually basing this off of the Hrokal. I am positive I am pronouncing that wrong. Hrokal, which is an eel from Icelandic folklore with iron scales that lives in polluted waters. Absolutely perfect for the steel and poison typing. This was a pretty easy design to knock out, playing with these metal plates and blades and getting all the shapes so that they felt like a Gyarados. It was just fun. It was fun. I try to have a good balance of cute and silly designs and tough and menacing ones, and this definitely ends way on the edgy side of things. Alright, let's go ahead and learn about Gyarados, the pollution Pokemon. With newfound power, this malevolent beast seeks to spread pollution wherever it goes. Gyarados are covered in razor-sharp blades, each of which are laced with fast-acting toxins. All are advised against attempting to capture this Pokemon, as it has been documented slicing thrown Pokeballs in half and attacking their would-be trainers. The ability is Sheer Force. So that removes a move's secondary benefits and boosts its power instead, with its other optional abilities being Sharpness and Poison Touch. It is absolutely terrifying, thrashing about with its razor-sharp metal plates and corrosive goo. You have to take advantage of its lower special defense stat to even make a dent in it, but you do eventually manage to knock it out. Cordelia rolls her eyes at you and throws out another new Pokemon, the evolution to the stink-flinging Flungunk. Alright, we are finally wrapping up our Skunk Ape-inspired line. This is a Floridian Bigfoot-esque cryptid that also happens to absolutely reek. I'm continuing the look where this line doesn't have its eyes visible normally. I like the poisonous spines hanging down over its face, almost like matted fur. And where the previous stage had pads on its hands that produced throwable stink clouds, we're adding this big old stink cloud tail coming off the back. A couple of lighter stripes when we get to coloring really gives it that skunk look, which is fun. And in battle, it grabs some of its tail to either power up its punches or throw the concentrated gas. Again, very much like a monkey throwing poop. Stupid, I know, but it's funny. Whatever. Alrighty, let's go ahead and check out our Skunk Ape-inspired Funkugung, the bad gas Pokemon. What appears to be a tail is actually a cloud of horribly smelling gas that Flunkugung emits from its backside. By reaching behind itself, Flunkugung's punches can be imbued with toxic scent. Luckily, it is easy to steer clear of this smelly ape, as its stench is hard to miss. The ability is, then, of course, Stench, so there is a 10% chance to cause an opponent to flinch when hit by a damaging move. And sure, it's a little slow, but we are giving this Pokemon its own priority signature move called Stink Sneak. So, kind of a silent but deadly type of move. Very funny, very silly. Alright, it's annoying, but you take down Funkugung. Cordelia tosses out her final Pokemon, the slithering bug-type Venospar. Before you can get an attack in, she already has grabbed her Beast Merge necklace and the two fuse together. I got a lot of great suggestions for this Beast Merge form, in particular some that played off of the fact that Dunsparce's split evolution got a cute bumper car inspired like roller coaster thing. So people were thinking about bullet trains and treadmills and pirate ships and some other amusement park adjacent designs. But the one that I liked the most was from Outside the Outside, who suggested we look at the classic spinning teacup ride. The spinning nature fits really well with the poison type, But it also let me sneak in Cordelia's ice type by having it spin about on a disc of ice. For Moose and now Cordelia, I really wanted to make sure their Beast Merge forms had the typings from their first fights. Beyond that, it was just wrapping Venospar's design elements around a cup, filling it with ice that locks the trainer in place, and having some fun with the ice textures. Alrighty, let's go ahead and meet Beast Merge Venospar, the Sickness Spinner. The long bug wraps around their trainer and morphs into the shape of a large teacup. Ice fills the cup and locks the trainer in place as the cup begins to rotate. Sheets of ice form under the base wherever it goes, allowing it to spin at nauseating speeds. The forces involved let this form fling ice and poison type attacks with blinding speed. After unfusing, only the hardiest of trainers can keep from immediately losing their lunches. The ability is Quick Spin, which removes all hazards when entering battle. That's kind of fun. So she cleans up any entry hazards and whips around the battlefield. Any ground types that you had left are decimated by its powerful ice beams. This fast, mixed attacker is a tough final stand for Cordelia, but eventually you are able to defeat her. She separates from her Pokemon and collapses. You swoop in and remove the mind control collar from her neck.
Dang, sorry about that, but I knew I could count on you to kick my butt. And yikes, looks like I really made this area a mess. But anyway, what do I need to do? Bring this collar back to McHadron in town? I can do that. You stay safe out there.
Cordelia takes the mind control collar marked with the poison type symbol and starts back to town. You check your map for the next person to help. Checking your map, you see that 2 people are trapped at the Twin Falls Water Tower to the north. You leave the poisoned area and desert behind and cross into the nearby woods. The area is crawling with tough Pokemon, agitated by the apocalyptic events going on. Ilo, Detroke, and Loudrill slink about in the shadows, and you spot something larger stomping your way. Bukuvant was our tiny little dragon and bug type we met long ago, and it needs to finally evolve into something large and intimidating. Now, this line is based off of the Bukuvak, a demonic creature from Slavic myth, basically a 6-legged horned dragon lizard monster thing. So, even though it was previously a bug type, we're only now giving it 6 legs. Though, since Bukuvak is known for grabbing and strangling people, how pleasant, I know, we're going to make sure that the front limbs have grasping hands. That also means that it would get access to, like, grabbing and throwing moves. And actually, because of the armor look that I wanted it to have, it would probably get access to some steel-type moves as well. It's also, I don't know, it's not the most complex design, and kind of like our Bunyip, I was okay with this feeling a little bit more like a Gen 1 or Gen 2-esque monster design. Alrighty, let's meet Bukavid, the Skitter Pokemon. Though it may have 6 legs, the front 2 are used for grabbing and subduing their opponents. Once it has nabbed its prey, Bukavid drags it back into its lair. Their clawed feet let them climb on most surfaces with ease, giving this dragon type the tactical advantages of smaller bug types. The ability is battle armor, so the Pokemon is protected against critical hits, with the hidden ability being Swarm. With its balanced stats, it ends up being a pretty formidable mixed attacker. What do you think of our dragon bug now that it isn't so tiny anymore? Well, you scare it off with some ice-type attacks and continue on. You hear some spooky wailing coming from further ahead. The ghostly calls echo from around the forest and make you feel a little woozy. Finally, the spirit causing this otherworldly din makes itself known. Yep, it's time to finally finish up our 3-stage Banshee line. It started with the baby Passacry, then became a teenager as Angster, and now we've got a full-grown ghostly adult. It's still very much a Banshee, but with a bit of the classic woman in white style ghost kind of drawn in there too. We got some ruffles around the shoulders and the neck with something that approximates a flowing dress as well. The other bit that is coming on from the middle stage is the idea of like punk rock or emo music. I guess more specifically it would be like screamo. I mean, like a banshee wail and screamo, it's basically the same thing. Now, just like the Pokemon Dragapult, which has its first stage in the design with it, we're giving this final form a Passacry to hold on to, though it's actually just kind of treating the Passacry like a microphone. It's a little messed up if you think about it too much, but anyway, let's learn all about Banscree, the wailing Pokemon. The spine-chilling effects of this ghost type's voice can paralyze even the bravest of trainers. Banscree hold a Passacry and yell directly into it. Not only does the Passacry not mind this intense attention, but it helps to amplify the Banscree's already powerful vocals. Applauding its vocals will appease it long enough for some overly dramatic bows. The ability remains Wraith Wail, so that means all sound-based moves become ghost type. And the hidden ability is soundproof. Yeah, what do you think of our finished ghost monotype? Spooky enough for you? Well, you chase it off with a dark type Pokemon and continue on. You should be getting closer, but all you hear is more wailing. You think it could be another Banscree until you realize it's a human crying and complaining up ahead. You see the legs of a water tower and clamber up to find two people, Valentino and Tobert. They are trapped by an Ultra Beast that is just around the other side of the tower. Toby musters up all of the bravery he has and sends out his Candyvore. Clasping a Beast Merge gem tightly, the two fuse together. Yep, we just gotta give poor Tobert a Beast Merge. I got some amazing suggestions from the Unfunny Hunter and the official Golurk that we do a gelatinous cube from Dungeons & Dragons. Always happy to get another D&D reference in. It was particularly perfect for Toby. Poor, unfortunate Toby needed an equally unfortunate Beast Merge. And being suspended in a gelatinous cube, yeah, that's definitely it. The trunk and branches of the tree can be turned into wooden skeleton pieces and a wooden sword for Tobert to brandish. Other than that, it's really just a cube. Of course, the fun part is just getting the render figured out. With a simple Pokemon design, it's usually just a single layer of color that I throw down, but this is an instance where I really needed to layer a bunch of transparent layers to get the effect that I wanted. It's simple, sure, but I think it's pretty effective. Alright, let's check out Tobert's gooey prison. This is Beast Merge Candyvore, the Dungeon Cube. The sticky sap leaps from the Pokemon's branches to consume the trainer. After settling into a cube shape, it becomes more translucent to reveal the trainer suspended inside with bits of wood. How the trainer keeps from suffocating is a mystery, and they are in fact quite comfortable and safe inside. After unfusing, they are left covered in a fine layer of mucus. The ability is Goo Trap. That's something new where making contact lowers the opponent's speed and will keep them from retreating from battle. Tobert wiggles about as menacingly as he can muster from inside the goo. Unfortunately, a couple fiery blasts come rocketing around the edge of the water tower and shred through the Beast Merge form. Tobert separates from his Pokemon, and you are left to face the legendary Ultra Beast coming around the corner all on your own. Okay, let's tackle the third Horseman of the Apocalypse. This will be our abstracted version of Death. Now, our four horsemen are all urban legends from different points in history. Our first was the Kensington Runestone legend, which is from the late 1800s. Then La Malahora is from the early 1900s. And now we're going to go with a more recent one, the Charman. Now, there are actually a bunch of different versions of the Charman starting around the mid-1900s. But at its core, it's about a man who is consumed by fire, usually a house fire, while trying to and failing to protect either his wife or a child, and you end up with a charred and tormented ghosty ghost. Now, I wanted to really lean into the fact that the story revolves around two people being consumed by flames and work both forms into the design. I'm particularly happy with how some round shapes and a couple X's become the shape of a curled up person in the center. Alrighty, let's check out our next horseman. This is Chardrim, the Lost Pokemon. UB Inferno glides across the ground, engulfing everything in its wake in flames. Chardrim's partial body parts are made of feather-light burnt carbon, which are imbued and controlled by two ever-mourning lost souls. The exterior parts do all they can to protect those inside the flaming sphere. Its home dimension has been completely consumed by flame. There are no inhabitants left. The ability is something new called Fuel Body. So, the burn status, which normally would not affect fire types, so it can be burned, but it doesn't lose HP and instead gets a boost to its attack. And then on top of that, it uses a signature attack, Flame Rage, which deals a decent chunk of damage and leaves the user burned. It's a speedy mixed attacker, and it burns through much of your team. Eventually, you are able to weaken it to the point where you actually have a chance at catching it. After that, Valentino and Tobert both sigh in relief.
Oh, thank you! I thought we were toast! My new best buddy Valentino and I were convinced we would be Ultra Beast food for sure!
Firstly, I wasn't scared at all, Tobert. Secondly, you and I aren't actually friends. Sharing a life or death experience doesn't make us buds.
Oh no! I came on too strong again!
And thirdly, I don't know, thanks for saving us, or whatever. Come on, my non-friend Tobert, let's go back to town with everyone else.
The two of them start making their way back to Lazy Susie's diner, while you check your map for the next person who needs your help. Now, before we go, let's check in on the Pokédex. This is our last check-in before the end of the series, so we're really not missing much at all. Of the missing Mons, I don't know, which one are you most excited to finally get? Are you confident enough to make a full team of 6 Pokemon, or do you need to wait until the very end? You pull out your map to see who else needs your help. To the north, in the middle of the lake, you spot a fairy-type icon showing that one of your mind-controlled family members is there. Using your Rotom Shift glider, you leap from the top of the water tower and soar towards the islands, expertly landing on the beach of the lake. When your feet hit the sand, one of your Pokemon pops out to roll around in the wet dirt. Little Perlipod has been collecting dirt and minerals from all over the region during your travels, and with this last bit of sand, it has completed its collection and is ready to evolve. Okay, so this is based off of the Samaritan sea snail mainly, with its funky branching antlers, and there's also a dash of Low Cole, the giant snail from French legend. This thing has been around the region and is wizened by its travels, so having this kind of abstracted face and mouth parts that feel a little bit like a big bushy mustache, yeah, that's fun, that's fun. And of course, I spent forever on the shell. I mean, that's what this whole Pokemon thing is, building its shell just the way it wanted. It's self-actualization and self-affirmation, all that good stuff rolled together. I could see it getting a lot of fun setup moves and even decorate to help fancy up its friends too. The colors were fun, taking Perlipod's intentional color palette and sprinkling in a few more pastels. And there's a pretty fun shiny too. Okay, let's meet the massive Iridescol, the fancy shell Pokemon. A Perlipod that is able to travel across a wide range of biomes collecting sand is finally able to evolve into this massive snail. Shimmering mineral deposits have erupted out of its rocky shell, and large antlers display multicolored pearls. Iridescol are proud of their self-made appearance and protect any Pokemon in need. The ability is Storm Drain, so that draws in all water-type attacks and boosts its special attack, with the optional abilities being Innards Out and Dazzling. You pat it on its weird head and it coos in appreciation for you bringing it around the region. But you've got to get to your sister, so you pull out your Rotom kayak and hit the water. The Pokemon in and around the lake are all pretty freaked out and aggressive. You spot Nambomble, Sproingut, and even Papaddle out here. As you get closer to the area indicated on your map, you notice that the waters are shifting and churning below you, illuminated with magical pink and purple energy. Up on some rocky spires, you observe numerous fairy-type Pokemon dancing about in a synchronized and somewhat unsettling manner. On the large center island, instructing the surrounding Pokemon as if she was conducting them, you see your sister Maple. The mind control collar glints around her neck, and she narrows her eyes as you approach.
Well, I didn't expect to see you here. I was told to take my fairy-type Pokemon and cause some chaos and destruction. In all honesty, I'm still trying to figure out how to do that in the most effective way. I mean, they're fairy types, am I right? So you better leave. I need to figure this out.
You hate that it's come to this, but you need to free your sister from her mind control. And so you throw out a Pokemon to challenge her. She smirks and throws out her trusty Squattles and orders it to attack. To both of your surprise, Squattles just stands there shaking, unable to bring itself to follow Maple's orders. She continues yelling at Squattles, but with a tear in its eye, Squattles turns around and joins you. This will be a double battle, since Squattle loves Maple too much to let her remain mind-controlled. It's not much of an attacker, but it will do its best to keep your team healed up. Maple screams in frustration, picks 6 new Pokemon to use, and sends out the first 2. The starter that your starter is strong against hits the field, flanked by a little Flipint. While her starter certainly is strong, the real problem is Flipint, who sets up defensive screens and hazards. It's supposed to be about cleaning, so it tossing sticky webs and spikes out is pretty mean. Eventually, you manage to knock these 2 out. And the next Pokemon is new to you, the evolution to Ilo. Yep, our eyeball bat is going to go full biblically accurate angel. The halo look of Ilo gets turned into these rings, which will populate with a bunch of eyeball-like orbs. I mean, it should be pretty creepy after all. Of course, we're going to give it a bunch of pretty wings. We need to maintain some of the beauty of an angel after all. I thought about making it a steel type since there's so much gold now, but flying and fairy just makes the most sense still. Plus, it would be pure gold, which is like a pretty malleable metal after all. And I don't know, we'll say that it gets some steel type moves anyway. Oh, and as angelic as this look is, the shiny is a pretty sick inversion. Okay, let's go ahead and learn about Ileer, the ring Pokemon. This flying type is able to watch everything going on around it, while it focuses its large eye on whatever it is most interested in. The black orbs around its body are also eyes which scan everything. Ileer can be a bit judgmental, and if they disagree with their trainer's behavior, they will often refuse to listen. Some particularly upset Ileer have destroyed their Pokeballs and returned to the wild to escape a trainer they disapprove of. The ability is Serene Grace, which doubles the chance of a move's secondary effects, with the hidden ability being Natural Cure. It's a relatively bulky support mon, but is it too creepy for you to want? Or would you rock one of these angels if you had the chance? And who is battling at its side? Well, it's none other than Chephisto. Ileer pelts your team with secondary effects while supporting its devilish teammate. They are quite the pair, taking out a good amount of your team and bringing Squattles down to a few remaining HP. But eventually you manage to take them both out. Maple's final 2 Pokemon are the tricky Azaboon, whose prankster ability makes it a menace, along with the final stage of one of our pseudo-legendary lines. About time, am I right? Okay, so again, this line is based on the Abao Aku, a shape-shifting being of light that has slowly been becoming more corporeal. We're taking the ribbons present in the previous stage and really elongating them into the main structure here. And then the light that has hardened into geometric dice shape previously are now clusters growing on it. Basically, the facets of a dice kind of crushed together. In fact, that's how this thing evolves. You need to have it in a party filled with Pokemon with different dice shapes. You need like a D6 like Cubesque, or a D12 like Isidron, and so on. It's a tough evolution method, but I don't know, we'd sprinkle clues somewhere about how to do it. Now, I thought about bringing in the dragon typing because of the body shape, or have the rock typing because of the crystals, but I actually prefer it just remaining mono fairy. Okay, let's find out about Refractal, the Prism Pokemon. This fairy type's entire body is made of light that had been compressed down into physical crystals and ribbons. Refractal has a mastery over light and enjoys putting on colorful light shows for people in Pokemon. Unable to evolve in their home dimension, they are eternally grateful to any trainer that helps them reach this majestic and corporeal form. The ability remains Prism Armor, so that reduces damage from super effective attacks by 25%, with the hidden ability being Clear Body. And what do you think? Would you put in the work to get your hands on one of these? It thrashes about and immediately knocks out poor Squattles. Maple chuckles and grabs a gem in the center of her sweater and merges with her Refractal. Okay, time to get some Gravity Falls references into this Beast Merge form. So we've got the sphere that contained Mableland, which was a prison. We've got the human-sized hamster ball. We've got the floating pose that Mabel did at the end of Season 1. And we've got the infinity-sided dice. Kind of crazy that we're getting all of those smooshed in here, but it really does end up working. The design itself is extremely simple, but the real challenge was rendering the crystal, getting that iridescent shimmer and all. And all of the different facets, it took a while. But I like how it turned out. Okay, let's check out Beast Merge Fractal, the Light Prison. Wanting nothing more than to protect its trainer, this fairy type shatters into a cloud of light shards which form a sphere around them. While comprised only of solidified light, the shell is harder than diamond. Inside, waves of fairy energy lull the trainer into a dream. And after unfusing, the trainer can't remember their dream and whether they were in control at all. And the ability is Comatose. So the user is always asleep but can still attack, but that also means it's immune to other status conditions. She is incredibly tough and supports Azaboon, who continues to be a nightmare to deal with. Once Azaboon falls, it's just you and your sister. Squattles oinks softly to save her. Your last Pokemon deals a final blow that breaks through the prison. She separates and falls, and you rush over to remove the mind control collar from her neck. She shakes her head and gets to her feet.
Oh my goodness! Sorry about that. Twins shouldn't be fighting like that. I just couldn't control myself. Not a fan of that. Okay, so what do I need to do now? Take this collar back to McHadron in town? I can do that. I'll see you back there. Good luck out there!
Maple takes the mind control collar marked with the fairy type symbol, hugs her beloved Squattles, and starts the journey back to the others. You start westward to shore. You are feeling absolutely exhausted and worry that there isn't much time left to deal with this whole apocalypse situation. You wish you didn't have to do this alone, and to your surprise, you see a familiar face is waiting on the dock.
I can see the battle with your sister from way out here. Alright, let's heal you up.
He tosses you some revives and potions and lets you recover your team.
Great job saving her, kid. Very impressive. Where's she headed?
You fill in Professor Pines on the plan and everyone bringing their mind control collars back to town to hopefully fight back. You ask about the professor's collar, which isn't on his neck at all.
Oh, that dumb thing? Yeah, I figured I'd be trapped forever, but I got some unexpected help. These two decided we shouldn't be fighting each other at all.
A pair of Cypher Squad grunts tentatively walks out of the nearby forest and nods at you.
Don't worry, they're cool, and we have the last necklace with us, so why don't you take us back to where the rest of the townspeople are hiding?
You remind your grunkle that there are still some people in need of saving farther north and check your map again. To your surprise, you see that not only are there people trapped up on the bridge that crosses over the opening of the Hoh'ax region itself, but according to this, Professor Pines' dragon-type collar isn't with him and is still somewhere on the snowy mountain. You lower your phone and eye the professor suspiciously.
What is it? Ah, dang it. I knew I should have said that we left that thing back there. Oh well. Instead of doing this the easy way, you two, take this pathetic human down.
The two grunts attack, and you are forced into a double battle. You have to work your way through a Mantaris and Gugantum, followed by a Roiletic and Frillo, and then finally a Phasbogor and a Hoaxian Garbodor. It's a tough battle, but you manage to knock them all out.
Of course I couldn't count on you two to do it on your own. Guess I'll have to do all the heavy lifting.
The professor's body distorts and stretches into the same shape-shifting Ultra Beast that you encountered in the bunker. Gortesk pulls out a Beast Merge gem and begins to glow. The two Cypher Squad grunts share a look of woeful resignation as the Ultra Beast's appendages scoop both of them up and incorporate them into the fusion. Yep, time for a Beast Merge that kind of breaks the rules a little bit. Gortesk is going to merge with two people, mainly to reference the shapeshifter in Gravity Falls becoming a horrible combination of Dipper and Mabel. Now, a quick shout out to everyone who suggested that we do some more The Thing inspirations, which is basically what's going on here. You know, this funky, unnatural pose, and especially the long head on this stalk-like neck. But of course, since the original Ultra Beast is pretty scary stuff, I did want to make this go like a little bit more silly. So our shapeshifter is trying to look like a person, just a completely normal human person, business person who does business person things, got a tie and a briefcase and everything, so very normal. And unlike the other forms, the Ultra Beast is 100% in control of this form. So it gets to have a fully formed head and face still, unlike the other ones. Okay, let's learn the details of Beast Merge Gortesk, the Mocking Mimic. Unlike all other known Beast Merge forms, there is no shared control between Pokemon and trainer. Gortesk is in complete control still and simply utilizes trainers to make itself stronger. It makes fun of its opponents by presenting a horrifying and distorted representation of a human being. After unfusing, trainers are emotionally scarred by the ordeal. And the ability is Trace, which copies a foe's ability. It's a tricky opponent with balanced stats and a wide move pool. Bug, normal, dark, and poison type attacks are certainly annoying, but luckily, utilizing some super effective fighting type attacks let you knock this horrifying abomination out. The two grunts separate from the Ultra Beast, and in its dazed state, you finally have a chance to capture it in a Pokeball. The grunts flee, but rather than chase after them, you eye the sheer cliff faces to the north. Some narrow paths wind their way up, and luckily, the grappling hook form of your Rotom Shift has you ascending up the cliff in no time. As you ascend, you appreciate the rich red rocks and clays that make up the cliffs, and so does one of your Pokemon. Yep, if you caught little Spokeely, it's been slowly collecting dirt from across the region, and this is the last bit of terrain that it needs to traverse before finally evolving. Yes, it is time for our little wheel of a spider to turn into a proper slide rock bolter. This is a North American cryptid that is essentially a massive worm-like whale creature that perches up on the side of mountains, latches on with a hook-like tail, and then when it sees prey, it lets go and slides down the mountain like a rock slide and gobbles them up. It honestly feels like a little bit of like silly speculative biology. It's very fun. Now, we're maintaining some of the bug aspects to justify our typing instead of it just being a whale. Now, one of my issues with the Slide Rock Bolter was how the heck it was supposed to get back up the mountain afterwards, so we're giving it some rotating pickaxe-like appendages that it can use to climb with. It's pretty goofy looking, but I wanted to make sure there were some silly mons in the late game. Also, I just love this evolution method. Gotta let it, see all the dirts. Okay, time to check out Boldrock, the landslide Pokemon. Early exploration in the Hoh'ax region incorrectly classified Boldrock as a land whale, but its bug-type ancestry has become clear with further study. They latch onto mountain peaks with their grasping tails, where they sleep for days at a time. When threatened, they let go and slide down the mountain with surprising speed. It maintains its signature ability, Roll Down, so the Pokemon speed stat is doubled during the first turn of a battle. Then it, returns to normal afterwards, with the hidden ability being Steadfast. It's massive, but somehow able to navigate the cliff face better than much smaller and more nimble Pokemon. It even finds an opening for you, leading into the tunnels that lead even farther up the cliffs. The tunnels are dark, but you can still make out the train tracks leading onward. Up ahead, it opens onto the long bridge where the people in need are stuck. You're not sure how Atlantica and the high-flying duo Skylar and Breeze got up here, but they definitely need your help. A massive flying Ultra Beast is circling overhead. You are ready to help your friends when one of your Pokemon suddenly begins to evolve. It turns out that this bridge has some significance to Vissalurk. Okay, now is the time to finally get to our final stage for our Mothman line. I actually went back and forth on how it would evolve, initially thinking it would use an item, but with Mothman tied so closely to the Silver Bridge in Point Pleasant, a location-based evolution felt appropriate. Also, it helps justifying not getting the evolution until so ridiculously late in the game. Now, I ended up doing a few passes at this design so I could get it just right. There are a handful of designs, like the starters, that I honestly I care more about. I need them to be perfect. I mean, Lilurk is probably top 3 favorite mons from the region for me. Now, it finally clicked when I took the wings from the middle stage and let them get so big that they block out the light, similar to how a black heron holds its wings over the water to trick fish into thinking that it's night. After I figured that out, it all just fell into place. And as always with this line, it has a ridiculous shiny. Okay, let's check out Visigoth, the Omen Pokemon. This frightening winged creature is able to predict disasters and tries to warn people in Pokemon. Luckily, others often find Visigoth and the eerie shadows it casts quite terrifying and flee without a second thought. Being feared by most people, Visigoth is incredibly appreciative of any trainer who can look past its dark appearance. The ability remains Terrorize, which lowers the special attack stat of opposing Pokemon, and the hidden ability is Intimidate. It stretches its massive wings, their undersides capable of casting darkness as if it were casting light. What do you think of our regional flying type? Let me know if it would make your team, but at this moment, it's ready to take on the Ultra Beast overhead, which swoops down to attack. We're finally finishing up our 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse with Conquest. Conquest is a little bit more nebulous than some of the other descriptors, but we'll make it work here. And again, these have all been based on urban legends, so we're actually going old school with a Victorian-era spring-heeled Jack. Sightings started in the 1830s, and descriptions vary a bit. Sometimes it's more demonic, but I prefer the version that's much more humanoid, tall and slender, blades on his fingers, white suit under his cloak. And of course, his most defining feature is his ability to leap massive heights. He'll chase you down and leap over gates and buildings and anything that gets in his way, effortlessly jumping and gliding down onto his prey. And that's why we'll actually be using the flying type here. And it's these, feathery blade-like digits that they help with flight, but it's mainly just getting around by jumping and gliding. All right, let's check out the last horseman, This is Slotrist, the scarcity Pokemon. UB Wing is fascinated by possessions of others. An overwhelming desire to procure everything causes it to steal without any remorse, and Slotrist will happily take things by force if their target is foolish enough to protest. In their home dimension, they have unintentionally started a cult-like following of possessionless denizens who are desperate for any scraps Slotrist may drop. Their ability is Pilfer, so dealing a physical attack causes the opponent to drop their held item. If this Pokemon has no held item, it will steal it. And the hidden ability is, of course, Beast Boost. It lands softly on the bridge and rattles its razor-sharp feathers before attacking. It is extremely fast and strong, and its normal flying, dark, and steel-type attacks rip through your team. It takes some real effort, but you are able to weaken it to the point that you have a chance at capturing this legendary Ultra Beast. Atlantica, Skylar, and Breeze cross the bridge to you.
Whoa, that was some top-notch Pokemon battling right there.
Yeah, totally radical.
We probably should say thank you or something, but honestly, we don't have time to. Come on, you two, let's get back.
For sure. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, we owe you one.
Atlantica huffs and follows the experienced pair down to the ground and back to town. You check your map to see where your Grunkle actually is. You pull out your map for the location of your Grunkle, the final person who needs your help. To the west, at the center of the frozen mountain, is a dragon-type icon. You leap off of the high bridge, and using your Rotom Shift, you glide as far as you are able. As you are approaching the mountain, you see that a number of glowing cracks have formed in it. And since you don't see evidence of the professor anywhere on the mountain itself, you figure he must be inside. You ascend the frozen mountain until you find a newly opened cave entrance, and as soon as you step inside, you are blasted with waves of intense heat. Panicked Pokemon have taken shelter in these superheated caves and fissures. Nombomble, Royletic, and even a Frozo lash out at you as you pass by. Traveling deeper inside, glowing magma flows around you, and at the heart of the mountain, you find a vast chamber. You see the professor standing on an island in the middle of a lake of magma, surrounded by entranced dragon-type Pokemon.
Kid, I don't know what you're doing here, but if you know what's good for you, you'll beat it. I'm building a dragon-type army to lay waste to this awful town before we travel the world causing destruction. I finally understand that this world deserves to be as chaotic and broken as the dimension my brother was trapped in.
You know he doesn't mean what he's saying and can't wait to defeat him and get the mind controller collar off of his neck. The professor readies 2 Pokeballs, and you throw out 2 of your team to start the double battle. First up is the starter that Professor Pines grabbed after you and Maple picked yours, and unfortunately it has the type advantage over your starter. Next to it is the evolution to the sneaky Detroke. Time to take the classic cryptid, the Hide Behind, and modernize it. Yep, let's bring in some good old Slender Man. He's technically canon to Gravity Falls as he shows up in a comic or something, I believe. I initially thought about playing up the tree-ness of the first stage and introduce the grass type, but after playing with the twisting Slender Man tendrils, I ended up landing on something a bit stranger. I mean, I'm all for Pokemon that push how different types can be represented, so we'll be introducing the Dragon type here. Splitting the tentacles at the top into these kind of dragon heads is justification enough, I think. Plus, it's just cool. Other than that, it was just getting the Slender Man look down. I'm particularly happy with how the face turned out. Okay, let's meet Thindurant, the unseen Pokemon. This exceedingly rare dark type was thought to be an urban legend until only recently. Thindurant are unmatched in their ability to hide in any environment. Those unfortunate enough to see one are relentlessly stalked by it and plagued by powerful nightmares and visions, often leading to the viewer leaving the Hoh'ax region entirely. Few trainers can withstand its dark aura. The ability remains out of sight, so when behind a substitute, this Pokemon regains 1/16 of its HP every turn, with the hidden ability being Terrorize. It sets up substitute right away, and then its balanced stats let it alternate between using debilitating status moves and powerful attacks. You lose a couple team members yourself, but you manage to take out both of these Pokemon. Next up, Professor Pine sends out a Kankaga and the evolution to Mimighoul. Now, when I initially laid out my plans for the decks, I wasn't planning on there being an evolution here at all. This is the only Pokemon that I added after creating my, again, initial decks before episode 1 even came out. But after Mimighoul became a convergent form, we just had to sneak in another Pokemon. But of course, it can't just look like Goldengo, can't be, just like a dude. Continuing with the Dungeons and Dragons motif for this line, our treasure chest is now being hoarded by a dragon who is itself a pile of treasure. This just made so much sense. You collect 100 of these strange coins, and it turns into the treasure that it is protecting. Silly, fun, and the most justified steel and dragon type that there could possibly be. Rendering the gold is, of course, very fun. It definitely helps to use a reference to see exactly how Goldengo handles its highlights and shadows. There's your lesson for today. Always use references. Okay, let's meet Goldrago, the treasure Pokemon. Once a Mimighoul has amassed enough strange coins from across the Hoh'ax region, it is able to evolve into this massive gold dragon. Goldrago is incredibly protective of its wealth and will lash out at anyone who gets too close. Trainers must work hard to earn this Pokemon's trust. Goldrago's most prized possession is held within its chest, which varies by individual. It could be anything from a glittering gem to a well-worn chew toy. The ability is Gimme Gimme, so when this Pokemon isn't holding an item and uses a move which makes contact, the target will have the held item stolen. And then the hidden ability is Pickup. It immediately steals a held item from your team, which is rather rude, but you'd expect nothing less from one of your Grunkle's favorite Pokemon. And any fairy or ice types you had hoped to use against the Professor's dragon types are absolutely destroyed by the poison or steel type attacks that these two Pokemon send your way. Your team is in rough shape by the time you finally feint these two. Professor Pine sends out his final two Pokemon, an unexpected Gugantum, along with the evolution to the pseudo-legendary Papaddle. I've been waiting for this one for a long time too, but we couldn't get the final pseudo stages until the very end. Okay, so continuing with the Aklut inspiration, our first stage was more Wolf Pup, our second stage was more Orca, so our final stage we're going to strike the perfect balance between the two. There's always the risk that combining such different animals will end up with a lumpy and unnatural looking creature, but I really wanted this to be a fast and agile looking Pokemon, so I had to find the best approach to incorporate things in a sleek way. Funny enough, it was figuring out the mouth and jaw that really solidified things, and everything else just kind of flowed out of that. I'm probably going to get a little hate for adding the dragon type to this, but hey, there's a second pseudo-legendary that isn't dragon type, and again, I like dragon types that don't look exactly like the standard dragon, so I think it's fine. Okay, let's meet Aquilobo, the sea wolf Pokemon. This ferocious dragon is perfectly adapted for frigid waters and rugged icy terrain. Its frozen fangs let it instantly freeze its prey. It is said that once an Aquilobo begins its hunt, there is no stopping it until it is fed. For this reason, trainers often bring lots of excess treats to keep Aquilobo focused. The ability is something new called Ice Flow. So Using ice or water type attacks changes the user's secondary type to match, and the user cannot be burned, with the hidden ability being Ice Body. There's just no stopping its powerful attacks. That ability essentially gives it 3 stab types and an immunity to burn too. Gugantum keeps using Follow Me, meaning you have to get through its bulk before you can even touch Aqualobo. By the time you knock out the electric and poison type, you are down to your final Pokemon. And unfortunately, the professor grabs a glowing stone from his pocket and merges with his Aqualobo. So what could we turn our version of Grunkle Stan into? Well, how about we reference the fact that he has on multiple occasions turned into a wild brawler, fighting a pterodactyl or even zombies with his bare fists. Well, technically he had like brass knuckles, which is what we're playing up here. Great big old fists with icy spiked brass knuckles. The biggest question was whether or not this would be a fighting type or a dark type. I mean, brass knuckles is very punchy, and punchy is very fighting type. But in the end, Grunkle Stan he just doesn't fight fair, right? He just has to be a dark type. Like, he's an unstable and crazed attacker, so Dark and Dragon, they both feel like the best match. Okay, let's check out Beast Merge Aqualobo. The Enraged Brawler. This form is overtaken with an animalistic rage. Dark-type energy flows through their massive spiked fists, dealing devastating blows, while unstable Dragon-type energy courses through the trainer's muscles, allowing them to sprint at lightning speeds and get behind their opponent's defenses. After unfusing, the trainer is plagued with visions of their own twisted potential. And then the ability gets to be Unseen Fist, so contact moves can strike through, protect, and detect. He is ridiculously powerful. I mean, that attack stat is just insane. And you have to beast merge yourself to pull through and land a final blow. The professor separates from his Pokemon and collapses to the ground. You dash over and take the collar marked with a dragon-type symbol off of his neck.
Oh, jeez. That was rough. I'm sorry about that, kid. I owe you big time for getting me out of that one. Now, how about you and me get our butts back to town? Sounds like you've done an amazing job rescuing everybody during this weird apocalyptic event. Maybe we can put our heads together and stop the destruction my brother is causing.
You and the professor leave the magma caves behind and start your trek back to Lazy Susie's diner.
Well, looky who showed up after saving every person what was in distress across the region.
Yep, the kid is pretty great. And what's this I hear about you making something to reverse all of this weird ultra beast energy nonsense my brother is responsible for? And you need this mind control collar that he put on me?
That's right. Let me just get that slotted into the rest of my invention, and there you go. If we're able to get this to the main ultra wormhole and slot it into the center, not only will it close the portal for good, but it should siphon off all the excess ultra wormhole energy what's corrupting our idyllic region.
So that's the plan then. We just need to get back into the Cypher Squad headquarters and pop that baby into place.
Sure, the place is crawling with henchmen and Pokemon in a panic, but we can make it.
Whoa. Look, this is way too dangerous. I can't have any of you risking your necks. Wilford is my brother, and I'll be the one to finish this. No matter what it takes, this is on me to make it right.
No way, dude. This place is our home, and we all want to fight for it. Isn't that right?
Oh, yeah!
No, stop
it!
Yes!
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to bust some skulls.
Rabble!
See? Plus, from the looks of it, you're gonna need all the help you can get. I mean, the Cypher Squad hideout is now less back room of the museum and more floating temple of chaos.
Professor Pines reluctantly agrees. You check your map. The pyramid structure isn't far at all. With the entire town at your back, you leave the diner and begin marching towards your target. Huge sections of the Twin Falls Museum have broken apart and now levitate in a chaotic pyramid structure. At the very top, the Ultra Wormhole device is what is spewing this corrupting energy upwards. As you approach the pyramid, it looks like every single Cypher Squad grunt is blocking your way. It seems that they have found out your plan somehow. Members of the town peel off and begin fighting to help you through, and they are kicking butt. As you go, you see Mayor Terry with a new water type. Yeah, let's finally finish up our 3-stage line based on the Lao. The first stage, Tendrip, really captured that catfish look that some people attribute to Lao, just being a catfish. The second stage is more of a transition, and now we get to go with the tentacle-faced dinosaur version that I really like. I'm quite partial to it. It's like as if Cthulhu and a raptor had a baby. We're going to keep things as simple as possible, as it can be very tempting when doing anything Lovecraftian or Lovecraftian adjacent to end up adding too many tentacles and gross bits and details in general. This 3-eyed, horned, tentacle-mouthed head was the biggest challenge, but luckily, after that, the rest of the design just kind of worked out. It's pretty cute, actually. Looks nice and fast, and we're continuing with the Drudagon shiny colors, just for fun. Okay, let's meet Laothul, the tendril Pokemon. While this dragon's 3 eyes initially had researchers assuming it was an Ultra Beast non-native to the Hoh'ax region, further study shows that it is from our dimension and just looks very weird. Laothul are quite aggressive and will thoroughly pummel anyone who calls them weird looking. Its ability is Swift Swim, so that boosts speed in the rain, and the hidden ability is Water Absorb. Mayor Terry uses Laothul expertly, and they keep some annoying Cypher Squad members back. Continuing on, Sandy is holding her own with a smaller ground type at her side. Okay, it is kind of bananas that we are this late into the series and we still have a single stage Pokemon that we need to design. This is based off the Dungavenhooter, one of the silliest American folklore cryptids. It's a crocodilian who attacks people with a giant tail and smashes them into the ground so much that they legit turn into a fine mist. It then, rather than eating normally, sniffs up the vapor of the prey, which is just wild. It's just, yeah. So obviously, the tail and the snoot need to be the key elements of this design. Also, at this point, there really are quite a few crocodilian Pokemon, so we can really play with the silhouette to differentiate it. With the torso really scrunched and shortened so much, and the arms pulled up super high, I like that it almost looks like it has arms as ears, like it would run around and the arms would just kind of flail about. Okay, let's meet Pulverile, the Tail Strike Pokemon. This extremely bizarre crocodilian never opens its mouth, and instead utilizes its powerful tail to pummel its opponents into submission. Researchers are uncertain if Pulverile is even able to open its mouth at all. In order to eat anything, it hammers its massive tail into the meal so aggressively that it eventually turns the food into a fine mist, which it then inhales with its prominent nose. The ability is Iron Tail, which boosts the power of tail-based attacks. I mean, that makes perfect sense. And the hidden ability is Moxie. Sandy has Pulverile launching Cypher Squad grunts back with ease, allowing you to continue onward. You really are thankful to all of the townspeople who are giving it their all to save this town. When you reach the Chaos Pyramid with a handful of Cypher Squad members blocking the front door, Moose and Cordelia leap into action, each with a new Pokemon at their side. Okay, so this line started out pretty adorable with Bitty Bat, our little vampire bat guy, but then it got a little bit disturbing with Sproingut, who was partially split in half, and now we're really pushing things with our final stage based on the Manananggal from the Philippines. It's the top half of a torso flying around, which is just really messed up. Obviously, we can't do all the guts and viscera like hanging out normally, but some curved bits give the suggestions of a rib cage, and doing a spine like this, like it isn't too gruesome, I think. It turns the whole lower body into one big splayed out mouth, which is disturbing in its own way. Okay, let's see who Moose is training. This is Fangal, the Torn Pokemon. Few Sproingut are able to fully give into their undead appearance and become this monster. Wrapping itself around prey, it feasts on their life essence until they drop from exhaustion. Fangal soar high above the land in hopes of spotting their next meal, making them particularly difficult to train and control. Researchers have no idea what happened to this Pokemon's lower half and jokingly guess that it may be blindly wandering around the Hoh'ax region. The ability is Strong Jaw, which increases the power of all biting moves, and the hidden ability is Infiltrator. Moose has it swooping down and knocking out some Cypher Squad grunts. Next up, Cordelia uses her new Pokemon. Yes, Cordelia had little Nom Bomble way back at the start of this adventure. Its burning hunger gave it the fire typing too when it evolved into Nom Bomble, but now it is fully consumed. This line is definitely based off of the Yeti and Abominable Snowman a little bit, but it's mainly the Chinoo from Algonquin myth. Chinoo they're super warm, their bodies are super warm, so we're playing that up with the hungry flame spinning into this intense vortexy twister. They also have lipless mouths with exposed fangs, so I wanted to get that in, but I also pulled those icy teeth down into this weird icy lump. That's a stylized version of a heart, since one of the ways to dispatch a Chinoo is to destroy its icy heart. So smushing all those things together, we get I think this is a pretty solid design. And one of the things that I love about the Chinoo is how they aren't always treated as like purely monsters. In some of the stories, there's some nuance there, which I tried to reference in the decks. Okay, let's check it out now. This is the terrifying ice and fire type, Abominam, the hungry Pokemon. This unfortunate creature has become completely consumed by its fiery hunger. Abominam are rarely aware of their surroundings and are only motivated by the promise of food. When fed thoroughly, the flames burning within shrink in size, and Abominam is able to come to its senses. For a few fleeting moments, they are thankful, kind, and compassionate. The ability is Flash Fire, so that means it's immune to any fire-type damage, and instead that will boost its own fire-type attacks, with the alternate abilities being Gluttony and Immunity. It follows Cordelia's lead, and they start kicking butt. In fact, Moose and Cordelia work together and clear just enough of a path for you, your sister, and Professor Pines to reach the door to the pyramid structure. Professor Pines pulls out his lockpicks and works on the door, and a few moments later, you are inside. The interior is a nightmare of a labyrinth, with floating staircases twisting this way and that. Luckily, it's mostly devoid of Cypher Squad members, as they seem to have all been called to stop you from getting inside. But there are still plenty of unstable Pokemon like Zomboard, Atmostratus, Leviathan, and Seismite that are standing in your way as you try to ascend the structure. The three of you are actually feeling quite exhausted. You're not sure how much more you can take, and unfortunately a small figure is blocking your way.
Glee, you again? This is all your fault!
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon battles aside, I think it may just be time to punt this little jerk right off the side of this flying pyramid.
Wait. I'm not here to stop you. None of this is what I had in mind. That Ultra Beast was just supposed to increase my psychic abilities. None of this craziness was supposed to happen. I swear. Now there should be more reinforcements coming, so you three go ahead and I'll hold them back. Oh, and here.
Glee tosses a glittering bag filled with a good amount of potions and revives, before letting you proceed and standing their ground against whatever may come. You climb the remaining twisting stairs as you hear a raucous battle begin below you. Just ahead is the top of the pyramid where a final showdown is waiting.
William, I should have expected you would do something stupid like bring a couple of kids with you to try and bring me down.
Ford, you've got to stop this. Having this ultra wormhole open like this is tearing the region apart.
That's the point, genius. While I was trapped on the other side of this portal, I came to realize that this dimension has had it too good for too long. I befriended an ultra beast that showed me the beauty in chaos. I'm just sharing that beauty with others.
But you're hurting people and Pokemon.
Oh, young one, I don't expect you to understand.
What I don't understand is how I could be related to such a cuckoo banana pants psycho. You should be working together with your brother, not trying to destroy his home.
Listen to the kid. I mean, look at these two. We used to be twins just like them, working together as a team.
Well, perspectives on teamwork shift when one twin pushes the other into an ultra wormhole and traps them in the chaos dimension.
You have to know that was an accident. I've spent all these years trying to wrap my brain around your research so that I could bring you back. I'm not your enemy here. It's the legendary Ultra Beast. It's warped your mind.
Oh, Will. You understand nothing about our connection. Now, how about you clear out?
Wilford places his hands on his psychic headband and concentrates, causing a massive pillar of stone to swoop through the air at the three of you. Professor Pines and Maple topple out of the way and fall to a lower section of the floating staircase, while you roll directly in front of Wilford. Down below, you can see that Professor Pines and Maple have pulled out McHadron's invention that should shut down the portal, but you know you'll need to keep Wilford busy so they can make it there. You throw out your first Pokemon, and he accepts the challenge. Herschwatch comes out swinging, kicking, its massive legs arcing across the room, causing you and your Pokemon to both dodge out of the way. Luckily, being a grass and fighting type, you are able to take advantage of its severe weakness to flying type attacks and take it down. After that, Ford brings out the final stage of the Cockatrice line. Our first stage was a Cockatrice, our second stage was an Amphisbaene, and continuing with the Greek monster myths, we're pulling in the Hydra. Where Amphiphrae had a head-like tail made of electricity, this version basically continues that motif, but with a lot more heads. That also lets it kind of disguise its head as a tail. By this point, you know me probably. I'm a sucker for mimicry and deceptive biology. Basically, it tricks opponents into attacking the electric heads, which it can easily grow back, meaning that this tank will definitely need, it'll need one of the highest HP stats in the region for that reason. Okay, one of the hardest things about a Hydra design, or anything with a ton of heads or appendages or anything, is just making sure that it doesn't get too complex for a Pokemon design. This rides that line just a little bit, but having all the heads be essentially monochrome helps a ton. Alright, let's go ahead and meet the electric and dragon Zydrolt, the many-headed Pokemon. What appears to be a tail is actually this tricky electric type's head. The swarm of writhing necks and heads are comprised of pure electricity. Legends from the distant past tell that when one of Zydrolt's electric heads is destroyed, two more pop up in its place. The older this Pokemon becomes, the more heads it is able to conjure. The ability is static, so that means it may paralyze a Pokemon that it hits, and the hidden ability is Lightning Rod. It is beefy as all get out, and you need to take advantage of its weaknesses if you want any chance of getting through it. Even with ground, ice, and fairy moves, it takes quite a while to wear it down. When it falls, Ford is ready with a Leviathan. who flips about and uses its contrary ability to boost its own stats with some tricky moves. It chomps down on some of your team before you are finally able to feint it. After that, Ford has the final evolution to the convergent Togepi line. So, with a little bit of inspiration from the burrow-digging Chilean penguins, this mythical beastie is based off of the Cherufe. It's a magma monster that lives in Chilean volcanoes and appreciates a good human sacrifice from time to time. It's a pretty messed up bit of inspiration for something that is like acting like the Togekiss line. The body plan isn't too tough. Again, it's literally just a grounded Togekiss, and it's positioned to look more like a very chunky penguin. The face is a little bit creepy, but overall this thing is really just very cute. It's very cute. And yeah, I don't know, dang it, if it wasn't just fun to draw the swirly lava textures. I mean, its belly is like basically a literal lava lamp. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I like it. Okay, let's learn all about Roilefis, the magma Pokemon. By superheating the earth around it, Roilefis is able to swim through the ground while leaving lava tubes behind it. They prefer to live inside mountain peaks and help raise huge colonies of its young. Many fear this Pokemon and its destructive lava, but it appreciates any trainer who can deal with the heat. The ability is Drought, which turns the weather into harsh sunlight whenever it enters battle, and the hidden ability is Sand Veil. Ford's Roilefis plays defensively, setting up a sandstorm to raise its evasion and pelting your team with fiery blasts and earth-shaking quakes. The sandstorm chip is annoying, but you manage to get a water type in and deal with this bulky beast. After it falls, Ford follows up with a Gyarados. Its steel typing lets it ignore the sandstorm that is still raging as it lashes out with sharp blades and brutal toxins. Your team is not in the best shape, but you manage to get Ford down to his 6th and final Pokemon, the evolution to Little Frozo. Okay, we're gonna get kind of weird with this one. So the first stage was based on the Dover Demon and how it maybe was just a misidentified baby moose. Now we're going to go full gray alien. And here's the thing. I am absolutely terrified of gray aliens, like phobia level terrified of grays. And while very particular to me, this design is based on a nightmare that I had. There were gray aliens, scary enough on their own for me, but one of them didn't really have a head. Instead, it had like a fancy collar on that caused a bunch of skull fragments to float in the shape of its head. A very funky visual that never really left my head, and so we're using it here. And just to keep it from being visually too terrifying for me, and to continue the moose inspiration from the first stage, it gets to be slightly quadrupedal with moose feet. Yeah, I know it's weird, but I don't know, it felt fitting for Ford's final team member. Okay, let's check out Voidro, the Galaxy Glass Pokemon. The psychic energy held within a Frozo eventually becomes too powerful for its small body to contain, and it explodes into a Voidro. Shards of crystallized space hover where its head should be, and even without eyes, it is able to perceive its surroundings. Their intelligence is unmatched amongst people and Pokemon, and their exact motives for working with a trainer are largely unknown. The ability is Telepathy, letting it avoid any allies' moves, and the hidden ability is Aftermath. Its special attack stat is pretty ridiculous, and it knocks out one of your weakened Pokemon with ease. With only one Pokemon remaining, you turn the tables on Voidro. Dark and fighting type attacks finally knock it out, where Aftermath causes it to explode and damage your Pokemon. Your last Pokemon is just barely hanging on. But with his 6th Pokemon very much not able to continue battling, he stumbles backwards. However, Wilford doesn't look too upset.
Impressive. But now I think it's time for you to fully understand the power of Ultra Beasts.
He places a hand on his psychic headband and focuses, summoning something down from the sky. You take this brief opportunity to heal up your team as the legendary Ultra Beast follows Ford's gesture and lands before you. And we're finally here. Everybody has been asking from the beginning when we would finally get our Bill Cipher Pokemon. But y'all knew that we wouldn't realistically get it until the final fight at the end. So, this is actually going to be just one form for the Pokemon, as Wilford has it under control with some restraints. So the Pokemon itself is just the triangle and the eye, really, and then everything else, those are the restraints. We're tweaking Bill Cipher's design just a little bit by having it be radially symmetrical, so the eye is centered in the triangle, and it doesn't, innately have arms and legs. And to show off that the Pokemon is not in control, we're bringing in a Clockwork Orange imagery with the eye being held open like this. You may pick up on it a little, but these restraints are designed in a way that they will serve double duty with its other form. But for now, let's meet the bound version of Ilsifear, the Chaos Pokemon. Wilford Pines constructed constraints that limit this Ultra Beast's power and remove its free will. Its crystalline body is crushed and stretched by the metal clamps, which are only barely able to contain Ilsifear. While it will reluctantly follow orders, it won't stop using its psychic abilities to project its manic laughter into the heads of everyone nearby. The ability is something new called Mind Cage. So psychic type attacks become steel type and have their power boosted by 35%, with the hidden ability being contrary. You can hear its crazed laughter inside your head. With no other choice, you battle it. Luckily, in this state, its attacks are greatly nerfed, though it is an annoying wall to get through. For a legendary, you actually only have one of your 6 Pokemon faint as you whittle it down, bringing it to just a sliver of HP.
No! How could this be? How could you? Unless, was that my mistake? I can't control chaos. I must let it be free. I must doom this whole dimension by doing this!
Wilford presses a couple of buttons on his mind control headband, and you see the containment device on the legendary disengage and fall off. The triangle spins about and shifts into a new form. Ah yes, time for Bill to be free. Now, we're taking the pieces from the restraints and turning them into a hat, bow tie, and limbs. And just because this is the king of Ultra Beasts, I wanted some type of simple crown, beyond just the hat. So, some gems will do the job. Not only that, but these gems are actually the source of the Beast Merge phenomenon. Ilsifear has shed them occasionally over the unfathomable amount of time that it has existed, and they just happen to be drawn to the Hoh'ax region's native weirdness. So, the gems, they work well. Oh, I also wanted the body of this design to really look crystalline. I don't know, it just looks cool. I like how it looks. It still is flat, but crystalline. Yeah. Now, while I don't think it would ever be possible to catch this form, like it would just run away and break any Pokeball, let's go ahead and meet the normal version of Ilsifear, the Chaos Pokemon. UB Triangle lives in the liminal space between dimensions. It has control over Ultra Space and can create portals to any location in any dimension. It is unknown where Ilsifear originated from, but its awareness and observation of the multiverse has left its mind unstable. No known Pokeball can contain this Ultra Beast, with some suggesting its power may rival Arceus itself. The ability is something new called Reality Warp. So after damaging an opponent, they change into the type of the attack. And the hidden ability is Contrary.
Oh, it's good to be back!
You can hear Ilsafir's voice echoing in your head.
Oh, Fordsy! I really underestimated you. I didn't think you had it in you to just sap someone's free will like that. You all thought that I was the one corrupting old Sixer here. Oh no, turns out he and I had a lot more in common than even I thought. But let me just do this one thing first.
Using its psychic powers, it lifts the control headband off of Wilford and crushes it with its telekinetic powers.
Much better. Now, what dimension am I even in? Well, whatever it is, I like what you've done with the place. Not bad at all, Sixer. And you're the little trainer who's trying to stop all the fun.
The Ultra Beast focuses its eye on you. Glancing down below you, you see that the Professor and Maple have the device to plug into the wormhole and have almost made it to their target. So you will need to keep this King of Ultra Beasts occupied until they can do so. You attack Ilsafir, whose ability and moveset is different and unpredictable. Its psychic and dark type attacks have a good amount of coverage, and it knocks out a couple more of your team. Some sneaky bug type attacks turn out to be your secret weapon, and you again take Ilsafir down to extremely low HP.
You little brat! Guess I am still at pretty low power after being confined by Ford for such a long time. Even at a fraction of my power, you shouldn't be able to best me, you know that? Sixer, you've got me into this mess, and you're going to help me out.
Ilsafir lifts Wilford's body with telekinesis and violently pulls him into a beast merge. Okay, let's get one final beast merge in here. So this is paying tribute to Bill Cipher taking over people's bodies and using them like puppets. This marionette look is fun, and it's a little bit like that part in the Matrix with the like floating in the air and the bullet time and the doing fancy kicks. So we'll be adding the fighting type here for this one. Oh, and I ended up doing just like a tiny shard of Ilsafir to cover up an eye, but I like the idea that most of the Pokemon has retreated up into Ultra Space, and it is just throwing the trainer at an opponent while it remains safe. Oh, and I forgot to say, what do you think of all these shiny colors? It was nice to use the enraged Bill Cipher colors for them. I think they turned out pretty well. Okay, let's check out Beast Merge Ilsafir, the Puppet Master. Merging with this Ultra Beast is extremely dangerous. In this form, even the bound form of Ilsafir is able to control some of the trainer's actions. While the trainer is sometimes aware of their actions, often Ilsafir can use them more as a mere puppet, throwing their tethered body at opponents with no regards to their well-being. Its ability is Mind Control. Attacks which deal damage have a 20% chance to inflict confusion. Their combined form twitches wildly, trying to contain all of the raw power. It lashes out at you, and your 3 remaining Pokemon are struggling. One by one, they begin to fall. You start to doubt your abilities, but out of the corner of your eye, you see your family still making their way to the wormhole. You and your final Pokemon muster up the last bit of strength you have, beast merge yourselves, and knock out Ilsafir. Wilford separates and goes sliding across the floating platform.
Well, isn't this something? Bested by a brat. Goes to show what being stifled and mind-controlled can do to even the king of Ultra Beasts. This dimension blows anyway. Time for me to head back to Ultra Space, kick up my angles, and recuperate. But don't worry. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Ilsafir floats backwards and disappears through the open Ultra wormhole. Checking in on your family, Professor Pines and Wilford stumble in front of the wormhole, struggling with one another. The invention that should close the portal for good and restore the region is lying at their feet. Maple picks up the device but is unable to slot it into the portal with the two twins fighting in front of it.
You two, please stop fighting!
Listen to the girl. We need to come together again. We need to fix this region.
You'll never understand what I need to do, and I will never stop in my quest to bring chaos to this world.
But what about me? What about them? What about your family?
You all? Who abandoned me? There is no family. There is only chaos.
I refuse to give up on you, but I can't let you continue threatening our home. I am sorry that I lost you for so long, but I promise to be at your side. I will fix you. But I suppose I can't do it here. Maple, you get that device into place, and you two twins, you keep looking after one another. I love you two. You've really made this Grunkle proud.
Grunkle Will, what do you mean?
And without another word, Professor Pines throws himself and Wilford into the Ultra Wormhole. They disappear in a flash of blinding energy. A moment of suction pulls the device out of Maple's hand, and it wedges itself into the center of the portal, powering it down. The center device hums and begins rapidly siphoning the excess Ultra Wormhole energy from the sky. The floating pyramid sections begin slowly lowering to the ground. Maple stands speechless before the now sealed portal. The day is saved, but the two Pokemon professors are lost. And that concludes the main story for Pokemon Eclipse. I could not have done this without the help of my talented friends voicing all of the various characters. And of course, I am grateful to all of you who have watched and commented and discussed theories and built teams. I mean, I always read every comment, so that really kept me going. I actually would love to hear down in the comments who your favorite Pokemon ended up being from the entire region, or what your favorite part of the story was, or anything. Just say hey down there. Of course, I have to thank all of those who chose to support this channel by becoming Patreon members. I continue to be overwhelmingly grateful to all of you. You're just the best. From those in the starter tier to those of you way up in the champion tier. So that's Alpha Bloom, Angel, Cyberlord, Leo Vega, and Mason. You are all just phenomenal. And that concludes our super long mega marathon of all of Pokemon Eclipse. Thank you to all the Patreon supporters, especially Angel, Cyberlord, Mason, Alpha Bloom, and Leo Vega. Alright, I'll catch you in the next one. Later, nerds.